This story begins in the Celestial Mountains, the territory of the people in their metal armor. The lone warrior of the barbarian tribe had already managed to kill many opponents in order to escape from captivity. The knight stood in front of the boy and asked him how he was able to break their ropes with his bare hands, but then decided that there was no point in discussing it in this situation. The barbarian raised his sword. The guy had long, light brown hair, and he was dressed in only a loincloth with a shoulder pad. In his native language, the boy said his name was Ulrich. The next moment, the barbarian switched to his opponent's language and said that he was Ulrich from the tribe of Stone Axes. The knight said that even though the guy was a barbarian, even their warriors had honor. The man grabbed his shield and sword and said that he was a knight of the Forgel-Arten Empire. Ulrich prepared for battle, and speaking the knight's name out loud, promised that he would remember this name. After this, the guy rushed into battle. The knight thought that he was only facing a barbarian, so it would be easy to block the sword strike and then strike back. However, instead of striking, Ulrich threw his sword aside. The barbarian crashed his whole body into the knight's shield, stunning him. The man was shocked that the guy got rid of his only weapon so easily. Ulrich looked out from behind the shield and said that he was not so easy to defeat. After this, the barbarian struck the enemy in the face. Ulrich could deliver powerful blows not only with weapons, but also in hand-to-hand combat. The barbarian grabbed the knight's arm, bending it at an unnatural angle, causing the man to cry out in pain. Arten was very angry that some barbarian was defeating him, so he gathered his strength. With all his strength, the knight pushed the barbarian aside with his shield. Ulrich flew back and picked up the sword lying on the ground. Arten swung his shield at the kneeling boy. Using his agility, Ulrich slipped under the knight and cut off his leg with a blow of his sword. The barbarian turned to strike again and said that the knight was indeed strong, but he had encountered the wrong opponent. Ulrich dealt the final blow and said that it was all over. And with that, the detachment that had captured him was destroyed. Snow slowly fell to the ground, and the fire that had started in the camp gradually began to die down. The less the fire illuminated the street, the more stars were visible in the sky. Ulrich thrust his sword into the ground and threw his head back, inhaling the frosty air. The guy was exhausted by the rapid passage of time. Ulrich began to fall backwards. The boy spread his arms out, lying on the cold ground, dusted with blood-stained snow. Now Ulrich could clearly see the starry sky spread out above his head, and it filled him with admiration. The guy saw the northern lights, which brightly illuminated the sky. The stars lit up the night sky, and it seemed as if a divine radiance was coming from behind the heavenly mountains. The boy remembers a conversation with his grandmother before setting out on a journey, when the woman told Ulrich that he would become a great warrior. Ulrich said that he doesn't believe in all this magic, and even less in the predictions that prophets give blindly. Grandma said that she saw in a dream that the boy became a great warrior of light. Ulrich turned to his grandmother with a grin and asked if he planned to give up this fortune-telling. The woman threw a stone at the guy and told him not to drive her to heaven and to let her live as she pleased. Ulrich got angry and put on a shoulder pad, after which he said that he was leaving. The grandmother assumed that the boy was going hunting with friends and reminded him of the chieftain's son's concerns. Ulrich said he had no intention of running for chief, but the woman said that the tribe's opinion could not be changed by mere words. The boy turned to his grandmother and said that it didn't matter what others said, because he himself was not going to become a leader. At this point, Ulrich said goodbye to his grandmother and expressed his wishes that she would not die without him. The woman told the guy to get out of her sight quickly, and he followed her order. When the guy had walked a long distance away, the granny turned around to look at him and exhaled cigarette smoke with a smile on her face. It was a bright, sunny day when Ulrich set out on his journey. At the foot of the mountain, the guy's friends from the tribe were already waiting for him. Friends asked Ulrich why he visited the witch again, to which the guy replied that he checked if she was alive from time to time. The guy went further, but soon he was stopped by the voice of his friend. A guy with long brown hair named Wold asked if Ulrich was really going to climb Mount Heaven. Their tribe believed that behind the heavenly mountain there was a world of dead souls, and if you went there, you would never return. Ulrich believed that these were all fairy tales designed to scare little children, so he did not take his friend's warnings seriously. The boy said that the chief's son had recently caught a wolf the size of a cow, and that to surpass it, he had to go up the mountain. Ulrich said that the adult members of the tribe hunt along this mountain, and they themselves will not go far, so there is nothing to worry about. After that, the guy grinned and said that if someone is afraid, like a little child, he doesn't have to go anywhere. These words deeply touched the young hunters, causing them to become brave and say that they themselves could overcome the heavenly mountain. Ulrich was glad that their spirits had risen and said that whoever arrived last would bear the spoils. For some time, the team of young hunters moved towards the heavenly mountain. Ulrich looked into the distance and thought that they had been walking for a long time, but they hadn't even gone halfway. The guy stared at the mountain, wondering what was really hidden behind it. The guy couldn't believe that there really was a world of dead souls hidden behind it. Ulrich wondered if their souls would fly over the mountain after they died. The guy heard some noise on the right side of the road and looked closely, but Vold distracted him. A friend asked the guy if Ulrich really wasn't going to become the next leader. The boy replied that he didn't care, because he was sickened by the mere thought that the chieftain's stupid son would have any complaints against him. Ulrich really didn't want to deal with this, but Vold said that this was the reason why the guy should become the leader. Vold asked if the boy really intended to obey such a man in the future when he became a chief. Ulrich agreed with him, and then Vold said that in that case, the guy himself should become the leader. The boy replied that he would think about it later, but his friends began to laugh at him, saying that the chieftain's son might not be hopeless. However, Ulrich no longer listened to them, as the sound that had disturbed him a couple of minutes ago was repeated again. The guy looked towards the bushes and noticed a barely noticeable glimmer. Ulrich immediately sensed danger and ordered the young hunters to lie down on the ground. However, it was already too late. A huge number of arrows flew out of the bushes. Ulrich narrowly avoided the arrows and picked up his wounded friend, ordering the hunters to draw their bows. The guy looked around and tried to figure out who attacked them. Ulrich hid behind a tree and grabbed one of the arrows to identify the tribe of the attackers. The boy touched the arrowhead and realized that it was very sharp and hard. Ulrich clutched the arrow in his hand and thought that he had never seen anything like it. The guy peered out from behind the tree, trying to get a look at the attackers. The sky was already turning evening shades against the backdrop of the setting sun. In the midst of this landscape, Ulrich saw a man in metal armor giving orders to his men. For a while, the enemy's attack stopped. When the onslaught of arrows ceased, Ulrich saw an opportunity to regroup. The guy realized that the enemy's weapon had a longer range, and they were shooting from a higher position. Ulrich understood that it was he who brought his fellow tribesmen here, and therefore it was he who should be held responsible for what happened. The guy turned to Vold and told him to take the wounded man away from here, while he would hold off the enemy in the meantime. Vold was against it and said that he couldn't leave Ulrich alone because they were brothers. Ulrich grabbed the guy by the face and said that it would be easier for him to fight if he didn't have to cover anyone. Vold continued to resist, but the boy ordered him to leave immediately before they all had their heads cut off. The brown-haired man looked at his brother with despair and did not understand how he could leave him to certain death like this. Ulrich said that death in battle is sacred, but saving a comrade is more important. The next moment, the sound of approaching enemies was heard. Vold gave in and lifted his wounded comrade onto his back. As he was leaving, the guy told Ulrich to make sure he got out of here alive. Ulrich said that the witch had predicted his destiny as a great warrior, so he would not die so easily. Although the guy didn't believe in these prophecies and magic, he knew for sure that he wouldn't die here and now. Ulrich was as confident as a warrior of the Stone Axe tribe. After some time, arrows began to rain down from the hill again. Ulrich took a good position so that the arrows would not reach him and began to think about how to deal with the enemy. The boy didn't know where the enemy was, but by throwing a spear he could reveal their cover and then know where to run. Ulrich jumped out of cover, and at that very moment a new volley of arrows rained down. The guy miraculously avoided being hit by the shells and prepared to throw his spear. Taking rough aim at the spot where the arrows were coming from, Ulrich threw his spear with all his might. Hearing a cry of pain, the boy ran towards where it came from with an axe at the ready. Now Ulrich knew exactly where the enemy was hiding. The boy ran up to the bushes and struck with an axe, chopping off the interfering branches. However, the next moment Ulrich froze, hearing a language unfamiliar to him. There was a squad of several people in the ambush, and the guy noted that they were wearing clothes that he had never seen before. Ulrich assumed that these were people from the heavenly mountains and decided to ask them directly. However, the enemy completely ignored him, but was on guard because he was able to approach them while his group ran away. Ulrich clutched the axe and said that he didn't understand what they were saying, but it didn't matter. The boy prepared to fight for his brothers, who were treacherously attacked. Suddenly, another person intervened in the events and ordered the people from Heavenly Mountain to lower their weapons. A knight in metal armor stepped forward and the soldiers immediately carried out the order. It was Sir Fordgal, who said he was glad he had worn his armor, just in case. The soldiers offered to shoot the barbarian, but the knight declined the offer, saying that they needed the man alive. Sir Fordgal said that this barbarian would be their proof of the discovery of new lands, and would be a wonderful gift to the emperor. Ulrich noted that the man's body was completely covered with shiny plates, which indicates that these people had a lot of iron. The knight threw aside his shield, greatly alarming his subordinates. Sir Fordgal reassured them, saying that the barbarian's stone weapons would never penetrate his armor. Ulrich twirled the axes in his hands and said that the guy was too confident in his armor to dare to throw away his shield. Sir Fordgal turned the sword over in an imperial grip, grasping it by the blade. Ulrich thought that the man was mocking him and underestimating his abilities. The boy noticed that people from Heavenly Mountain began to surround him and immediately realized that they intended to take him alive. Ulrich chuckled and said that no one had ever insulted him like that. The guy was on the alert, so he immediately noticed how the knight rushed towards him. Ulrich reacted instantly and threw the axe at his enemy. The axe sank into the knight's helmet, forcing him to step aside. The helmet flew off onto Fordgal's head, catching on a hole in the helmet, causing a wound, but not a fatal one. The knight assumed that the barbarian had done it on purpose, but he could not understand how he had managed to hit it with an axe. It was clear that Sir Fordgal had underestimated his opponent. The knight cursed and clutched the wound on his face. Ulrich quickly approached Fordgal, forcing the man to start defending himself. The knight continued to strike with the hilt of his sword, fending off the barbarian's attacks. However, Ulrich easily dodged it, making Sir Fordgal more and more nervous. Despite the fact that the barbarian was of large build, he moved very quickly. When the knight tried to strike again, he opened up, which Ulrich immediately took advantage of. The barbarian kicked his opponent in the head, causing him to fall onto his back. Ulrich was about to deal the decisive blow to the disarmed knight. The barbarian acted without a shadow of doubt, and was glad of the opportunity to get even with the people who wounded his brothers. Ulrich swung his axe and said that they would see each other again in heaven. However, at that moment, Sir Fordgal's subordinates entered the battle in an attempt to protect their commander. A hail of arrows rained down on Ulrich, and one of them hit him in the right shoulder blade. The remaining soldiers threw ropes over the boy, twisting him so that he could not grab his weapon. Sir Fordgal looked at the bound barbarian and realized that this warrior had managed to knock off his helmet with a throw of an axe and almost killed him. Despite the fact that he was facing a barbarian, the knight admitted that his skills were amazing. Ulrich was pinned to the ground, unable to move, and he said that the man with the iron plates was just lucky. Sir Fordgal looked down on the boy, who had no intention of fighting until the very end. The soldiers ordered the barbarian to be silent, after which they dealt him a blow that knocked the boy unconscious. Some time passed, and through the pain in his head, Ulrich heard someone trying to wake him up. The boy lay tied up on the damp ground with a large rag thrown over him. Ulrich was raised to his knees, but at that moment he was only thinking about how bad he felt. The soldiers assumed that the boy had developed altitude sickness, and some expressed their fears about whether the prisoner would live to meet the emperor. Ulrich was trembling all over and thought that these people really did live beyond the Heavenly Mountains. The soldiers said that Sir Fordgal had gone out to gather firewood, so they needed to set up camp before he returned. Meanwhile, Ulrich smiled and thought that beyond the Heavenly Mountains lived people from a completely different world. The boy slowly began to rise to his feet, realizing that he had been right when he did not believe that there was a world of dead souls beyond the mountains. Snow fell on Ulrich's shoulders and he hunched over from the cold. The guy suggested that it was because of the cold that their warriors were unable to cross this mountain peak. The soldiers paid no attention to the barbarian talking near the fire. At some point, their attention was drawn to the guy's loud laughter. The soldiers did not understand why the barbarian was laughing so loudly. However, the next moment the cracking of ropes was heard. Ulrich easily broke the ropes that bound him and rose to his feet, causing the soldiers to jump up in alarm. The soldiers immediately rushed to their weapons, shouting to the rest of the squad that the barbarian had been freed. Ulrich said that they should rejoice when their souls fly away to the other world. The guy said that everyone would know that Ulrich from the Stone Axe tribe killed them. After some time, the entire camp was wiped out. The soldiers greatly underestimated the barbarian they were facing. We find ourselves at the very beginning when Ulrich watched the burning sky. The boy took a deep breath of the frosty mountain air. Ulrich saw the heavenly mountain before him, which now did not look so majestic. The guy thought about his native lands and fellow tribesmen, who probably thought that he was no longer alive. Ulrich noted that all the sky people had short hair, so he grabbed his long locks. With one swing of the sword, the boy cut off most of his hair. In the tribe, all that awaited him was a struggle for supremacy with the leader's son. But beyond the mountains, an unknown world awaited him. The boy decided to go further to explore the lands that his tribe was so afraid to enter. The burning starry sky illuminated Ulrich's path on this snowy night. The guy took the things he needed and set off on his journey. After a few days, we find ourselves in a forest in the territory of the Sky People. An unknown guy with dark hair runs away from people who call him a thief. At some point, the brunette stumbled and fell to the ground, which allowed them to catch up with him. His pursuers wanted to cut off a couple of the thief's fingers as punishment, but the boy begged them for mercy, promising to reform. They were distracted from their conversation by a rustling sound in the nearby bushes. All four turned their heads in the direction of the noise. A fair-haired guy with hair just below his shoulders, wearing a dark blue robe, walked past them. It was Ulrich, who was attracted by the cries of strangers. The pursuers came out to meet the barbarian, and their leader Max asked what he was doing there. In his own language, Ulrich said that they would probably not understand each other, so he would not interfere and would simply look at everything from the outside. Hearing the unfamiliar language, the pursuers began to guess who the guy was, and Max confidently said that he was a southerner. The man came closer to Ulrich and said that he still didn't understand what was going on here, so it would be better if he just left. Seeing that the stranger was not moving, Max decided to deal with him in a different way. Ulrich immediately understood his intentions, causing his facial expression to change to one of extreme displeasure. Only at the last moment did the attacker realize that luck was not on her side. The next second, Max fell to the ground dead with his neck broken. The guy's henchmen immediately became alarmed. Ulrich spread his arms wide and said that they started it first, so there was no need to shout like that. However, they did not understand him, so they immediately attacked, thinking that the two of them could handle him. Ulrich lost his patience and frowned. Without any problems, the guy wrung the necks of two guys at the same time. Out of fear, the dark-haired guy fell to the ground and began to crawl away. However, Ulrich was not negatively disposed towards him. Ulrich walked closer to the frightened boy and squatted down next to him. The boy tried not to scare the stranger, so he calmly drew houses and people on the ground. Ulrich asked to be taken to the tribe from which the brunette himself came. The guy, whose name was Bill, was able to calm down and took the stranger to his city. When the view of an unprecedented city opened up on the mountain, Ulrich's mouth opened in surprise. Bill told the foreigner that the city he saw was called Ankara. For the first time, Ulrich saw tall stone buildings that were strikingly different from the houses of his tribe. Bill said that mines had opened in this town, which is why everything here is so rich. Ulrich admired the size of this tribe. The guy looked at everything with interest and was surprised by such a number of people. Ulrich rushed from side to side, looking at everything with wild eyes. Watching the guy, Bill assumed that he had only recently started traveling the world, so he didn't know much yet. As night fell, Bill took Ulrich to a tavern. Ulrich was already a little tired during the whole day, so he reacted to everything more calmly. Bill wanted to know where the guy came from, but Ulrich just said that he didn't understand what they were saying to him. Bill started asking the tavern patrons if anyone knew the language the boy spoke. One of the visitors said that he didn't know the language, but Ulrich looked very much like a southerner and that he was as huge as she was. Another visitor also supported this idea because the northern people, on the contrary, are thin and short like gnomes. Someone suggested that the boy might be from the lands beyond the celestial mountains, but Ulrich couldn't understand this, since he didn't know the language. The guy began to think that he should be more careful with these people, because their relationship with him could worsen if they found out where he came from. Bill said that they would find a translator for the guy later, and that today they would drink at his expense. Ulrich looked at the coin in surprise and thought that only a true master could have done such fine work. The guy noticed that Bill was exchanging this small change for alcohol. In Ulrich's tribe, they exchanged skins or fresh meat, so this was surprising to him. The guy thought about the value of these coins in this world. Ulrich no longer paid attention to the fact that Bill was trying to talk to him and was thinking only about his own things. This is how Ulrich spent his first evening in the unfamiliar stone city. The later it got, the more people showed up at the tavern. Ulrich looked at the people's clothes and weapons with interest. The guy could tell at first glance that the weapons here were much better than those of his tribe. Ulrich immediately realized that these people knew how to process not only stone, but also other metals. Bill saw the boy approaching another man's axe in a hypnotized manner and asked what happened. Ulrich said that this axe was more beautiful than any woman, so he asked Bill what it took to get such an axe. Bill didn't understand what the guy wanted from him, so Ulrich repeated the word in his own language several times, as if that would help. However, Bill still guessed that the guy was interested in the axe and made the assumption that Ulrich was a robber who had fled from his tribe and did not have money on him. The brunette decided that the guy would be useful to him since he was very strong, So he began to explain to Ulrich the scheme for obtaining an axe. Bill tried to explain that in order to get the axe, the guy would need a lot of coins, which they called sills. Ulrich understood what they were trying to tell him. Bill was glad that the guy was catching on quickly and decided to move on. The guy asked if Ulrich wanted to make a lot of money. Having received a positive response, Bill took the guy to the Ankara fistfight arena. Ulrich suggested that he would have to fight, and Bill tried to explain to him that it was wrong to kill anyone. The brunette didn't know if the guy understood the main rule of fistfights, so he was worried. Ulrich didn't pay any attention to him, and before going into battle, he asked what would happen if he killed his opponent with one blow. Bill tried to explain through drawings that it was wrong to kill anyone, but the guy just waved him off. Ulrich stepped forward, saying that he had come here only because of these sills, and that this whole new world seemed strange and unusual to him. The guy looked at his opponents and realized that all the men from these lands were weaker than him. When the opponents stood opposite each other, the referee announced the start of the fight. Ulrich easily dodged the enemy's attacks and thought that the wars here were very slow. At some point, the guy got tired of playing and grabbed his opponent's hand. After this, he grabbed the man and hit him in the stomach with his knee. Ulrich understood that in this place people do not fight on the brink of life and death, so real warriors will not be found here. All the spectators were shocked that the newcomer knocked out the champion with one punch. Ulrich remembered Fordgal, with whom he had to fight, and thought that even in such a place there could be worthy wars. The boy hoped that one day he would be able to meet a worthy warrior. But at this moment, he is declared the winner. So several months passed, during which Bill tried to make as much money as possible from Ulrich. One day the guy came to wake up his champion, saying that it was time to go earn money. Ulrich woke up and looked out the window, realizing that it was already noon. Bill shook the boy's hand to make him wake up faster, but Ulrich said that he didn't understand anything, and that his screams were already giving him a headache. Before leaving his room, the guy noticed the sword that had been standing in the corner of the room for a long time. Bill called Ulrich to follow him, fearing that they might be late. It was clear that Ulrich was already quite tired of this way of life, because it was radically different from his ideas. As the sun began to set behind the horizon, the fistfight pit was opened and all the spectators chanted the name of the new champion. Bill was circling around Ulrich, psyching him up for the fight, but it was clear that the guy was getting annoyed. Bill was overjoyed to have found himself an invincible source of money and believed that the guy had no idea about it. Ulrich stood up from his seat and looked at his opponent, taking him for a weakling who could be defeated with one blow. After so many months of continuous victories, the guy relaxed a little, so he took few people seriously. His opponent took advantage of this and, quickly approaching, struck him in the solar plexus. Ulrich looked at his opponent in surprise, because he was sure that he would be able to dodge. Taking advantage of the champion's hesitation, the enemy began to deliver one blow after another at great speed. Ulrich realized that his body was not obeying him well and thought that this might be due to the fact that he was not yet sober. Soon the fighters went their separate ways, and the enemy decided that victory was his. At this point, Ulrich's patience snapped and he became very angry. Seeing the champion's gaze, the opponent became frightened. Ulrich pulled himself together and delivered one crushing blow. One blow was enough to send the enemy to his ancestors. Ulrich even knocked out a couple of the unfortunate man's teeth. The judge declared the boy dead, causing panic in the pit. Bill was worried about his lost money and ran to Ulrich to sort out the situation. The guy complained that he had warned Ulrich that no one should be killed. However, the judge did not even listen to him and ordered them to leave immediately and never appear in that place again. Bill and Ulrich had no other choice but to return to their rooms in the guest house. Bill told the former champion to go back to his room and he would soon find them another place to earn money. When the door closed behind Ulrich, the brunette rubbed his head, cursing at the fact that today of all days the guy wanted to kill someone. Bill thought that they wouldn't be allowed to fight anymore in Ankara, and to get more money, it was enough to get rid of the guy. Meanwhile, Ulrich locked himself in his room and blamed himself for being too relaxed. He looked at his fist and realized that he had not been able to control his strength during such a simple punch. Ulrich wondered if this was why he had come here straight from the heavenly mountains. Now the guy felt like an ordinary drunkard. Ulrich smashed the wine jug and looked at the sword lying alone in the corner of the room. The boy remembered the first Sky People warrior he had encountered, Sir Fordgal. Ulrich remembered their battle in the mad blizzard on top of the heavenly mountains, when they fought to the death. There were no concessions or rules back then, and whoever survived was right. Ulrich left his homeland with one specific goal in mind. The guy picked up a sword and began practicing the movements he had forgotten for the last few months. Ulrich left home to see a world unfamiliar to him. So now he has to leave all these fights behind and move on. After a while, Ulrich stopped and listened to his feelings. The guy thought that the time spent in this city was a heavenly pleasure. Looking at his reflection in the blade, Ulrich said that a true warrior can experience pleasure only after death, but not in life. This was the last night that the boy spent so idly. The next day, Bill took Ulrich somewhere, saying that this was a very important deal, so the guy should be more careful. Ulrich said that thanks to Bill, he got used to life in this city, but the brunette continued to talk about his own things, not understanding the fighter. Bill brought the traveler back to the arena, causing confusion. Bill continued to lure Ulrich into the arena, saying that they would soon sort everything out. Ulrich looked around and noticed that at this hour there was almost no one in the arena, and this made him tense. On the open second floor, there was a guy who was staring at Ulrich. The guy immediately sensed something was wrong and clutched the sword he had with him today. A man approached the stranger and said that Ulrich, with such a reaction, would definitely be useful to them. Bill said that there was no point in speaking quietly, since Ulrich didn't know the Imperial language anyway, and based on this, the man demanded a lower price. Bill insisted that a warrior does not need to know the language, because a fighter in the arena fights, not talks. The brunette approached Ulrich and asked him to demonstrate his skills so that the buyer would pay more. The guy didn't quite understand what they were talking about, but from the wooden sword he was given, he realized that they wanted to test him. Bill wanted Ulrich to show everything he was capable of, and then they would pay him more than what was agreed upon. One warrior from the gang of buyers rushed into battle with the same wooden sword in his hands. Ulrich dodged each blow with skill, as this time his mind was not clouded by alcohol. The guy noted that his opponent was skilled but too slow. In one moment, Ulrich easily snatched the sword from his opponent's hands. The guy just laughed at the confused look of his opponent, who did not understand how the sword was drawn. Ulrich threw the sword back to the boy and told him not to lose it again. After this, the barbarian threw his sword aside, surprising his opponent even more. Ulrich extended his hand to the boy and told him that he could attack. The enemy was offended by the guy's behavior and rushed into battle. However, Ulrich took the sword from him again with such speed and dexterity that it was not even noticeable how it happened. Ulrich threw aside the wooden sword and said that it was time to stop fighting with ordinary toys, because he had been holding real weapons in his hands since he was 5 years old. The buyer came down and said that was enough for him, and then said that he was buying the fighter. The man offered $5 million for Ulrich, but Bill said that this was not enough and he would like to receive $15 million for such a diamond. Ulrich saw how greedily Bill grabbed the bag of money. The guy realized that something was wrong and began to look around. Ulrich saw that 2 armed warriors had come with the man who had assessed him. The guy looked at Bill again. The brunette showed Ulrich a bag of coins with a smile and said that now he was rich. Now the guy understood exactly what was happening, so he rushed towards Bill. The joy on the brunette's face instantly disappeared when Ulrich struck. The warrior cut off the greedy Bill's hand, in which he held a bag of coins. But Ulrich didn't stop there, and under the shocked looks of the customers, he dragged Bill by the hair in the other direction. The bag of money was left lying in a pool of blood. Ulrich sat down next to Bill and told him to finally say something in his defense if he didn't want to lose his tongue. Bill looked at the guy in shock and asked when he learned the Imperial language. The brunette sat down and quickly began to ask for forgiveness, citing the fact that they had been friends for many months. Ulrich grinned and told the guy to speak slowly and clearly, and only then would he listen to him. The man who had wanted to buy Ulrich now watched in horror as the warrior dealt with Bill. When his former friend was finished, Ulrich transferred the sword from one hand to the other. The boy approached one of the buyer's security guards and complimented him on maintaining the sword in good condition. The buyer watched Ulrich from the side and understood that such a beast could not be tamed. The man said that there was a misunderstanding between Ulrich and Bill, so they had nothing more to do there. Ulrich sat down on a chair and asked where they were going, as he wanted to continue where they left off. The buyer turned to the guy in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Ulrich chuckled and asked if the man still needed a gladiator. The buyer sat down across from the guy and explained that the gladiator, under contract, takes only half the proceeds from each fight, and they, in turn, pay for his food, clothes, and shelter. Ulrich smiled and asked what about the fact that he didn't know the Imperial language well. The buyer chuckled and replied that he had been told that a warrior did not need to know the language. They both realized it was a joke, so they laughed together. The buyer introduced himself as Horace and said that he was a slave trader, the head of a gladiator office, and simply a kind man. Horace and Ulrich shook hands, and the man welcomed the boy to the gladiator team. So Ulrich decided to travel further across the country, joining the Horus gladiators. On the first day, the squad set up camp, and a boy with brown hair named Goyle approached Ulrich, asking why he was standing next to the slave camp. The guy assumed that the blonde was looking for his fellow Southerners, but Ulrich said that he had no relation to the Southerners, and in his country they don't know the imperial language, so it's difficult for him. Goyle apologized and said that the guy just looked like a Southerner in his size, but Ulrich did not understand why then these people should be slaves. Shaitan sat down next to him and said that there were so many slaves because the empire had been conquering the South for 10 years. Ulrich pointed to a large, tall man with long hair and asked if he was a Southerner. Another man answered for Goyle, saying that Ulrich had a brilliant eye because he had found the only Southerner for their team. A tall guy with black hair came closer and said that the Southerner's name was Sven. He was a gladiator slave and had been here for 3 years already. The brunette, accompanied by his 2 friends, greeted the newcomer with an arrogant smile. Ulrich didn't like the way he was addressed, so he gave his name. The brunette grinned and said that his name was Donovan and he was the main gladiator in the area. Ulrich rose from his seat and began to walk away, congratulating Donovan on his position on the team. However, the guy stopped when Donovan suggested that Ulrich was a barbarian, citing the fact that the guy smelled like one. Ulrich smiled and asked what it was that smelled like on him. Donovan replied that the guy smelled like an animal and looked like an animal trying to look like a human. Ulrich said it sounded very interesting, so he decided to try to smell Donovan as well, after which he said that he smelled like a degenerate. Donovan said that he had been to a barbarian conquest and had seen hundreds of people like Ulrich, savages who reeked of animals. Ulrich came closer and finished Donovan's sentence, saying that all barbarians were stupid big guys. The guy bowed and asked permission to speak himself. He said that in the opinion of the barbarian Ulrich, all gladiators are children who are only capable of wagging their tongues. The blonde came up close and said that he had been thinking a lot about why they were all so talkative. Ulrich stuck out his tongue and suggested that they had never been punished for talking. The guy said that no one cut out the imperial gladiators' tongues and ears for swearing, and that's why they love to chat so much. Ulrich and Donovan grabbed their swords, but Horus appeared in time and demanded that they stop. The man demanded that the boys put away their swords, threatening that otherwise he would make slaves out of them. Donovan started to leave and said at the end that the barbarian was just lucky today. Ulrich chuckled and said that Donovan was the lucky one here. After some time, the team finally arrived in the capital and found themselves in the gladiator arena. Ulrich learned that his price was only 800,000 sils, which was much cheaper than he had valued himself. Horus laughed and said that if the risk of death were highly paid, even cows would be rich. Ulrich watched the man go when someone told him that it would be better to take a shield and put on a helmet. Ulrich approached the Southerner who had approached him and said that they would be in a pair today, but he didn't need all of this. Sven introduced himself to the guy in a friendly manner and asked where he got the imperial steel sword. Ulrich froze with his sword in his hands and asked why the man said it was imperial steel. Sven looked at the sword and said that it was considered hardened steel and was only cast for the imperial elite. The Southerner said that such things were very difficult to find because they were usually given to imperial knights, which immediately made Ulrich think of Fort Gaul. Donovan approached them and asked who the barbarian had robbed to get this sword. Horus watched his gladiators closely, but at that moment he was distracted by a shout from the stands above their heads. The man said it was time to stop this talk and go to the arena for victory. The gates leading to the gladiator arena opened to loud cheers from the audience. Before entering the arena, Sven asked where Ulrich was actually from. The guy chuckled and said that the man would be very surprised if he told. After this, the gladiators entered the arena and the crowd began to shout even louder. Sven was already used to this, but for Ulrich it was the first time, so he looked around with interest. The Southerner said that the Imperials don't know real war, which is why they enjoy bloody battles so much. The gladiators met their opponents, and Ulrich told the old man to take on the one on the right, but Sven was indignant at this treatment. Ulrich advised the Southerner to shave off his beard, otherwise it would hang like a sponge on his severed head. Ulrich's opponent said that the guy was too stupid to go into battle with only a sword in his hands. However, the barbarian did not listen to him and warmed up, thinking that his opponent was well protected. The next moment, Ulrich did not wait for the enemy to attack first and rushed into battle. The enemy struck with his sword, but the barbarian jumped up, dodging the blow, and found himself above the guy. The enemy did not expect such agility from Ulrich, so he froze in shock. Ulrich took advantage of this and delivered one precise and fatal blow. The barbarian shook off his sword and said that all these trinkets only hindered him, slowing down his movements. The audience was shocked when Ulrich jumped higher than a human, after which jokes began to spread that the guy came from the circus. Ulrich turned to his comrade and asked if he needed help. Sven, in turn, spread his arms, having no defense, and waited with a loud laugh for the enemy to attack him. Ulrich knew that 2 axes struck much slower than a regular sword, so he was worried that the southerner would be killed. However, as soon as the enemy got close enough, Sven delivered one precise blow, crushing the enemy. The southerner raised his axes, supporting the applause from the stands. Sven said it was still debatable who really needed help, and Ulrich admitted that he had underestimated the southerner and his axes. Sven responded by addressing Ulrich as a child, saying that the boy did not look like an adult. The southerner said that the boy looked to be 17 or 18 years old and would be the same age as his son if he were alive. Sven walked towards the gate and said that they survived this time, so he would go to the Peak of Blades a little later. Ulrich looked after the man and wondered why such a skilled warrior remained a slave. The fighting continued, and the crowd chanted Ulrich's name over and over again as he emerged victorious. The arena workers carried the fallen gladiators off the field one by one. At one point, Ulrich even asked to go one-on-one, which caused some concern, but he won easily. Horace was confident that at this rate the guy would quickly become very popular, because he really was a real diamond. That evening, the gladiators were relaxing in the tavern, and Ulrich decided to ask Goyle about Sven. Goyle said that if the southerner wanted to become a contract gladiator, Horace would immediately free him. Shaitan said that Horace was sleeping with Sven when he washed ashore after being wrecked at sea. So the man, as a southerner, was grateful to him. However, Ulrich did not understand this clarification, after which Goyle asked the boy if he had heard about the Peak of Blades, where southerners go after death. Shaitan said that the Peak of Blades is a place where ancestors and great warriors await every warrior. In this place they can fight, drink, and dance day and night. Many southerners are afraid of dying from illness or accident, because one can only reach the Peak of Blades after dying in battle. Ulrich thought that this was not much different from the stories of his native lands, since they also believed that after death they went beyond the heavenly mountain to the world of dead souls. In fact, they were wrong, because another civilization was hidden behind the heavenly mountain. Now Ulrich wondered where his soul would go after death. The boy understood that the legends of his people were wrong, so he was somewhat confused. Ulrich asked Goyle where the souls of Imperials go after death. Instead of answering, the brown-haired man took the amulet with the sun from his neck and showed it to the barbarian. Goyle said that his soul would return to the center of the sun, to the god Lu, and perhaps be reborn. Shaitan said that most of the inhabitants of the empire worship the sun, so Ulrich should think about it. Ulrich said that he worshipped the sky, and the sun was part of the sky, which meant his faith was better. But Goyle just laughed and said that the guy would have set religious fanatics on himself. When they calmed down, the brown-haired man said that Ulrich was free to choose what he would believe in. The guys spent the evening together drinking and talking. The next day, Goyle came to Ulrich's room, and at the entrance an axe was waiting for him, which had flown into the wall next to the door. The brown-haired man realized that the guy was just playing and noticed that Ulrich had bought a new axe with his winnings. The barbarian smiled and said that it was the best he could buy for that money. Goyle laughed at this and offered his friend a drink. The conversation was relaxed while Ulrich polished new axes. Goyle said that the guy had been hanging around with them for a while, so he wanted to know if there was anything that bothered him about their group. Ulrich assumed that they were talking about Donovan and his comrades. Goyle was pleasantly surprised by the barbarian's ingenuity and said that 10 of the 21 gladiators obeyed Donovan. Shaitan said that Donovan used to be a soldier, and there are rumors that he fought in the squad of Fergan, the Hidden Blade. Goyle said that Donovan is the most famous gladiator on their team, so he was able to easily recruit subordinates who help him in everything. Shaitan explained that, due to this, the gladiator participates in the distribution of fights and takes the easiest ones for himself, while the difficult ones are left for his enemies. Ulrich reminded them that they were gladiators under contract, so they could refuse. But Goyle reminded them that in that case, they would not have any money. The barbarian rose from the bed and asked why the guys started this conversation. Goyle said that if a similarly brilliant warrior appeared in the group, who received no less power than Donovan, then the guy would no longer be able to take on simple battles. Ulrich asked why Goyle himself did not want to become this brilliant warrior, but the boy replied that he was not strong enough for this. Shaitan said he would like Ulrich to take on the role. The barbarian said that he never liked people who forced others to do what they themselves were not capable of. Ulrich got out of bed and walked over to Goyle, causing the boy to flinch. The blonde said that when a fox tries to get rid of a wolf by setting a lion on him, the cycle of nature occurs. The barbarian leaned over sharply and patted Goyle on the shoulder. Ulrich said he found a very interesting trait within Goyle. The blonde smiled and said that in this civilized world, the guy was the first who was truly kind to him. Ulrich said that if a guy is able to treat people with kindness, then people will respond in kindness. Goyle was embarrassed and thanked the guy for these words, and Ulrich, in turn, promised that he would stick to his plan. After some time, Horace was busy distributing gladiators for the fights and complained that Barakal would again recruit condemned men from prison and throw them into the arena. Donovan suggested sending Valen, Asval, and Catan against them, as they had become lazy lately. Horace asked if the boy understood that this would turn into a one-sided beating. The man promised that he would give Donovan one last fight, in which only Barakal's slaves would participate. At that moment, Ulrich arrived, asking to give this fight to him and promising that he would gut every opponent. Donovan immediately rose from his seat, intending to drive the barbarian away. Horace said that if they wanted to fight, they could walk out the door, but then he would deduct the amount from their wages. Ulrich looked out from behind Donovan with a smile and said that he had no intention of fighting, but only wanted to ask for one match. Donovan was displeased and said that the nameless gladiator had no right to ask for anything, so he should leave before he killed him. Ulrich walked around the guy and said that he wanted to talk to none other than Horace. The blonde man said with a smile that he would like to fight in one last fight, but Donovan said that this could not be done. Horace told Ulrich that the last battle was the most important, and the boy, in turn, sat down in Donovan's place and said that he understood this perfectly well. The man asked why Ulrich kept asking to go there. The blonde showed 5 fingers and said that he would kill 5 people, regardless of whether they were gladiators or prisoners. Ulrich smiled and guessed that people would want to see this spectacle. Horace said that if the boy died in this battle, it would be a great loss. However, Ulrich was very surprised and asked why he had to die. The guy put his feet up on the table and said that he had never lost to 5 or 10 opponents. Horace said that fighting on the battlefield and in the Colosseum were completely different situations. The man was worried about his rising diamond, but Donovan saw this as an opportunity to get rid of his rival. The brunette, with a smile on his face, said that he would yield this fight to Ulrich so that he could fight the 5 warriors. The gladiators no longer paid attention to the angry Horace, and Ulrich said that he did not know that Donovan was so magnanimous. Ulrich ran up to Horace and pretended to ask if the captain was against this fight, after which he asked him to tell everyone about this fight. Horace only thought that he had been too kind to Ulrich, and so the boy boldly sat on his neck. The captain gave in under the gladiator's persuasion and gave his permission for this fight. On the day of the gladiatorial fights, the spectators were talking only about the new gladiator, who had defeated 2 opponents at a time twice in a row. It was already known that this time the guy would compete against 5 opponents, and everyone hoped that it would not be boring. Meanwhile, in the high podium, conversations were about something completely different. The gladiators claimed that Ulrich simply thought the ocean was a great river with no end or edge. However, the barbarian continued to convince them that he had never actually seen the ocean, which caused his teammates to laugh. The gladiators noticed Goyle, who was from an eastern port city, and asked him to tell Ulrich about the ocean. However, the brown-haired man was not interested in their jokes, as he flew up to Ulrich and said that he had gone completely crazy. Goyle said that it was a real suicide, so he begged the guy to call off this battle since he did not want to see his friend die. Ulrich chuckled and said that the guy didn't know him at all and didn't understand where he came from. Goyle was glad that the boy was so confident in himself, but he believed that any confidence should have its limits. Ulrich stepped aside and said that civilized people were too boring because they were afraid of something before they had even tried it. Ulrich poured red paint into a bowl and listened to how stubbornness had gained nothing for the Southerners, because they had surrendered anyway. The barbarian asked if Goyle really thought he would lose. The brown-haired man promised that if the guy returned alive from this battle, he would obey him in everything. Ulrich laughed and replied that the guy would regret his words, because he was very difficult to get along with. Donovan said Ulrich was practically screaming that he was a barbarian. Donovan turned to Goyle and said that all barbarians prepared like this before a deadly battle. Ulrich turned to the boy and said that he was indeed quite familiar with the customs of the barbarians. The barbarian dipped his hands into a vessel with red paint. Ulrich looked at his paint-stained hands and noted that Donovan really knew their fighting customs well. Goyle winced when he noticed how serious his friend had become. Ulrich got paint on his hands and thought that he really could die soon. However, the guy is not going to die so easily, neither at the Colosseum nor now. Ulrich rubbed paint into his face with force and determined himself to win. After some time, the fights began, to the enthusiastic shouts of the public. The gladiators, who had already fought their battles, felt out of place, and Horus asked why they were acting like this. Without waiting for an answer, the man called Ulrich, who was sitting the farthest away. Horus said it was time for the boy to enter the arena, but when he saw the gladiator, she understood how the rest of her teammates felt. Ulrich's hair was slicked back with red paint, and his entire face was lined with war paint. When everything was ready, Horus stepped onto the stands and stood before the ruler of the lands. The ruler asked why Horus had decided on such a final battle, since it could turn out to be very quick and boring. Horus bowed and said that there was no reason to worry, for even if his gladiator lost, it would be a very entertaining fight. Barakal, in turn, said that he was looking forward to this battle. After this, the captains of the gladiator teams went down to their waiting area. Barakal finally told Horus that there was no need to lie to his master, since the outcome of this battle was already obvious. Horus did not answer him, because his instinct told him that everything would be fine. When Ulrich entered the arena, the crowd began to cheer. However, there was something that confused all the spectators. It seemed to them that the guy was covered in blood and now he looked like a real monster. Ulrich took axes with him, but planned to fight mainly with a sword. The guy said that the weather was fine today and then began to wait for his opponents. From the other side of the arena, 5 men came out of the gate towards him, and judging by their faces, they were confident of their victory. Prisoners entered the arena, having been promised that if they killed this gladiator, they would be able to reduce their prison sentence. Horus's gladiators were worried, for even though their opponents were prisoners, they were still skilled warriors. Sven approached Gaul and confirmed the boy's fears that the enemy would be strong. Donovan just chuckled at this and said that Ulrich had done it himself, so all they could do was watch him die. The prisoners were already prepared to fight for their freedom. Ulrich looked them over and said that they had good equipment and weapons. The opponents began to surround the guy, and he thought that their only advantage was numbers. But they were not ready for a team fight. The prisoners tried to assess the situation, but no one dared to attack first. Ulrich understood this immediately, so he said that since they didn't want to start, he would take it upon himself. After this, the guy swung his sword and began to attack. Seeing that Ulrich had taken action, one of the prisoners ordered his fellow soldiers to raise their shields. The enemy believed that the advantage was on his side due to the presence of the shield. However, Ulrich was convinced that with the imperial sword he would succeed. The barbarian easily pierced the shield and plunged his sword into the prisoner's chest. Pushing the fallen man away, Ulrich said that imperial steel was indeed very strong. The remaining opponents rushed towards the barbarian, intending to attack all at once. However, Ulrich moved much faster than them, as he was not burdened with additional protection. The guy was much more accustomed to fighting in minimal clothing in order to achieve high movement speed. Ulrich dodged the blows and crouched down to the side of his opponent. There was a smile on the guy's face, but his eyes were burning with bloodlust. Since the enemy was quite far away, Ulrich threw the axe in his direction. The axe bounced off the ground and sank into the neck of one of the prisoners. His teammate looked at the dead man in shock, and Ulrich took advantage of this to get closer and take the axe. The barbarian picked up the sword and thought it was truly amazing. Any other sword would have become dull after so many blows, but this one holds up well. Only now could Donovan believe that Ulrich really did have a sword made of imperial steel. The other gladiators doubted it, but this only angered Donovan, who had no doubt about his observations. The guy was only worried about where the barbarian could actually get the imperial sword from. Goyle's spirits rose and he supported his friend, while Sven said that Ulrich was lucky that they didn't send real gladiators against him. Sven said that Ulrich had put the enemy under moral pressure from the very beginning, as they were terrified of his war paint. The Southerner laughed and said that Ulrich was truly amazing, because at such a young age he could fight against so many opponents. Sven was convinced that fearlessness and courage helped Ulrich win this duel long before it began. Meanwhile, the barbarian continued to strike at his opponents. With one blow of his sword, Ulrich knocked the sword out of the prisoner's hands. After this, the barbarian dealt a crushing blow with his axe. Ulrich and his 2 opponents remained in the arena. Although they knew how to fight, they would never become real warriors. The enemy was shaking with fear, and Ulrich said that none of them were his equal. With a wide smile on his face, the barbarian told the prisoners to attack, since they had no other choice anyway. Ulrich remained in place, placing his foot on the dead enemy. The prisoners decided that they had nothing left to lose anyway, so they rushed into battle. Ulrich sighed and thought that he had had too high expectations of them. But now he was bored. Dodging the first prisoner's attack, the barbarian struck him with his sword. Ulrich didn't wait for the last enemy to get closer, so he threw the axe. He hit the last prisoner in the head with precision. At this point, the fight was over, and not everyone expected such an outcome. Ulrich collected his weapon, turning it over in his hands. The next second, the Colosseum was filled with the enthusiastic cries of the spectators. Horace's gladiators also cheered happily for their teammate, while Donovan stepped aside, rubbing his head. Horace was the most pleased of all, realizing that he had made the right decision in allowing the young gladiator to enter this battle. Now Ulrich could relax, and a wide smile blossomed on his face. After some time, the Colosseum was empty, as the gladiator battle was over for the day. In the Hypogum, Horace's gladiators continued to celebrate their victory and got Ulrich to work. The guy happily accepted the congratulations and washed off his war paint with a damp towel. At some point, Ulrich noticed that everyone had become quiet and began to disperse. The guy looked around and found the reason for his comrade's behavior. Ulrich saw Donovan in front of him and said that he was now a crowd favorite. Contrary to his expectations, the brunette did not ask him. Donovan extended his hand and congratulated the rising star of the Horus gladiators. Ulrich accepted the handshake with a smile. In his dream, Ulrich's consciousness is carried far beyond the celestial mountains. He dreams of crossing the heavenly mountain with his friends. The vast expanses beyond the mountains amaze Ulrich's fellow tribesmen. The friends run across the fertile lands and rejoice that they will no longer have to go hungry. Ulrich laughs at their childish behavior. This dream was wonderful, but through his sleep, the boy heard someone calling him. Ulrich began to slowly open his eyes and realized that Goyle had entered his room. In an instant, Ulrich jumped up on the bed, which greatly frightened his friend. The brown-haired man went towards the exit and said that the captain was calling the guy to discuss the list of matches. Ulrich scratched his head and sighed sadly at being torn from his beautiful sleep. However, he understood that the captain would not call him just like that, so he got out of bed. The light outside the window indicated that the weather was pleasant and sunny. Around Horace's vast gladiator home were fertile wheat fields that shimmered with golden hues in the sun. Soon, Ulrich appeared in the captain's office. Horace looked at the gladiator who had arrived and said that they would have 5 fights, but he had to take one against the champion. Donovan suggested sending one of the gladiator's slaves to the champion for slaughter. Ulrich clearly didn't like this idea and asked why they couldn't go against him themselves. Donovan asked if the boy was really going to defeat a champion backed by nobles. Horace supported the guy and said that there are battles that they do not need to win, and that is exactly why they have slave warriors. The captain announced that their matches would be held in the first half, and then Donovan asked to compete against the arrogant gladiators. Horace smiled and said that there would be a 3-on-3 duel, and they would be matched against real gladiators. The captain said he would like to put both Donovan and Ulrich in this fight. Donovan replied that if the two of them went into the arena together, only one would return, and Ulrich said he didn't want to test that. Horace sighed and said that he was joking, but in reality, only Ulrich would go there. The captain told Ulrich to choose 2 partners, each of whom would receive 1.5 million sills. But Donovan was unhappy with this decision. Horace said that Donovan spoke last time, so now it's Ulrich's turn, but he can always refuse. However, Ulrich did not plan to refuse and even offered to take 1 slave in order to receive 2 million each with another gladiator. Horace asked who the boy planned to take on the team, and the barbarian immediately replied that he wanted to take Sven. The captain agreed, but on the condition that he pay 1.8 million, to which Ulrich agreed and said that he would take Sven and Goyle. Ulrich noticed that Horace was constantly writing something down. This is the first time the barbarian has seen something like this, because in his native lands, people communicate only orally and have no written language. Ulrich chuckled and thought about learning to write to learn more about the empire, but his gaze frightened both Horace and Donovan. The men didn't understand why the barbarian was looking at them like that. After some time in the Hypogum, Ulrich asked Sven why he still continued to live as a slave. The southerner took off his chains and said that he lived this way because Horace gave him a chance. Ulrich chuckled and asked if it had anything to do with the peak of blades. Sven replied that if it weren't for Horace, his soul would wander the earth. But Ulrich asked if the southerner had ever thought about returning to his family. Sven stopped at this question. The man's face reflected the anger and despair that comes from someone who has lost everything he had. Sven said that he no longer had a homeland or a family. The southerner said that as soon as the war began, his entire clan went east along with women and children. Sven stood up and said that the legends say that there are other lands in the east, and his ancestors reached these lands and returned. The southerner said that according to legend, People with absolutely black hair and eyes live in those lands. Goyle was surprised at first, but then said that Sven's ship ended up crashing and he became a slave, which made Ulrich laugh. The Southerner said they could laugh as much as they wanted, but now he just wanted to die in battle so he could go to the peak. Goyle said that everyone knows that the ocean ends at the edge of the world, so there are no lands there. The guy said that even if the Southerners had sailed to the end of the world, they would still have died. Goyle said that he came from a port city and therefore knew the ocean better, but Sven insisted that his people were better at building dracars. Ulrich asked why they were arguing, since he was sure that the ocean was not so big that their theories could not be tested. The barbarian suggested that the end of the world could be reached in a couple of days by swimming. Both gladiators attacked Ulrich, saying that the ocean was huge and very deep. At that moment, a guy who was wounded but still alive was carried out of the arena. Sven was distracted and said that it was their time to go out to fight. The hypogem fell silent for a while the gladiators prepared for battle. Ulrich fastened his favorite axes, which he always took with him to the battlefield, to his belt. The guy was haunted by thoughts about the end of the world. He wondered if there really was a cliff at the end of the ocean. Ulrich decided he couldn't be sure of that until he went there himself. The gates opened and 3 of Horus's gladiators stepped into the arena. They were accompanied by loud applause from the audience. The fighters were preparing for a battle that could be their last. Ulrich, in turn, thought that the world was huge and there was a lot to see in it. The barbarian looked at the sun while Goyle warmed up with his spear. Their opponents were much better protected than they were, and their weapons were more massive. To the cheers of the crowd, Goyle and Sven entered the fray. Meanwhile, Ulrich smiled broadly and thought that he would not die until he saw this whole world. The fight ended in favor of Horus's gladiators, and in honor of this, the captain held a celebration. Many people asked Ulrich to demonstrate his axe-throwing skills, and the guy did not want to refuse them. The ruler praised Horus for his new gladiator, who had all the inhabitants delighted. The gladiators continued to celebrate and drive the servants to a nervous breakdown with their behavior, but someone told them to stop. The ruler turned his attention to Trios, a man with long, curly brown hair, and asked what had happened. Trios said that his champion was also good with axes, so he wanted to show it to everyone. The man promised that the ruler would be much more pleased with his fighter's skills. Having not encountered a negative reaction from the master, Trios called over his fighter named Mogdi. The owner came up and said that his gladiator could do the same as the unknown warrior, but Mogdi doubted it. The gladiator understood that Ulrich was much stronger than him, so he knew that he could not do the same as him. Trios was clearly angry and said that Mogdi should not disgrace him. Ulrich watched this from the sidelines with a smile, biting into an apple that he had recently chopped up himself by throwing an axe at it. Goyle said that Mogdi could not refuse because the nobleman ordered him to do so. An apple was placed on the servant's head, and Mogdi, like Ulrich, had to hit the apple with an axe. And Ulrich thought that the servant would be lucky if everything worked out. Goyle asked why the boy was so confident, to which the barbarian replied that no one in these parts wielded axes better than him. Shaitan said that Mogdi could surprise Ulrich, because it was not for nothing that he became champion. However, the next moment, the axe crashed next to the servant without touching the apple. The fruit fell from the servant's head and rolled straight to Ulrich's feet. The guy picked up an apple from the floor and, looking at his opponent with a smile on his face, bit off a piece of the apple. Trios' behavior only earned him more condemnation from the nobles, as he had already destroyed his father's business in the past. The man was angry not only at all these foul-mouthed people, but also at his gladiator, whom he himself had forced to do something he was not sure of. Horus watched this from the sidelines and thought that Trios could become a big problem, and then they would get it too. The captain decided it was time to leave, so he approached Ulrich and Goyle, telling them it was time to go. Horus was concerned about Ulrich's lack of restraint, which could get them into trouble, so he sent the gladiators home. A couple of days later, the fights took place again, but this time Ulrich did not take part in them, but was only a spectator. Goyle was surprised to find a barbarian on the platform and asked what he was doing there, since it was Donovan's turn to fight today. Ulrich watched as Mogdi fought the lions in the arena and couldn't understand why Trios would send his fighter to his death because of one miss. Goyle came closer and said that there were many gladiators, so the master could buy himself another fighter. Ulrich watched Mogdi and said that the boy was not in the best condition, because the gentleman was clearly angry with him. The barbarian said that judging by his movements, the gladiator had a broken left arm and one leg. Goyle was surprised that Ulrich was able to determine the fighter's injuries from such a distance. Soon the stands were filled with applause and roars. This fight had an expected outcome. and now the lions were tearing the gladiator apart. Goyle said that the next fight would be with Donovan, but Ulrich did not listen to him and ate the food that the merchant brought. Donovan, despite his character, always fights calmly and never takes risks, thereby sucking the strength out of the enemy like a snake. Ulrich ate what he bought and said that it was time to go home, since there was nothing to see here, which greatly surprised Goyle. Shaitan asked the boy if he wanted to watch Donovan fight, but Ulrich replied that he wanted to eat instead. After some time, the gladiators, led by their captains, set off on a long journey. The sun was gradually setting towards the horizon, but now it illuminated the golden field as brightly as never before. Horus began to yawn, and Ulrich told him that if he continued like this, he would definitely fall off his horse. The captain said he was just bored and then asked Ulrich to tell him where he was from, but the boy said they could assume he had fallen from the sky. Horus thought about it and said that he didn't really care what the boy's background was. The man said that over the course of 10 years he had met many gladiators. Horus admitted that among all the gladiators, Ulrich stood out, as if he was truly special. The captain said that he didn't think the boy was the kind of man who would spend the rest of his life as a gladiator. Ulrich said that the captain was exaggerating, because he was just a barbarian who had hardly seen the world. However, Horus said that the guy was the same barbarian who, in just 3 months, achieved influence like Donovan. Ulrich did not answer this and only looked at the field sown with golden wheat. After a while, Ulrich said that he really liked this place. The captain chuckled and said he wouldn't have thought the guy liked that. Ulrich said that this was precisely why he wanted to take over this land. But these words made Horus wary. The captain looked at the boy and noticed that his face was relaxed and did not express anger or a thirst for power. Horus scratched his head and said that if the boy earned a lot of money, he would be able to buy himself a piece of land somewhere. The captain wondered if he was doing the right thing by dragging this barbarian along with him, and promised himself that upon arriving in the city, he would go to the priest. After a while, Ulrich got tired and asked how long it would be until they reached the ocean, to which Horus replied that they would not be in the port city for a long time. The barbarian changed the subject and asked if the captain could read and write, to which he answered in the affirmative. Ulrich smiled and asked Horus to teach him how to write. The captain said that writing cannot be learned in one day, and then Ulrich said that he was not asking for this for nothing. Horus became interested and asked what the boy would give him in return. Ulrich said the man could take 10% of his bet. The boy bowed his head and asked if the captain agreed to this proposal. However, Horus simply rode past him without saying anything. But soon the captain turned to Ulrich and told him to come see him after dinner, and then he would teach him to write his name. Ulrich was pleased with this answer and with renewed strength set off on his way, following the group. The detachment walked until late in the evening, and when it began to get dark, they set up camp. The servants prepared food for all the participants of the expedition and were busy setting up tents. After Ulrich had eaten his fill, he went to his long-awaited lesson with Horus, but his friends suggested that he play dice once. The guy brushed them off and said he didn't have the money for it. The gladiators laughed at the boy for spending all his money on language lessons and said that the boy would make a bad scholar. Ulrich got angry and said that this scientist was going to give them a beating. Soon the boy returned to searching for Horus. The boy was walking through the forest to a remote part of the camp when he heard a rustling sound. Ulrich stopped for a few moments and began to peer into the impenetrable darkness of the forest. Soon the guy decided that he had just imagined it and moved on. Ulrich approached the largest tent and told the guards that he had come to the captain's lesson, after which he was told to go behind the tent. Horus sat by the fire and asked why the boy wanted to learn to write, since it would be of no use to him. Ulrich replied that only he could decide whether these skills were necessary, and the captain did not argue with this. The man told the guy to sit down next to him and admitted that Ulrich was a pretty special guy. Ulrich took the wand in his hands and said that they had better get started with the lesson. Horus silently began to write letters on the ground with a stick, one after another. At the end, the captain said that if Ulrich could remember all these letters and learn to write his name, then that would be good. For some time in the darkness of the night next to the burning fire, the captain taught the boy the alphabet. Ulrich tried to write out the letters one by one, under clear corrections and instructions from Horus. Soon, the captain asked if the boy had really never been able to read or write. Ulrich asked if he would then spend so much money on these lessons. The captain, in turn, was shocked that the boy was able to remember all these letters after repeating them once. Ulrich tried to write his name himself, and Horus was surprised that the boy got it right the first time. The barbarian smiled and said that at this rate he would quickly learn everything, since writing turned out not to be as difficult as he expected. Now the captain was convinced that the guy really did have a phenomenal memory. Horus had heard that barbarians learned to write very quickly, but he never expected to see it in person. Ulrich gradually began to write the names of different weapons and asked how to write an axe correctly, after which the captain prompted him. Time passed slowly, and the guards began to yawn from fatigue after a long day on the road. However, they relaxed too early, because at that moment an arrow flew into one of the guys' heads. A fire started in the camp and panic ensued. All the gladiators were immediately awakened, but everyone was left wondering who in their right mind could attack a group of gladiators. Horus and Ulrich joined everyone, and the captain said that they were caught in an ambush. The man didn't understand how they could have been attacked, but Ulrich tried to bring him to his senses and told him that he needed to hide. The guy led the captain behind a tree and tried to determine where the enemy was shooting from. Because the light from the fire contrasted sharply with the darkness of the forest, Ulrich could not see well. Ulrich understood that his main goal was to protect Horus, because if he died, the entire group would fall apart. The guy turned his gaze to the captain, who had recently been sitting quietly behind a tree. Ulrich saw that an arrow had struck Horus in the neck, and now the man was gasping for breath, tears streaming from his eyes. The guy tried to examine the man in an attempt to help him, but it was all in vain. The arrow went deep into the throat and nothing can be done about it. Ulrich turned to the captain and said that he should listen to him carefully. Horus was in a panic, but the boy insisted that he calm down and look him in the eyes. When the captain stopped resisting, Ulrich said that he would soon die. The guy said it was time to pray to his god. Ulrich looked into his teacher's eyes and said that he should calm down and accept death with dignity. The boy squeezed the medallion with the sun in Horus's hand and said that people in their faith are reborn. Ulrich asked the captain to return to their world so they could meet again. The guy said that the man had nothing to fear and promised that everything would be fine. Ulrich told the captain that he came from the tribe beyond the Celestial Mountains. The guy said that there were other settlements beyond the mountains and many people like him lived there. Ulrich stained his face with Horus's blood and promised on behalf of his tribe that none of the attackers would survive until dawn. The captain looked at the guy in surprise and even forgot for a moment that he would soon die. Ulrich said that Horus could die with peace of mind, for his death would be avenged. After a while, the captain became quiet. Ulrich stayed with Horus until his last breath and looked very angry. The guy covered the man's eyes and stood up. Ulrich headed towards the burning camp. He will not go back on his words and will definitely fulfill his promise. Ulrich was seriously determined to destroy all the attackers who were responsible for the captain's death. Meanwhile, unrest continued in the camp. Donovan, as Horus's chief gladiator, tried to take control. He dragged the wounded away from the fire and ordered the remaining gladiators to don their armor and take up arms. Donovan ordered the 3 gladiators to take 2 fighters with them and run to the higher ground to begin the attack. The rest were to distract the enemy, while Donovan and 2 other gladiators went on reconnaissance. The guy moved away from the burning camp and hid in ambush. They don't know the exact number of opponents and are at a disadvantage. Anyone else would have retreated by now, but after such a vile attack, Donovan will never run away from these scoundrels. The guy found a squad of archers and was going to neutralize them in order to protect his guys from the air danger. Donovan decided that there weren't that many attackers. Otherwise, they would have already surrounded them and overwhelmed them with numbers. Having waited for the right moment, the boy ordered a gladiator named Gyges to throw a spear at the archers. After this, the rest of the gladiators also joined the fight. Donovan was at the forefront and fought for his brothers. The guy didn't know who attacked them, but he didn't care who they were or where they were from, because now he had a goal: to kill them all. Among the attackers, Donovan spotted Trios, who was giving orders and promising the fighters double pay. The boy reported this to his brothers in arms and asked why the man attacked them. One of the gladiators suggested that Trios blamed them for his disgrace. Donovan knew his best bet was to take Trios hostage, but the man was hiding in the rear, out of their reach. The worst part was that most of Horus's slaves and cowardly gladiators had already fled the camp. Donovan saw out of the corner of his eye how Sven mercilessly chopped down his opponents one after another with his axes, laughing loudly. For a moment, Donovan wondered if he should have run away with everyone else. At that moment, a heartbreaking scream was heard from the outskirts of the camp. Donovan turned in that direction and saw Ulrich, who was standing with his back to him and chopping down his opponents. Goyle smiled and turned to the barbarian and said that he thought that the guy had already run away a long time ago. Ulrich turned to him with a serious face, continuing to fight, and said that he would never run away from a battle. Having fought off the enemies surrounding him, the barbarian smiled. Donovan told Ulrich that they were attacked by Trios, whom they met at the celebration after the gladiator fight. The boy ordered the barbarian to grab the man, but Ulrich didn't like it at all. The barbarian threw an axe towards Donovan, asking what right he had to give him orders. The brunette did not expect such a reaction and froze in place. Ulrich threw the axe with such force that Donovan did not have time to dodge. However, the weapon flew very close to the guy and, without touching him, hit the head of the enemy who was hiding behind his back. Donovan turned and looked in shock at the man who could kill him. Ulrich said the guy should be paying attention to what's going on behind his back, not giving him orders. After this, the barbarian left the gladiators and walked through the burning forest towards his enemy. There was an evil grin on Ulrich's face that did not bode well. The guy broke into the enemy ranks and killed them one after another. In one hand, the guy held a sword made of imperial steel and in the other an axe. Ulrich stubbornly broke through to the rear to find the culprit of this incident. Many warriors ran to the sides, afraid of being killed, but the barbarian still reached them. The closer Ulrich got, the more despair Trios looked. The barbarian looked closely at the man and said that they had met before. Ulrich grabbed the man by the shoulders and hit him in the head with his head. The nobleman went limp in his arms, losing consciousness. At that very moment, all of Trios's fighters threw their weapons to the ground, surrendering to the enemy. After some time, Trios came to his senses when Horus's gladiators tied up all the remaining surviving opponents. The man promised to pay them as much as they wanted, because he had enough money to pay for his life. Donovan thought about accepting this offer, because Trios definitely had a lot of money and he would not skimp on it in his life. Goyle supported him, saying that they were still a gladiator group, so they couldn't kill a nobleman. However, the guy noticed that Ulrich did not participate in the conversation at all and kept his distance. The barbarian approached Trios and told Goyle that they were no longer gladiators since Horus was dead. Ulrich extended his hand towards the nobleman, causing him to tremble with fear. The barbarian pierced Trios with his sword and said that he swore to the captain to avenge him. Goyle was horrified that Ulrich dared to kill a nobleman. The gladiators decided that they needed to get rid of all the witnesses, but they began to beg to be released, promising that they would not tell anyone anything. Goyle said that they must kill all the witnesses, and besides, they are enemies of each other, so they do not care about their lives. When the attackers were dealt with, Donovan ordered all the bodies to be thrown into a pile and burned. The gladiators burned their fellow gladiators separately, chanting a prayer over the common ashes. They prayed to the sun and asked it to take the souls of the dead with open arms. Ulrich watched this from the sidelines, not daring to disturb the peace of the believers in the sun god. The boy was told that after death, souls will return to the center of the sun, be purified, and then be reborn. Ulrich knew that Horus believed this too, so the question of whether the captain would be reborn swirled around in his head. Previously, Ulrich consoled his dying brothers by saying that their souls would meet in the world of dead souls beyond the heavenly mountain. However, now the guy is here, but the souls of the dead brothers are not here and are not anywhere at all. During his stay beyond the heavenly mountain, Ulrich encountered several theories from different faiths. Some believe in the reincarnation of the sun god, others in the peak of blades. However, for Ulrich, this is all empty words, because he has seen from his own experience how legends can lie. After some time, the remnants of Horus's force gathered together to decide what to do next. Someone suggested dividing the money and going their separate ways, but Goyle said that not everyone had earned enough money, and they also had wounded who needed care. During this difficult conversation, time passed surprisingly quickly. The first rays of the morning sun began to fall through the treetops to the ground, illuminating the greenery covered in blood. It seemed that even the birds weren't singing that morning. At some point, Ulrich seemed to wake up from a slumber and turned his attention to the remnants of the group. The former gladiators continued their conversation, which seemed like it would never lead to a concrete solution. Ulrich also thought about what to do next, and the idea of becoming a mercenary came to his mind. After some time, the team decided to stay together and become mercenaries, and 4 days passed. Ulrich kept complaining about being hungry and was already waiting for their plan to progress. Goyle reassured him and said that no one would hire a small, unknown group, so they should be patient. Ulrich said that this was all nonsense, and now they were not making any money at all. Goyle agreed with him, because out of 22 people in the group, none of them knew how to count, so the money was going down the drain. Ulrich said that Horus was extremely important to them, but he still wanted to move forward, so he turned to a guy named Sam. Ulrich asked if the information they received was true, to which the guy replied that he would personally twist the head of the one who lied to them for such a large sum. They were told that Count Deggleton and Count Melando would soon begin a war for territory. The battle must take place on this field, as it is the only one in the area suitable for fighting, so they have been waiting here for 4 days. Goyle turned to Ulrich and said that if this plan failed, many of the guys would surely leave. The barbarian chuckled and said that Donovan would most likely take the leading position again. Goyle assumed that Donovan had agreed to form a mercenary group to eventually capture her. Ulrich looked at the brunette who was resting to the side and said that maybe he should become the leader because he was good at giving orders. Goyle wondered why Donovan didn't stay in the army and decided to live as a simple mercenary. However, Ulrich no longer paid attention to him and sat opposite the fire on which meat was roasting. When the food was ready, the guy gave the order for everyone to gather for lunch. Just as they were all about to gather for dinner, one of the boys ran up and said that the Count's armies were approaching. The guys stood frozen in their seats, without even touching their food, complaining about the untimely visit. However, all the boys decided that this matter was more important, so they threw down the food. Ulrich ordered everyone to put on their gear, and once the job was done, he would feed them all to the brim. While everyone was gathering, Ulrich, who became the new captain of the group, climbed the hill and assessed the number of soldiers. The boy looked closely at the Count's troops, noting their numbers and advantages over each other. Ulrich said that the army on the right had a red bear, and the army on the left had 3 golden tridents. On the right was Count Degelton, and on the left, Count Milando, and each had about 100 soldiers. Ulrich concluded that they could squeeze in on either side. By this time, the group had already gathered and prepared for action. Ulrich came out to them and said that it was time to carry out their plan. Meanwhile, Count Milando complained about the treachery of Degelton, who had come to the territories that had been purchased by his grandfather and had been in Milando's possession for 2 generations. The assistant referred to the fact that this territory, according to all documents, belongs to Count Degelton. Milando cited the fact that the records of the purchase of these lands were long lost, so they could not prove anything. The man said they could only hope for God's justice. The aide said the counties have roughly the same population and size, so they should be equal. Milando said that in that case, the sun would be on their side. When the Count was making his rounds of the camp, one of the patrolmen reported that someone had arrived. Sam was sent to negotiate with Milando, who introduced the Count to their group of mercenaries and told him that they were nearby. The Count asked who their leader was, and the boy told him about Ulrich, a former gladiator of Horus. Milando said he had never heard of such a thing, but he was curious how many men the mercenaries had. Sam reported that they have 22 war veterans with extensive combat experience. The assistant told the Count that experienced mercenaries were not much different from trained soldiers, so these people would be more than enough to change the course of the battle. Milando asked why he should trust some unknown mercenaries who appeared just before the battle. Sam stopped smiling and said that if they refused, the mercenaries would simply side with Count Degelton. Count Milando did not like these words at all, because if these people were to benefit the enemy, they would lose. Sam pointed towards the enemy camp and said that negotiations were currently taking place there too. Count Milando drew his sword and held it to the boy's throat, asking what right he had to threaten him. Sam was already cursing himself for agreeing to negotiate because the extra payment wasn't worth it. The mercenary quickly stepped aside and said that since Count Milando was not interested in their services, he would go back. The Count understood that if he did not lure the mercenaries to his side, they would become his enemies. After a few seconds, Milando stopped Sam and asked how much they wanted for their services. Soon, the negotiations were concluded, and the ambassadors returned from the Counts with news. Ulrich gave the guys a little time to catch their breath, then asked how the negotiations had gone. Sam said that Count Milando was offering 1,000,000 sills per man and would also give them an advantage in dividing the spoils. The second messenger, named William, said that Count Degelton was offering 2,000,000 per man and promised to pay extra for their skills on the battlefield. Goyle said that the second Count's terms were much more favorable, and they would be able to take the loot without special permission. The guy also noted that selling loot takes a long time, so it's worth taking it in cash right away and paying Degelton twice as much. Ulrich listened to his brothers and said that in that case, they would go after Degelton. However, Sven, sitting a little further away, said that he was against this idea. The southerner rose from the ground and walked closer to the group, saying that they should side with Milando. Ulrich asked why he thought so, to which Sven replied that Degelton would most likely not pay them 2,000,000. Even though Degelton is a count, this is a significant expense for a count with a small territory. Moreover, the man clearly wanted to lure them in by promising to pay them extra if they showed themselves in battle. Ulrich understood what Sven was talking about and assumed that the Count simply wouldn't want to pay that kind of money to an unknown group of mercenaries. Donovan agreed that Milando's offer sounded more realistic, since 22,000,000 was not a critical amount for him. Sven said that Degelton would refuse to pay after more, and more likely, would simply kill them. The Southerner also noted that the war started because of Degelton, which means he is most likely not clean. Ulrich said that Sven's arguments convinced him, so he decided to ask who else was for Count Melando. Everyone unanimously raised their hands, listening to the opinion of the most experienced warrior. Ulrich nevertheless decided to give those who disagreed the opportunity to speak out while he was giving time for this. However, no one objected to the captain's decision. Ulrich smiled and said that in that case they could begin. The mercenaries took up their weapons and went to Melando's troops under the leadership of Ulrich. Meanwhile, Count Degelton in his camp laughed at Melando, who was hoping to be saved by a few mercenaries. The enemy did not know that on Degelton's side was the captain of another group of mercenaries, who was his half-brother. Walking next to the count was a guy named Alrian, who said that at first he also didn't believe that the captain of the Silver Lions was related to Degelton. The guy was glad that thanks to this, they had 20 more invincible soldiers on their side. Alrian was confident that victory was on their side, because several unknown mercenaries would not be able to defeat experienced warriors. The boy asked if the Silver Lions were really that famous, to which the count nodded affirmatively. Degelton said he was no less surprised, since the captain of the Lions was his father's illegitimate son, who had run away 10 years ago. Alrian shielded the count with himself, asking him to step aside, as arrows would soon be flying. Degelton thought about the fact that they had quite a few archers and that this would need to be corrected. The count mounted his horse and told Alrian that he would give all these lands to him. The man smiled and said that this war was for Alrian's sake. Soon the battle began. Melando's soldiers began to panic when they saw Degelton's forces, as they were supposed to be equal in numbers. The count thought that their reconnaissance had failed, and if they had not hired mercenaries, the battle would have ended immediately. However, there are not many armored people among the mercenaries, which means they will not be able to fully resist equipped people. Soon, the main forces of the two counts clashed in a fierce battle. Ulrich told the brothers that they were facing the left and right flanks, so it was time to move into battle. Sven joyfully exclaimed that this was the first war in many years, so he would fight with all his might. The Southerner hoped that today he would be sent to the Peak of Blades, but he himself did not intend to surrender. Ulrich lingered behind for a moment, watching Sven's excitement. The Southerner was not at all afraid of death, because he really wanted to go to the mythical place from the legends of his people. Donovan shouted as Sven broke through the enemy lines and ordered the others to support the man. Seeing the enraged Southerner, one of the farmers fighting for Count Degelton began to beg for mercy. The boy didn't understand why they had to die for the good of the lords. The assistant informed Count Degelton that enemy mercenaries were disrupting the formation of their troops. The count replied that he himself saw this, and therefore ordered Alrian to send a detachment of heavy troops to meet them. The guy carried out the order, and the squad, equipped with armor, entered the battle. Ulrich fought actively alongside his brothers and immediately drew attention to the new arrivals. The boy had never seen what elite soldiers looked like before, so he was impressed. Ulrich asked God to grant them life and victory. Donovan was not distracted and fought with all his might, just as he once fought in the army. Goyle kissed the Sun Medallion and said that they would survive if God was on their side. Sven furiously rushed into the thick of the battle, remaining invincible to his opponents. Despite the fact that many of the former gladiators did not take part in combat, they worked well together as a group. In this battle, Ulrich primarily wielded a sword made of imperial steel. The guy felt that in these moments, death was closer than ever. Ulrich looked into the eyes of the enemy and understood that these warriors would never surrender until they were completely killed. When fighting against such warriors, you always need to be sure and leave no one alive. Having dealt with another enemy, Ulrich noticed movement behind him. One of the enemy's heavy warriors threw a spear at him. However, Ulrich easily dodged it without even turning to face his opponent. The barbarian shouted to the enemy that he had almost hit him, but the warrior was in shock. He didn't understand how Ulrich could dodge the spear while standing with his back to it. The barbarian said that the enemy's senses were dulled by their helmets. Ulrich rushed towards him and said that he could just consider it intuition. The barbarian swung his sword and said that intuition is vital for any warrior. Meanwhile, Count Degelton was slowly but surely succumbing to panic as they continued to be pressured. Alrian said that the enemy side had incredible warriors, which is why their formation was broken. Count Degelton thought only that he could not retreat so shamefully. At this moment, Ulrich finally broke through the line and began to rapidly approach the Count. The soldiers tried their best to stop the barbarian, but he was too fast. They did not have time to grab him, since he seemed to anticipate their intentions before they could touch him. Ulrich saw a man in expensive armor in the crowd and assumed that this was Count Degelton. The barbarian knew they needed the man alive, so he threw the axe with the aim of knocking him out with a blow of the handle. However, his plans were disrupted when Alrian jumped out in front of the Count. As the final target point changed, the axe sank firmly into the boy's chest, piercing his armor. The Count was furious about what had happened and called for Alrian, who was still conscious. With his last strength, the boy looked at Deggleton and asked him to run, after which he confessed his love to him. Deggleton, with tears in his eyes, promised that he would avenge Alrian no matter what the cost. Soon, the Count disappeared from the battlefield with several soldiers. Ulrich approached the dead Alrian and took the axe from him. The barbarian was saddened that Deggleton was able to escape. However, he soon shouted loudly to his opponents that their leader had fled like a coward. Soon, the troops of Count Deggleton surrendered, and victory was on the side of Count Melando. As deep night fell on the streets, Ulrich went out onto the battlefield again. The guy walked past the corpses of soldiers, thinking about his own thoughts. Ulrich wondered what had become of the souls of each of the fallen. He wondered if they had reached the sun god and if they would be reborn. Ulrich was sure of only one thing, that in the end, only death awaited them. Meanwhile, Count Deggleton returned to his possessions and mourned Alrian. The man asked the sun god if he had accepted the boy into his abode. Deggleton asked when Alrian would be reborn and returned to him. The Count could find no consolation and said that life had no meaning without Alrian. The man became angry when someone entered the hall because he had ordered no one to enter. His elder brother Garzio, captain of the Silver Lions, came to him and said that it was time for his brother to give up these lands. The man said that this land was not worth any more bloodshed, so it would be wiser for Deggleton to sign a peace treaty. However, the Count refused this, saying that he must avenge Alrian's death. Garzio immediately realized that the boy was his brother's lover, and this made Deggleton shudder. The elder brother replied that their father also knew about it, but preferred to remain silent since Deggleton had married a woman. The Count asked Garzio to lend him the Silver Lions, because with their help he would certainly achieve victory. The elder brother said that even though he was the leader of the mercenaries, they did not obey him but money, so Deggleton had to pay for their services. The Count replied that these territories were not so valuable as to warrant giving mercenaries so much money, so he could only afford 20 men. However, Deggleton was not going to spare money for the sake of places, so he tossed coins to his brother, saying that he was hiring all the Silver Lions. The Count asked his brother to help him take revenge. Garzio replied that his younger brother's enemy was also his enemy, so he would split the payment between them equally. Soon, news of the hiring of the Silver Lions reached Count Melando. Having learned that the enemy had such power on his side, the assistant advised the Count to sell these lands peacefully in order to escape alive. However, the final decision remained with Count Melando. The man could only think that if they lost these lands too, the next Count of Melando might lose his status as a nobleman. The Count understands that if they lose the battle, the county will not recover from the blow even after generations, because the reparations and expenses for the war will cost the title of nobleman. However, Melando is confident that Deggleton is in the same position, so he is not going to give up. At that moment, Ulrich entered the hall accompanied by his mercenaries and said that the war was not over yet. The Count smiled, saying that he had not expected them to stay after the news of the Silver Lions. Ulrich asked Goyle if the lions were really that strong, much to Melando's surprise, who believed that mercenary groups should know each other. The barbarian said that he didn't need to know about the Silver Lions, as it was much better to meet them in person. Goyle told Ulrich that these mercenaries were indeed very strong, because rumors do not appear out of nowhere. Count Melando asked if the mercenaries would support him if he decided to engage in battle, but Ulrich looked at his men, waiting for their answer. Sven happily agreed, foreshadowing the departure to the Peak of Blades, and Goyle said that he still had no other choice. Donovan was skeptical, because he, like no one else, understood that the Silver Lions were in no way inferior in strength to a real army. The guy said that these mercenaries participate in wars more often than they sleep, and their teamwork and warfare skills are heads above theirs. Ulrich chuckled and asked if Donovan was the only one who had decided to avoid a deadly battle. The brunette replied that only barbarians do not understand when it is necessary to avoid a mortal battle. Goyle reminded Donovan that their team was majority ruled, so he had no choice. The brunette nudged Goyle and said that he knew all this even without Ulrich's servant. Ulrich no longer listened to them and answered Count Melando that they would support him. After a while, they went out into the field to discuss strategy, and Melando's assistant said that the entire area was open land, so it would be difficult to defend. In order to protect themselves, soldiers build fences that should slow down the enemy. However, they did not have time to build a decent defense because the construction took much longer than they expected. Ulrich took a walk around the area and then approached his advisors and said he had a great idea. The guys said that they would hide in ambush and wait for Count Degelton to appear, after which they would capture him. However, the men were categorically against it, because they were in a territory where there was no place for an ambush. Ulrich said that this was not true, because he himself found a good place for an ambush while patrolling the area. The advisor reiterated that there is no such place, and even local residents can confirm this. Ulrich got fed up with this and grabbed the man by the lapels, telling him that he was not lying to him. The advisor became frightened and asked what place he was talking about, and then the barbarian pointed to a field of manure. The men came closer to the place, and Count Melando said with disgust that this is where they dump all the manure for the farms. Ulrich walked through the manure and said that it wasn't deep, but if they covered themselves in mud and lay on their stomachs, no one would notice them, so they could attack Degelton. The advisor turned to the Count, and not without disgust, admitted that the boy was speaking correctly. Ulrich decided to start by recruiting volunteers, and then asked for a show of hands from those who would be willing to do this for an additional fee. The guy, surrounded by flies, waved his hand with a smile on his face, while the other mercenaries could barely hold back the urge to vomit. The first one agreed with great joy, Sven, while Goyle was thinking that if he lay down in this manure, he would definitely die from the plague. Ulrich became upset and said that for this plan they would need at least 5 people and preferably 7 or 8. Donovan knew few people would dare to do this, so he gave in and raised his hand, volunteering. The brunette called Sam, William, and Byron to follow him, who clearly had a negative attitude towards this idea. Donovan said the ambush was a crucial part of the plan and couldn't be left to just any farmers. The mercenaries began to smear themselves with manure, and in the meantime, a soldier ran up to the Count with urgent news. The boy reported that Count Degelton's army was approaching. Count Melando said that the siege would begin soon. Soon, the warriors of Melando took up their defensive positions and prepared to attack the enemy with arrows. Goyle watched this and noted that Count Degelton's soldiers were indeed numerous. For a few moments, the guy considered whether he should have followed Donovan's advice and left before it was too late. Priests helped Melando's soldiers pray before battle, asking God for help and salvation. Goyle looked at this and thought how ironic it all was. Both sides believe in the same God, but this does not stop them from asking him for help and waging war against each other. Goyle wondered if the gods had favorites whom he helped. Soon, Degelton's warriors approached the defensive walls of Melando, and Goyle said that it was time to act. The boy urged Melando's soldiers to fight to the last drop of blood. Meanwhile, the Silver Lions did not waste time and advanced. A fierce battle began, in which everyone felt for themselves who the Silver Lions were. Goyle thought that this was not a siege, but rather a real meat grinder. The guy understood that things were bad, because the enemy had already begun to push them back, outgunning them with equipment. Their best warriors are now lying in ambush with Ulrich, so they simply don't have enough strength. Goyle was beginning to worry that at this rate they would all be killed. The guy hoped that Ulrich would capture Count Degelton as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Donovan, covered in manure, threatened Ulrich with violence, while the captain seemed not to feel any discomfort. The barbarian took a closer look and said that Count Degelton was on a horse, surrounded by 8 soldiers in plate armor. Ulrich drew his bow, and Donovan told him that if Degelton escaped, they were all finished. The barbarian understood that this time he would not allow the Count to escape from him. Ulrich took aim for a moment, then released the bowstring. The arrow struck the neck of the horse on which Count Degelton was sitting, killing the animal instantly. The man ended up on the ground, and the soldiers became alarmed, trying to protect the Count. At that moment, the mercenaries emerged from the pile of manure and rushed into battle. All the warriors were determined. Ulrich chuckled as he met Count Degelton's gaze. The man immediately recognized the barbarian who had killed Alrian, causing him to freeze in horror. Ulrich threw the axe and said that this time there was no one to save the Count. However, Garzio was next to his brother and immediately drew his sword. With one clear blow, the man knocked the axe aside, shielding his younger brother. Garzio admitted that it was a remarkable idea, as even he hadn't expected an ambush from there. Ulrich came closer and grinned, saying that the man was not yet an old man, but he already had gray hair. Garzio assumed he had encountered the mercenaries who had turned the tide of the last battle. But this time, Count Melando was doomed. The man promised that if Ulrich and his men surrendered, he would accept each of them into the Silver Lions, but the barbarian refused the offer. Ulrich said that he would never submit to people weaker than him. Garzio chuckled and said that he felt very sorry for the nameless mercenary. After this, Ulrich and Garzio met in battle. The barbarian immediately felt that the man not only knew how to speak, but also knew how to fight. However, Ulrich understood that he had no other choice but to go on a direct attack. Garzio assumed that the boy would want to end the fight faster than his allies would be killed. The man gave Ulrich the opportunity to strike at his sides, since the armor protected him well, and thus Garzio would be able to strike his opponent in the head. The barbarian quickly responded to the man's attacks, not giving him the opportunity to inflict even one wound. At some point, Garzio spotted a good moment to attack. The man turned his side, forcing the boy to open up, confident that the enemy's sword would not be able to pierce his armor. However, Garzio was wrong, as Ulrich's blow managed to pierce his ribs. The man immediately realized that the guy had a sword made of imperial steel. Garzio said that he would never have thought that a simple mercenary could have such a sword, so he was interested in Ulrich. The barbarian chuckled and said that he heard the man's bones crunch and assumed it was quite painful. Garzio glanced at Degelton, knowing that time was on his side, but still, it was time to act. The man shouted at his younger brother to run without looking back, because his life was much more important. Ulrich glanced at Count Degelton and rushed after him. Garzio shouted to the soldiers to stop the barbarian who ran after the count. However, Ulrich was much faster than them, so in an instant he was next to Degelton. At the last moment, the man turned his head towards the barbarian, after which he was grabbed. Ulrich grabbed Count Degelton by the hair and said that he had finally caught him. The man tried to break free from his grip, but Ulrich told him to order his men to retreat. Count Degelton blamed the barbarian for Alrian's death and swore that he would never surrender. While Garzio watched all this from the sidelines, Ulrich was angered by Degelton's behavior, so he decided to spend some time convincing him that he was right. A couple of minutes later, the barbarian once again told the count to order his warriors to retreat. Ulrich held the head of the beaten Degelton, who begged his older brother for help. Garzio took out his dagger and said that he simply had no choice. The man began to aim towards his younger brother and Ulrich. Ulrich immediately took cover behind Count Degelton, thinking that no matter how accurate Garzio was, he still wouldn't hit him. A few moments later, the leader of the Silver Lions threw a knife. Ulrich immediately read its trajectory and frowned. The barbarian didn't even need to dodge because Garzio's target was Count Degelton. When his younger brother was finished, Garzio threw down his sword. The man asked Ulrich to take him to Count Milando to discuss a peace agreement. The guy fulfilled his request in order to stop the battle as quickly as possible. Upon his return, Count Milando asked Ulrich what had happened, and the boy replied that Degelton was dead and that his brother would soon take over the family. The count was angry because he had said that Degelton should not be killed, but Ulrich said that his older brother had killed the man. Milando turned to the man and said that he could not believe that the captain of the Silver Lions, Garzio, had betrayed his own brother. Garzio asked with a grin if the count wished to continue this battle and warned that his mercenaries would not stop and would plunder all these lands. Milando said Degelton had a young son, but Garzio said that wouldn't be a problem if he married his late brother's wife. Milando said that if everyone knew that it was Garzio who killed his own brother, no one would recognize him as count. The man replied that he would not allow these rumors to spread prematurely. Garzio said that he was ready to give up all rights to these lands and sign the treaty right now if they forgot about the stupid mistakes of his younger brother. The man extended his hand and offered to become good neighbors again. Ulrich watched this silently from the sidelines and understood that the people here were not fighting for family or brothers, but were betraying because of greed and power. Count Milando shook Garzio's hand and said that he would assume that the previous count had fallen from his horse and died. Ulrich sighed and turned away so as not to witness this conspiracy. The guy thought civilized politics was incredibly boring. After some time, the troops dispersed, and it was time to patch up the wounds. At the general camp, Garzio met Ulrich and said that it would be nice to introduce ourselves to each other, because after such a battle it was well deserved. The barbarian introduced himself and thought that if they were in a different situation, he would have killed the man on the spot. Garzio said that Ulrich would soon gain a reputation as a warrior equal in strength to the Silver Lions themselves. The man said that now there will be no end to the orders. Ulrich turned to Garzio and asked if the man had really planned to kill his brother from the start. The guy said that if the man wanted to protect his brother, he would have told him to stay close, but he told him to run. Ulrich immediately realized that Garzio had literally allowed him to seize the count. The man smiled and thought that the guy was extremely smart and would go far if he wasn't killed along the way. Garzio sighed and said that Ulrich wouldn't be able to understand him anyway. The man said that since childhood, everyone had told him that an illegitimate son would never become a count. Garzio was told from the beginning that this was his destiny, but now things are different. He came back here and managed to overcome his destiny without anyone's help. Garzio was not lying. Ulrich really could not understand him, because he did not think that the title of Count was so important as to kill his own brother. And yet now the guy couldn't do anything about it. Ulrich turned around and said that he would remember Garzio's name so that the next time they met, he could kill him with his own hands. At this point, their conversation ended and the guy left. In the evening, a feast was held in honor of the victory, and Count Melando proposed a drink to the mercenaries thanks to whom they had won. Goyle, his wounds bandaged, sat down next to Ulrich and said that he liked the Lord, but the barbarian did not understand what was so good about him. Shaitan said that Count Melando does not extort exorbitant taxes from his subjects and only takes what is needed. Goyle said that he fled his homeland because he almost died of hunger there. The boys heard a bard compose a song about them, but many of the facts were either distorted or embellished. Ulrich drew attention to this, but Goyle reassured him, saying that bards always lie. The mercenaries really liked this song, which glorified Ulrich and his mercenaries. So the songs and dances continued almost all night. After a while, Ulrich got tired of this noise and went to a more secluded place, but Count Melando found him there. The man said that he had ordered the bards to sing these songs in other cities as well, to which Ulrich said that this was very generous of him. Melando laughed and said that it was nothing compared to what Ulrich and his guys had done for him. The Count asked the boy if he was striving for a peaceful life, but the barbarian did not understand what exactly he was talking about. Melando offered the boy part of his land and promised that he would not take taxes on it for the rest of his life. The man said that the boy should marry a good woman and live here, and in return, the Count asked for protection. Ulrich immediately remembered his conversation with Horus, when he said that he would like to own lands. The guy rubbed his head and said that it was a great offer, and he didn't even expect that, but asked what would happen to the rest of the mercenaries then. Melando said he didn't have much land, but he could share it with 3 or at most 4 mercenaries. Ulrich said he refused, and then admitted that he had never planned to accept the offer. The Count was surprised, because he thought that all mercenaries dreamed of a peaceful life. Melando asked why Ulrich had decided to refuse his offer. The guy thought about it and compared it to why the stars and the moon shine at night, and why the sun always rises at sunrise. There are many mysteries in this world that he doesn't know yet. After some time, Ulrich said that he simply had a completely different dream. Several days passed, during which Ulrich's team reached a large city. They stayed at an inn where they rented several rooms in which they lived together. On his first night in the new place, Ulrich again dreamed of his native lands. This time he imagined himself at a very young age. The boy ran through the mountains with an axe in his hands. The sun was shining brightly, illuminating the green expanses with lots of rocks. The boy stopped to catch his breath. His attention was drawn to the heavenly mountain, which he looked at with admiration all his life. Now she seemed completely different to him. The boy shouted that the elders had been wrong all along. The next moment, Ulrich appeared in his current form and said that one day he would return and tell everything. He would very much like to tell his brothers that there is another world beyond the celestial mountains. However, the next moment, everything changed, and the guy found himself on fire. Ulrich saw a large city with stone houses burning. The guy looked around, trying to understand what was happening. At some point, his gaze caught the glint of armor far ahead. There was something vaguely familiar about the image of a man standing in the middle of a fire with a sword in his hand. The man turned around, and Ulrich recognized himself in him. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. It was definitely him, but now he looked like a man who had been through many battles. At that moment, a maid came into Ulrich's room to wake up the young mercenary. The girl didn't think about what this could mean for her. Still in his sleep, Ulrich sensed a threat from her and grabbed the maid by the neck. The girl grabbed his hand, trying to free herself, but the guy did not let her go, coming to his senses after sleep. After a few moments, he released his hand and apologized, saying that he had bad habits in the morning. The girl caught her breath and quickly ran out of the room while Ulrich was thinking about his dream. The guy caught his breath and noticed the snoring of his brothers in arms. Ulrich started waking up the boys, calling them lazy people who didn't want to do anything. The guy said that life is short, so they should wake up, fill their stomachs to the brim, and go to work. Soon, the mercenaries reached the nearest small town. Donovan said he hadn't slept on a proper bed in a long time, and Goyle was glad that they had a lot more opportunities in the city. Goyle said that they were in Havarond and said that there was a lot of money in that city, so they could make a lot of money. Shaitan said they should focus on making money, otherwise they would soon end up on the streets. But Ulrich offered him a drink first. The boys heard that rumors about Ulrich and his brother's victory over the Silver Lions had already reached here. Some mercenaries decided to show off, so they told incredible stories to the public. Donovan told Ulrich that he was the one who ordered the guys to spread these stories so that people would know that they had settled here. Ulrich sat down at the table in the tavern and asked what they would do next. Goyle noted that the guy is always interested in their opinions first, which is why the guys treat him so well. Ulrich replied that it could not be otherwise, since there were no brothers from his homeland here. But everyone present became like brothers to him. Donovan said they needed to gather information around the city and find some work, and if possible, they could work as protectors. The brunette said that now was not the time to be idle, to which Goyle said that in that case he would gather information, and Donovan would find them work. Sven said that he needed to go somewhere, so he wouldn't be with them today. Ulrich asked the man about his plans, and he replied that in such a big city there would definitely be a slave market. The barbarian assumed that this was indeed the case, but still did not understand the southerner's goal. Ulrich suggested that Sven wanted to become a slave again, after which he reminded him that one could also go to the Peak of Blades as a mercenary. The southerner said that among the slaves there might be someone from his homeland, so he would like to free at least one of his kinsmen. Sven asked if the rest of the team would be against such expenses, but no one dared to say anything against it. Ulrich stood up from his seat and said that he would go with Sven, while Goyle and Donovan would look for work for them. Goyle immediately realized that the boy ran away in order to avoid helping them. While Sven and Ulrich were walking to the slave market, the barbarian asked how old the man really was. The southerner replied that he himself did not know his age, since he stopped counting the passing winters after coming of age. Ulrich asked how much longer the man would treat him like a child, since he had already become his captain. Finding himself at the slave market, Sven said that it was as big as the city itself. Ulrich asked if the man had ever been in a similar place, and the southerner replied that his body was in slavery, but his spirit could not be subjugated. Sven said that his spirit never stopped traveling to the Peak of Blades to his ancestor Ulgaro. Ulrich and Sven walked slowly through the slave market until the southerner's gaze caught on one slave. Not far from him, wrapped in chains, sat a large guy whose size resembled that of a southerner. Sven approached him and asked if the boy wanted to stay here or go with him to the Peak of Blades. The slave raised his head and said with great hope in his voice that he would gladly go to the Peak of Blades for Ulgaro. Sven didn't hesitate any longer and approached the slave owner to buy his fellow slave. When the slave was freed, Sven carefully covered him with his cloak and led him into their house. Ulrich smiled and said that the man had brought a newcomer to them. Sven said the man was destined for a bad death, but now he could die with dignity, fighting alongside them. Ulrich called the southerner again and said that he would have done the same in his place if his brother had fallen into slavery. The guy said that he wouldn't be afraid to shed as much blood as he wanted for his brother. Sven said that Ulrich should be careful with his words and have a lot of patience. The barbarian replied that sometimes there are moments when you just can't stand it. Ulrich walked past the men and headed into the house where the mercenaries were staying. Soon they all returned to the tavern. On their return, they were met by Goyle, who delighted them with the news that he and Donovan had found them excellent work. Ulrich asked what it consisted of. Goyle said that a man was recruiting mercenaries to support the army and eliminating bandits nearby. The guy said that this was not a small count, but the lord of a huge city, and he had a lot of money, so they would get a lot for the work. Goyle said that for this money they could buy normal equipment, but Ulrich said that plate armor did not suit him at all. Shaitan said that he had scheduled a meeting with Lord Donovan for tomorrow, so Ulrich should prepare. Ulrich said they hadn't quite got the job today, but even so, he offered them a drink to celebrate. The barbarian raised his mug of beer and said that life was short, so they should drink as if it were their last. Their screams could be heard even beyond the walls of the tavern. The tavern owner thought that these guests would be extremely loud. The next day, the mercenaries went to the house of the Lord with whom they were to conclude an agreement. For Goyle and Donovan, this place was ordinary, but Ulrich had never been in such a large house before and called it a palace. The barbarian looked around with curiosity and thought that it was very beautiful. Ulrich admitted that sometimes he is amazed by the things built in this world. The mercenaries were led into the great hall, where the Lord and his knight were already waiting for them. The Lord appeared to be a middle-aged man with blonde hair, while the knight was tall with dark hair and a scar on his face. Ulrich didn't know the rules of etiquette, so he rather frivolously took one of the chairs without waiting for an invitation to sit down. The barbarian waved to the Lord and said hello, not noticing the confused looks of Goyle and Donovan. The Lord sat down opposite Ulrich with a smile and said that recently their group of mercenaries had become more famous than the others. The barbarian took the apple without asking and said that they should get down to business, since the man probably had work. The knight reminded the mercenary of his manners, advising him not to forget that he was in the presence of a lord. Ulrich threw away the bitten apple and told the lord that he needed a new general, because this one didn't pay attention to manners if he dared to threaten him. The apple rolled away alone, as if the barbarian was deliberately getting rid of anything that could hinder his fight. The knight was clearly angry and was about to draw his sword. However, Ulrich told him that if he dared to draw the sword, he would lose his hand that very moment. The general and Ulrich were in the mood for battle and had already begun to approach each other when the lord ordered Sir Seaton to stop. The barbarian asked what exactly had angered the knight. The fact that he had dared to eat the apple, or the fact that he had been friendly towards the lord. Ulrich said that he was the barbarian they talk about in all the songs, so he was not called here to show off his manners. Donovan smiled, thinking that the guy was right, because not every barbarian would be invited to the lord's palace, so this was already an indicator of strength. Brunette believed that if they really wanted to hire them, they would tolerate Ulrich's manners. But Goyle did not share his position, so he was very worried. Donovan remembered that although the barbarians were inferior to the Empire in strategy and equipment, they were much stronger than the average person. Meanwhile, Ulrich turned his back on the lord and said that if they were not satisfied with his manners, they could leave. Donovan was calm, because at the moment the barbarians' physical strength was reaching a new level, so they were exactly what the lord needed. Before the mercenaries left the hall, the lord apologized for his general's rudeness. Satan began to persuade the gentleman to abandon the idea of hiring these savages, but the man quickly calmed him down. The lord said that if, with the help of these mercenaries, they could prevent the death of even one soldier, then he was willing to pay any price. Sir Seaton calmed down and apologized to his master for his behavior. The lord turned to Ulrich and said that he was ready to pay them 80 million sills, but if they showed themselves especially well on the battlefield, he would even give 100 million. Ulrich chuckled, after which the gentleman said that this amount should be enough for 28 people. The barbarian turned to the lord and said that they would be ready soon. After a while, they set off, and Ulrich said that they were very lucky to get such a sum for the bandits' camp. Among the lord's men, the barbarian noticed a young man who had no weapon and did not look like a warrior. So Ulrich decided to ask Goyle who he was. Satan said that this guy is a cleric, or in other words, a sorcerer who is trained specifically for the army. Goyle said that these people bless before battle and remember the dead, so that their souls will quickly find their way to the center of the sun. Ulrich suggested that the boy might know a lot, and Goyle replied that clerics were a kind of scholar. Satan asked why the barbarian was interested in this, but Ulrich had already walked towards the cleric, not paying attention to his friend. The barbarian abruptly approached the cleric and greeted him, which made the boy flinch, greet him, and introduce himself as Gottval. However, they soon began a more relaxed conversation, which Goyle was glad about, since even Seaton respected this cleric who had barely turned 20. Gottval thanked Ulrich for agreeing to help them deal with the bandits. The barbarian replied that they were simply being paid for this, so their actions were not worthy of gratitude. Gottval said few people are willing to risk their lives in combat, even for a reward. Ulrich asked Goyle if all clerics were such fools, but the brown-haired man shut him up in time and apologized to Gottval, saying that his captain was seeing a cleric for the first time. The cleric smiled and said that he understood perfectly well that the barbarian's understanding of the world was very different from the usual one. While Goyle and Gottval exchanged pleasantries, Ulrich wondered why the cleric was treating him with such kindness. The barbarian watched from the side as the cleric smiled affably at everyone who approached him. Ulrich frowned and wondered if all clerics were like this guy. Goyle moved away and ordered the barbarian to stop pestering the clerics, as they were priests who dedicated their entire bodies and spirits to this. However, Ulrich began to get indignant, which caused an argument between the guys, and Gottval was embarrassed by such behavior. Slowly but surely, the discussion turned to the topic of the ocean, the size of which Ulrich still did not believe. The squad soon set up camp, but minor squabbles continued, such as someone leaving their sweaty gloves to dry over a pot of food. Ulrich did not interfere in the squabbles of his men and simply rested in the shade of a tree. Gottval sat down next to him, intending to eat and talk with the barbarian who had interested him. Ulrich snatched the bread from the cleric's hands, asking what it was, to which the boy asked for his dinner to be returned to him. The barbarian tried to bite off a piece, but the bread was very hard. Ulrich rubbed his jaw and asked if the cleric had stone teeth. Gottval took the bread and said that it should be cut into small pieces and chewed for a long time to train the patience of the spirit. Ulrich said that the guy had a difficult life, to which the cleric replied that the body might be happy to eat tasty food, but the soul would then grieve. The barbarian asked whether the life of the clergy was really so hard. Gottwal said that their mission is to guide the departed souls to the center of the sun, so they must never give in to human temptations. The guy said that fallen souls will not be able to guide others to the true light. Ulrich asked if the cleric had the letter, to which he replied in the affirmative. The barbarian asked Gottwal to teach him to write, saying that he already knew how to do something. Ulrich said he would never have thought that people could create a thing that is not afraid of time or distance. The barbarian said that the written word cannot be lied to, cannot be forgotten, and cannot be changed, and this amazes him. Gottwal looked in amazement at the barbarian who was able to understand the value of writing, which many civilized people do not even suspect. The cleric looked at what the boy had written and wondered how long it had taken him to learn all of this. Gottwal was incredibly happy that he was able to meet a man so thirsty for knowledge. The cleric grabbed Ulrich by the hand and told him to come to him after dinner, and then he would be happy to teach him. However, his behavior and face glowing with joy scared Ulrich a little, who asked to let him go. After some time, the sun began to set towards the horizon. Before it was completely dark, Ulrich came to Gottwal's tent to get a writing lesson. Without waiting for an invitation, the barbarian looked into the tent and saw Donovan kneeling. Ulrich was very surprised to see his brother in arms in the tent. Gottwal held Donovan's hand and asked Ulrich to come a little later since they were currently engaged in the absolution of sins. The barbarian didn't understand what was being said, but he still left, as if he sensed that this was a very personal moment for Donovan. Ulrich suggested that during the absolution of sins, people confess their sins and cleanse their souls. However, there was nothing like this in the guy's tribe, so he didn't understand why this needed to be done at all. Ulrich waited for Gottwal to be free for a while, and soon Donovan emerged from the cleric's tent. Before leaving, the brunette asked the barbarian to be more calm with Gottwal. Ulrich entered the tent and suggested that the clergy were respectable people, to which Gottwal replied that all people were afraid of what would happen after death. The cleric said that many are tormented by the fear that after death they will choose the wrong path to God. Ulrich said that they believe that after death they will go to the sun god, but the southerners believe in the Peak of Blades, which is where they are heading. Gottwal squeezed the medallion and said that the Peak of Blades with its eternal battles, drunkenness, and debauchery is a real hell. The cleric said that there is no escape from this hell, because their god is cruel and bloodthirsty, and he does not love his people, forcing them to suffer even after death. Gottwal said that the sun god is different, because he is like a ray of light, ready to accept and love all living things. Ulrich smiled and said that in his opinion, gods should not love all people. Gottwal said that this was not true, because all gods should love their subjects, just as parents love their children. Ulrich walked up to the cleric and squeezed him tightly without any malice, and said that it sounded good. However, the barbarian decided to find out why the sun god was watching his subjects fight so coldly. According to Gottwal, their god is the very embodiment of love for all living things, but Ulrich did not understand why his subjects should then torture, hate, and kill each other. The cleric said that people do this because of the original sin, which broke the eternal day, and then the full night came for the first time. Ulrich, now more aggressively, grabbed Gottwal by the collar and said that the clerics were very similar to the shamans from his tribe, but they were all liars. The barbarian still couldn't let go of the fact that beyond the celestial mountains there was no world of dead souls. Gottwal abruptly pulled away from Ulrich and said that he was not lying to him. The barbarian decided to drop the subject and asked what the cleric had talked about with Donovan. Gottwal said the confession of sins was not addressed to him, but to God. So whatever Donovan said, he would never tell anyone. Ulrich thought about how even the most silent people squealed like pigs during torture, and he wondered how long Gottwal could hold out. The barbarian knew firsthand that it is pain that reveals people's weaknesses. Gottwal caught a strange glint in Ulrich's eyes and asked what he was going to do. The barbarian walked past the cleric and said that they were in a civilized world, so they should behave appropriately. Right at the exit of the tent, Ulrich told the cleric to try to teach him to write. The boys went outside and settled down next to the fire, sitting at their lesson until the night. Gottwal watched with interest as Ulrich learned to write at an astonishing speed. The cleric asked who the boy's previous teacher was, and Ulrich told him about Horus. Ulrich said that the man was their commander and knew writing very well, so he taught him too. Gottwal asked where Horus was now and how he was doing, but the barbarian said that the man was already dead. Ulrich said that on the same night they were studying when their camp was attacked, a stray arrow hit Horus in the neck, and he died in his arms. Gottval said he was very sorry, but Ulrich smiled and said there was nothing to regret, because that night the barbarian had killed absolutely all of the attackers. The cleric suggested that Ulrich was from the south, since his way of thinking was completely different from that of the north, and the barbarian did not even object to this suggestion. At that moment, Ulrich heard a rustling sound behind them, which was definitely not caused by a gust of wind. The boy became completely attentive, stopping his activity. He heard his brothers sitting by the fires and talking quietly. Ulrich could clearly hear the crackling of fires and the rustling of leaves swaying in a gentle breeze. However, the guy clearly felt that something bad, something alien was approaching them. Thanks to his alertness, Ulrich quickly spotted the arrow flying towards them. At that moment, the boy put his hand in front of Gottval's face, causing the arrow to pierce his hand but not touch the cleric. Gottval froze in horror as Ulrich pulled the arrow from his palm and stood up. The barbarian immediately loudly informed the entire camp about the attack. Ulrich painted his face with his own blood and told Gottval to hide his head and stay behind him. The barbarian turned to face him for a moment and said that he did not want another one of his writing teachers to die. Ulrich grabbed his sword and moved towards the camp. Gottval followed his advice and hid behind a tree, waiting for instructions. After some time, it became clear that the attackers were frightened by the camp's quick reaction and fled. Ulrich was upset that the enemy never showed up. The Lord's soldiers saw the barbarian going into the forest and warned him, worried that the enemy might still be in ambush. However, Ulrich brushed them off, confident that the enemy had escaped. The guy walked around the area and found traces of 10 people, which meant that the ambush was small. Ulrich realized that the ambush could easily be spotted from here. So the question arose as to what the patrolmen were doing at that time. The barbarian heard the cries of his people from the camp. Sam rushed at the patrolmen, shouting that all this happened because they weren't doing their job. Ulrich came closer and saw that one of the arrows had killed Williamy, so he demanded that Sam tell him who exactly had been doing a bad job. The mercenary immediately pointed to the 2 patrolmen with whom he had recently argued. The patrolmen were frightened as soon as they saw Ulrich's angry gaze. The next moment, the barbarian attacked one of them with his fists. Ulrich dealt blow after blow, smashing the victim's hands and face until they bled. No one tried to stop him, because all the mercenaries were remembering their dead brother, and Gottval had already begun to read a prayer over William's body. For a moment, the sounds of the forest faded as Ulrich avenged his brother in arms. A couple of minutes later, Seaton came running and asked what was going on. The general ordered Ulrich to release his men immediately. The barbarian held the barely alive patrolman by the collar and said that due to the stupidity and laziness of these people, one of his brothers was killed. Ulrich pushed the patrolman aside and looked at Seaton. The general warned that if the guy raised his hand against his subordinates even once more, he would personally wring his neck. Ulrich was about to respond to his threat, but Goyle stopped him in time. After some time, the forest was filled with the cleric's prayer. The boy escorted the souls of the dead to the center of the sun, while the fire devoured their bodies. Donovan splashed a little wine on the fire and said that at least this way William wouldn't have to wander the world. The brunette turned to Ulrich and thanked him for immediately punishing the offenders. The barbarian said that it was not worth thanking, because each of the guys was his brother, so he would avenge any of them and would grieve even for Donovan. The brunette didn't respond to this and just continued to look at the fire in which William's body was being burned. Ulrich also watched the fire closely, but his eyes did not see the souls of the dead. The barbarian wondered whether shamans and clerics could really see souls. After some time, Ulrich found Gottval, who was resting away from everyone. The cleric smiled at him and asked if everything was okay with his hand. Ulrich stretched his injured palm and said that he could hold a weapon, which meant everything was fine. Gottval thanked the barbarian for saving him, but the boy replied that it wasn't worth it. Because that's what people are for, they should help each other. The cleric said that God teaches them love and forgiveness, but Ulrich said that he was far from that. The barbarian asked if Gottval had been able to send William to the sun, and the cleric promised that the warrior would soon find himself in the abode of the Lord. Ulrich stood up and said that he would like to ask the cleric something. The barbarian said that he did not believe in either the sun god or the north god. Ulrich has no place to go after he dies. Varvara was interested in where his soul would go after death. Since the legends of his tribe's elders were false, Ulrich did not understand where the souls of his ancestors and brothers had gone. What worried him even more was where his own soul would go. Gottval felt that Ulrich was very worried about this. The cleric replied that in that case, the boy would become an evil spirit who would wander the world forever, gradually forgetting his own self. After these words, there was an oppressive silence. Ulrich thought about Gottval's words. The boy looked into the fire and wondered what he could do with it. His faith turned out to be false, but where is the guarantee that others are not mistaken? If faith in the sun God will lead him to heaven, and faith in the peak of blades will lead him to hell, then which should he choose? However, there is always the possibility that these two beliefs are also false. Ulrich turned his gaze to the dark forest and thought that if Gottval's words turned out to be true, then he would not want to become an evil spirit. That night, Ulrich had a terrible dream in which the souls of his ancestors cursed him. The souls blamed him for the fact that the boy discovered the world beyond the celestial mountains, and this led to the disturbance of the peace of the deceased. Now the souls of the ancestors were doomed to eternal suffering due to Ulrich and his sin. However, the spirits were happy that the boy would soon join them and receive full recompense for his deeds. Ulrich woke up from this nightmare before the sun had risen. The guy was shaking with fear and couldn't catch his breath. Ulrich clutched his throat, feeling panic rising in him. The barbarian grabbed his sword and leaned it against his shoulder. Ulrich already regretted asking Gottwal about his soul after death, because now he began to have nightmares. The guy began to think about whether evil spirits had really come for his soul, or whether he had imagined it all himself. Ulrich could not sleep for the rest of the night. He watched the moon change its position in the sky. The guy couldn't wait for the moment when the sun would illuminate this dark forest and drive away all his worries. In the morning, the detachment entered the bandits' territory in a lemma on the mountainside. Donovan said that if they didn't find the enemy camp before sunset, they might be attacked again. Sir Seaton also went with them and said that there should be no more than 30 bandits there in total. Ulrich said that the bandits were well versed in the area, so if they were underestimated, the enemy would quickly win. Satan said it would be better to refrain from phrases that lowered general morality, but the barbarian said that he was speaking seriously. Ulrich said that in the morning he set out on the bandits' trail, but at some point it was broken off. The barbarian said that he was an experienced hunter, and even if he lost their trail, it meant that these people knew how to use the terrain. Satan gave in and agreed that the bandits were smart, but they were still just a bunch of robbers. The general believed that since they had numerical superiority on their side, it would be enough to simply encircle the enemy. Ulrich said that he meant that among the bandits there are skilled hunters or barbarians, so it will not be so easy to deal with them. Donovan agreed with him and said that before they did anything rash, they should find their camp. Ulrich said that if they split up, the enemy would kill them one by one. The barbarian recommended that Seaton give him the fastest soldiers, and then Ulrich would find the bandits' camp. The general recalled that the young man himself admitted that he had lost track of the enemy. Ulrich did not deny this, but he understood that if the bandits had already set up one ambush, they would return again. Therefore, the barbarian will take advantage of this to definitely catch up with them this time. After some time, the reconnaissance detachment returned to the camp, where all the Lord's soldiers were very wary of Ulrich after yesterday's events. Meanwhile, the barbarian himself was busy cleaning his axes. A tall guy with chestnut streaks and a beard approached Ulrich and said that everyone was afraid of the mercenary captain. The boy asked if the barbarian really thought the bandits would set up an ambush again, to which Ulrich replied that the enemy knew the area well. This gives the bandits confidence that they can escape under any circumstances. Therefore, Ulrich is confident that the enemy will decide to attack them. The mercenary captain said that the guy should address him by his first name, and the brown-haired man himself introduced himself as Yeshva. As the sun began to set, Ulrich's squad, made up of the fastest fighters in the camp, set out on a mission. They chose a place that would be most convenient for tracking down the bandits. A break was announced for a while. Yeshva approached Ulrich again and said that he used to be a hunter, but he didn't have enough money to live, so he ended up here. The barbarian said that since they had nothing else to do for now, the guy could tell him about his life. Yeshva said that hunters were paid little, but they risked their lives less, and after the import of animal skins from the north and south, there was no longer a need for hunters. Ulrich didn't understand what exactly this was connected with. Yeshva said that when the empire conquered all the surrounding territories, the barbarians became simple townspeople. When the barbarians learned to trade, the market for animal skins and hides was overflowing with their goods. After Yeshva lost his job, he had no choice but to become a soldier because he needed to feed his wife and children. The guy said that the army pays well and they need it now because his wife is pregnant and expecting her third child. But Ulrich stopped him abruptly. Yeshva immediately jumped up from his seat, thinking that they were being attacked by enemies. However, Ulrich grabbed him and told him in secret that when people start telling him about their family before a battle, they always die there. Until this moment, Yeshva thought that the mercenary captain was a very stern man, but in fact, it was easy to find a common language with him. So, while they were talking, night fell, and as Ulrich had expected, the camp was attacked again. To help the squad track the bandits, the soldiers threw torches in the direction from which the ambush began. Ulrich pulled the hood of his cloak over his head and told his squad to move out. The forest was disturbed by the soft sounds of the Lord's men's footsteps as they tried to track down the bandits. They tried to move as quietly as possible, but at the same time as quickly as possible. Ulrich led the men and understood that the opponents were quite resilient, which could create problems for them. The barbarian decided to move forward himself, ordering the others to follow in his footsteps. The guy rushed forward in an instant, breaking away from his allies. Yeshva rubbed his head and said that he used to think that he was the one who ran fast, but Ulrich was on a completely different level. The guy compared the barbarian to a wolf running after its prey. Ulrich quickly caught up with the bandits, sensing that they were somewhere nearby. The guy admitted that these people were not inferior in endurance to barbarian warriors. Ulrich was sure that these were not ordinary bandits, because the locals could not run that fast. The guy understood that no one from the camp except him could catch up with them. At that moment, Ulrich heard a rustling sound from the bushes nearby. At the last moment, the boy leaned back, causing the dagger to stick into the tree right in front of his face. A large man with dark skin and dark curly hair stood near Ulrich and praised the boy for his excellent reaction. The barbarian chuckled and said that the man was not bad either, since he was able to notice the tail behind him. The bandit rubbed his neck and said that it had been itching all the way, which is why he fell a little behind the group. Ulrich understood that the man had to be killed as quickly as possible, because the bandits would arrive faster than the Lord's men. The barbarian did not let go of the suspicion that other bandits might be hiding in the bushes. Ulrich grabbed the axe tightly and rushed into battle. The men exchanged blows, gradually retreating deeper into the forest. Having encountered his opponent in a fight, Ulrich was able to get a clearer look at the bandit. The man was shirtless, so the barbarian's only visible feature was a tattoo of a snake that was crawling across his opponent's entire torso. Something made Ulrich very angry, and he began to attack more powerfully. Wielding 2 axes, the barbarian was able to quickly disarm the enemy. The bandit was shocked at how strong Ulrich was. However, these were his last thoughts, because the next moment Ulrich cut his throat with an axe. The bandit fell to his knees, and the barbarian came closer with a smile on his face. Ulrich grabbed the man's hair and, swinging his axe, said that he was still a little stronger. That was the end of the bandit. Ulrich felt his axe and noted that the blade was dull. Soon the guy was caught up with by his squad. They were all trying to catch their breath, and Yeshva approached Ulrich and said that they barely made it in time. However, their joy did not last long, because one of the soldiers recognized the bandit as a snake pagan. They were barbarians from the south who practiced pagan rituals in their religion. The soldier said that these heretics were sacrificing children. The man said that even other barbarians treated them as their worst enemies, but he was interrupted by arrows piercing his body. Ulrich stepped back, trying to figure out where the shooting was coming from. The commander turned to Yeshva and told him to blow the horn immediately so that the camp would send reinforcements. The brown-haired man tore the horn from his belt and was about to give the signal, but was too late. Several arrows pierced his back, killing the boy. Ulrich watched in dismay as each member of his squad fell to the ground, shot dead. Soon Ulrich was left alone, but no one else was shooting. The barbarian sighed and said that he had warned Yeshva about this. Ulrich did not look frightened and looked forward to the battle. The guy was surrounded from all sides by snake pagans, but Ulrich was already prepared to meet them. The guy quickly looked around and counted about 20 people. Yeshva never had time to signal the camp, so Ulrich had to do it. Taking as much air into his lungs as possible, the boy howled as loudly as he could. He hoped that his roar would tell the soldiers in the camp where to go. Now Ulrich had to deal with the main problem. He was surrounded by snake-like pagans, so he had a feeling that he would die here. Ulrich gathered his courage and told the enemy to come closer so he could tear their heads off. The pagans looked at each other, a little alarmed by the guy's behavior. Ulrich understood that only time was on his side now. The pagans shouted that they would not be afraid to kill him because eternity awaited them ahead. Ulrich crossed his axes, preparing to fight back. After the pagans' words, the boy once again remembered Gottval's words that he would become an evil spirit after death. Despite his words, Ulrich started to run away. The pagans followed him, angry that he had killed their brother. The enemy was very surprised that Ulrich knew how to fight in the forest. The pagans decided to surround him, after which they shot arrows at him. However, Ulrich was able to dodge and ran back towards the camp, slowly luring out the pagans one by one to gain an advantage. At some point, the enemy figured out his plan, and they all started sticking together. Ulrich understood that he could not cope with them all at once, because the pagans were strong warriors with extensive experience. The guy tried to break away from the pagans, but at some point he began to see strange things. The spirits of his ancestors seemed to have burst out of Ulrich's nightmares and began to lure him to themselves. They repeated to him that after death there was no refuge for them, so they were doomed to wander the world. Ulrich closed his eyes and asked if he was starting to go crazy. However, the guy was forced to leave these voices and pull himself together. Ulrich pushed off the ground with a sharp push and climbed up the tree. He turned to face his pursuers, who kept their eyes on him. After this, the guy pushed off the tree trunk, confusing the pagans. Ulrich landed behind his pursuers, who had not yet realized what had happened. Taking advantage of this, the guy struck with an axe, getting rid of 2 more pagans. However, not all the enemies were next to him, and someone was covering them from the rear, firing. Several arrows pierced Ulrich's body, 2 in his right shoulder and 1 in each of his thighs, causing him to cry out in pain. But the guy quickly came to his senses, realizing that he had no time to feel sorry for himself. Ulrich rushed into the crowd of pagans again, moving at the same speed. Trying to avoid a direct fight, the guy threw an axe at the enemy's head, after which, with the second axe, he killed another pagan. One of the opponents spotted the moment when Ulrich opened up and decided to strike. While the guy was picking up the axe, the pagan wanted to rip open his stomach and had already raised his saber for this purpose. However, Ulrich never let his guard down, so he immediately saw through his intentions. The boy moved slightly to the side and deflected the saber with an elbow strike. The saber bounced to the side but still hit Ulrich, cutting his thigh. For a few moments, the enemy froze in place, amazed at the speed of the guy's reaction. However, Ulrich quickly brought him to his senses with a punch to the face, saying that he was in pain. The left thigh was already badly wounded by an arrow that had been driven into it, and now it was burning from a deep cut. But Ulrich was glad that he had managed to prevent the blow to the stomach. Previously, the boy was able to fight the pagans thanks to his agility and the surrounding environment. However, now he was deprived of mobility, and he understood perfectly well that he would not be able to defeat so many warriors at once. The pagans themselves now walked around the guy with caution, realizing that he was not as simple as he might seem at first glance. Ulrich watched as they slowly but surely surrounded him and wondered if he was afraid of death. The guy gripped the axes tightly in his hands. After this, Ulrich firmly decided that he was not afraid of death and had never been afraid of it. The only thing the guy was afraid of at the moment was that he would wander around the world endlessly. However, there was something that made him believe in the best. If his soul truly wanders the world, then sooner or later it will find bright fields of golden grass. The soul will warm itself on hot lands under the scorching sun. Ulrich will finally be able to see the endless ocean that Goyle told him about. He will no longer be afraid of anything, so he will reach the end of the world. After some time, the warriors from the camp were able to find Ulrich. Goyle ran up to the captain with concern. The boy was kneeling on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of pagans, and Goyle did not understand whether he was alive or dead. However, the next moment Ulrich fell on his back. Contrary to expectations, a smile appeared on Goyle's face. Ulrich was alive and said with a smile on his face that he felt like he was going to die very soon. After some time, everyone returned to the camp, having captured the remaining snake pagans, as they were awaiting execution in the main square. Goyle approached the wounded Ulrich and said that the destruction of the bandit camp was successful. Shatton was surprised that the barbarian killed about 20 opponents alone, to which Ulrich replied that he was just lucky, because if he had not been found, he would already be dead. Goyle examined the boy's wounds and said that they needed to get all the arrows. The brown-haired man grabbed one of the arrows with pliers and warned that it would hurt, but Ulrich already understood that. However, the barbarian stoically endured this pain, and soon Goyle treated all his wounds. When the treatment was finished, Gottwald came up to them and handed Ulrich a drink, saying that it would make him feel better. The barbarian asked what it was, to which the cleric replied that it was wine aged in honey and cinnamon. Gottwald said it would help the body restore all the lost blood. However, the cleric warned that only the name of the wine remained there since all the alcohol had boiled away. Although Ulrich was unhappy at first, after he drank the drink, he actually felt better and began to fall asleep. Gottwald took the mug from the barbarian and covered it a little, watching the tired guy. Soon the cleric heard a noise coming from the camp, causing him to turn around with concern. The soldiers were examining the belongings of the snake pagans and came across a terrible thing. One of the pots that the squad took from the enemy camp contained poisonous snakes, which were currently crawling in different directions. The snakes raised their heads and hissed at the people standing in their path. One of the soldiers noted that the snake pagans could control the reptiles by whistling. The first thing to do was to deal with the barbarians, and then the snakes would crawl away. One of the snakes quickly crawled up to the sleeping Ulrich and was about to bite him. Gottval managed to notice this, which made him look extremely worried. The cleric tried to wake Ulrich, but he was too exhausted from the battle and did not wake up. Then Gottval stretched out his hand, trying to grab the snake, but it deftly twisted towards the cleric. After the pagans were dealt with, Goyle ran up to Gottval and asked what was wrong with him. The cleric's hands were shaking and a bite was visible on one of his forearms. The poison quickly penetrated Gottwal's body, causing dark circles under his eyes. But the boy remained calm and said that they needed to tighten his arm as quickly as possible. In his sleep, Ulrich heard a commotion in the camp and that someone was talking about poison that must not spread further. The barbarian stood up and, seeing a crowd of people, asked what was going on. One of the mercenaries told Ulrich that Gottwal tried to protect him from a poisonous snake, but he himself was bitten. The barbarian turned his gaze towards the crowd and saw a cleric who looked very sick, but continued to smile at him. Ulrich was surprised that such a weak man as Gottwal would do such a thing to him. The barbarian clenched his teeth in anger, but he himself did not understand at whom exactly it was directed. Ulrich cursed loudly, drawing the cleric's attention. Gottval smiled and said that everything was fine, because he could definitely survive something like that. Goyle told the cleric that his left arm would have to be amputated. For Gottval to survive, further spread of the poison must be prevented. Ulrich snatched the axe from Goyle's hands and asked if the cleric needed a gag, but he replied that he would pray to God. Gottval let go of his head and began to recite a prayer while the barbarian looked at him doubtfully. Ulrich leaned closer and warned the boy that it would be very painful, but he didn't answer. The barbarian raised his axe, but noticed that for the first time his hands were shaking as he clutched his favorite weapon. Ulrich always lived by only one rule: a strong man is a strong warrior. However, Gottval did not fit this rule, but nevertheless, even with a weak body, he was a very strong man. That was why Ulrich's hands were shaking, because he didn't want to hurt this man, but he couldn't allow others to do the same either. The barbarian said that Gottval could die today, so he would like to ask him why he exposed himself to the bite instead of him. The cleric replied that he had not exposed himself to the bite, but had simply decided that he had to do it. Gottval recalled how Ulrich had saved him from an arrow and suggested that the barbarian had not been thinking about it at the time. The barbarian gripped the cleric's left hand tightly and agreed with his assumptions. However, there was another reason why Gottval decided to do this. After death, he has the refuge of the Lord, who will accept him in any way. The cleric knew that Ulrich had not yet found his place, so his soul would wander the world. These words made the barbarian feel ashamed, because of his uncertainty, another man chose death. Ulrich decided that if he could see souls, Gottwal's would shine like gold. But he didn't know if all clerics were like that. Ulrich said that even though Gottwal was not a warrior, he still earned his sincere respect. The next moment, the barbarian swung his axe and the cleric bowed his head, reading a prayer. For a brief moment, the silence of the forest was interrupted by the sound of an axe landing on flesh. Some time passed since then, but the mood in the camp did not improve. Ulrich never left Gottwal's side as he lost consciousness from pain and loss of blood. The barbarian waited for the cleric to wake up, but with each passing minute he looked worse and worse. Ulrich touched the medallion and thought that the boy would survive if his god decided so. Unable to bear the weight, the barbarian rose to his feet. Goyle saw the captain walking away from the camp and asked where he was going. Ulrich waved him off, saying he was going to the toilet. However, Goyle understood that this was not true, but he did not insist on talking. Ulrich moved further away from the camp to where the sunlight was filtering through the treetops. The boy stood in the rays of the sun and thought about how he could help his new writing teacher. Despite his wounds, Ulrich sank to his knees. The barbarian never thought that he would turn to the god of another religion. But now he saw no hope. The boy took a long time to gather his courage, but decided that if anyone could help the cleric, it was the god he believed in. Ulrich turned to the sun and said that if Gottval did not die today, he would believe in the sun god. After some time, the detachment returned to the city, and Ulrich, already from his room, watched through the window as the pagans were led through the crowd of townspeople. People demanded that these heretics be hanged. At this time, Goyle washed himself and, drying his hair, said that it was very good to live in this city. Upon his return, the Lord provided the mercenaries with rooms in the inn at the palace, and the brown-haired man was very pleased with them. However, Ulrich did not share his joy, so Goyle asked if the boy was still worried about the cleric. The barbarian replied that he didn't think about it, but the brown-haired man understood that he was lying. Goyle continued to tease Ulrich, but he lay down on the bed, turned away, and said that if the guy continued this conversation, he would kill him. Shaitan realized that it would be better to leave the captain alone. At this moment, Ulrich was wondering if he had done the right thing by turning to a foreign god. After some time, the barbarian decided that he would not be able to take his promise back anyway. Ulrich understood that if he believed in the sun god, his soul would go to a completely different place from where his ancestors were. The boy didn't want to go somewhere where he would never meet his brothers from the tribe. Ulrich covered his face with shaking hands, as if that could help him cope with his emotions. For a brief moment, the boy thought that this decision would not have to be made if Gottval had died. After this, Ulrich jumped up on the bed thinking about this topic. The barbarian thought that if Gottval died, everything would be even better, because it would mean that the sun god was worthless because he did not heed the prayers of his subjects. Goyle was tense about the captain's behavior and asked if he was still angry with him. However, Ulrich did not even think about him at that moment and shouted that they would better go and have a drink. On this day, the mercenaries were invited to the palace for a banquet in honor of the victory over the bandits. Despite the fact that many were drinking to Ulrich, the guy himself sat to the side and reflected on the fact that this was the first time he had found himself at such a huge banquet. The barbarian thought that in this civilization, people developed not only methods of survival and war, the Imperials were able to create something much greater. Ulrich wondered whether he would ever be able to become one of the civilized people, or whether he would forever remain a barbarian. The barbarian's thoughts again turned to the sun god. At that moment, the door to the hall opened and silence fell. All the guests were shocked, but also happy at the same time. A man entered the hall with careful steps, accompanied by his colleagues, who made everyone present nervous. Gottval had lost his left arm, but he already looked much more cheerful than when Ulrich had last seen him. Many people approached the cleric and asked about his well-being, to which the boy replied that the fever had already subsided and the danger had passed. Everyone said that God saved Gottval because he still had unfinished business in this world. Ulrich rose from his seat and approached the cleric. Hearing the barbarian's voice, a smile appeared on Gottval's face. Ulrich sat next to the cleric, half-turned, and said that the sun god had nevertheless given the boy life. Gottval smiled and said that it only meant he still had unfinished business. Ulrich looked at the cleric clutching the medallion in his hand and wondered if the sun god had truly heard his prayers. Gottval assumed that the mercenaries would leave soon, and the barbarian confirmed his suspicions. The cleric promised that he would teach Ulrich to read and write until they left the city. The barbarian didn't respond to this and looked at the glass in his hand. After a few moments of silence, Ulrich said that he would like to be baptized. Gottval thought he misheard, so he asked the boy to repeat the words again. Ulrich looked the cleric in the eye and without a shadow of a doubt said that he would like to be baptized into their religion. There was silence between them for a while. Gottval said he was now truly convinced that God had abandoned him because of one unfinished business. A couple of days later, Gottval received permission from the temple and prepared everything for the baptism. On this sunny day, Ulrich was initiated into the religion of the sun god. First, the boy had to cleanse himself, so he was immersed in a pool of crystal clear water. Ulrich opened his eyes and saw the rays of the sun reaching him through the water. The boy wondered whether it was just the sun, or whether this god was accepting him into the ranks of his subjects. After some time, Ulrich emerged from the water, where priests were already waiting for him with a sheet. While the attendants were drying his body with sheets, the boy thought about why he had decided to take this step. However, outwardly he did not show resistance and did not do this because there was no turning back. The guy didn't know if he was doing this because of a promise, but at some point he thought about why he made this promise in the first place. Gottval was already waiting at the entrance to the temple for Ulrich, dressed in red robes, like the priest who would perform the baptism of his friend. Dressed only in a sheet tied around his hips, Ulrich had to climb the stairs to the temple under the gaze of the believers. Although doubts overcame the boy's mind, his body moved forward without stopping until he appeared before Gottval. The bright sun warmed his body with its rays, and a slight wind ruffled his long hair. The guy thought that he would like to be confident in his actions. Gottval began to read a prayer and turned to the Lord with a request to accept the lost child, who decided to return to his all-powerful hands. The cleric asked God to give Ulrich all the kindness and love and to guide him along the true path. The last phrase was repeated by everyone present. including Donovan and Goyle. Ulrich thought that he needed a monastery after death, or at least the belief that one existed. The boy prayed that his soul would not turn into a wandering spirit. Gottval said that now Ulrich's soul will find peace. At this point, the baptism ceremony came to an end. Gottval came a little closer and addressed Ulrich. The cleric said that he would speak the following words on his own behalf, and only on his own behalf. Gottval said Ulrich is an incredible warrior and his name will surely be part of history. However, the cleric hoped that the boy would not forget the most important thing. Gottval whispered in Ulrich's ear that he should love those around him and not forget about mercy. The cleric stepped back and said that only then would his soul become much stronger. After these words, Ulrich grinned. With a smile on his face, the barbarian said that the cleric had prepared a difficult request for him. Many days passed, and Ulrich, together with the mercenaries, went to the sea, which he so wanted to see. Upon arrival, Goyle said that their journey began in Ankara, the city beneath the heavenly mountain, but now they were near the kingdom of Porelkana, meaning they had traveled the entire continent. While Ulrich gazed admiringly at the expanse of water, Sven said that he had not seen the sea for a long time, and Goyle decided that this brought back memories of his homeland. Ulrich was now convinced that the sea was truly huge and looked like an endless field of blue grass. Goyle approached the captain and said that it was time for them to move on. Shaitan said that they should fry the sea fish because it is incredibly tasty. Ulrich turned in his direction with interest, causing the sun medallion on his chest to sway from side to side. Goyle was glad that he now shared the same faith with the captain. Now the boy didn't have to worry about God not loving Ulrich. As the mercenaries moved along the sea towards the city, Ulrich asked if it was dangerous to build a city in such a place. The barbarian was worried that the city might be flooded because it rains here too, so the sea might overflow. The mercenaries began to laugh at him because rain cannot fill the ocean, but this only angered the captain. Ulrich left them behind and walked forward, enjoying the view of this new element for him. The barbarian inhaled the sea scent with his whole chest because he had never felt anything like it before. It was an experience that Ulrich's brothers on the other side of the mountains would never have. After some time, the mercenaries arrived at the walls of the coastal city and began to wait for representatives from the city. The men tried to stay away from the walls so as not to cause panic among the townspeople, who might misunderstand their appearance. The city representative came out of the gate and asked why they had come, and Ulrich came out to meet him and replied that they were mercenaries looking for work. The representative said that Karakan is a coastal city where nothing much happens, so there is little work for mercenaries. The man said that they could only let 10 people into the city, and the rest should set up camp on the hills, where the city guards could watch from afar. At first, Goyle was upset that he would have to sleep in tents, but then he said that nothing could be done, since their captain really wanted to see the sea. A city representative said he needed to write the group's name on the scroll, but Ulrich said he wanted to do it himself. The man saw that the group was called the Ulrich Brothers, and the barbarian immediately assumed that they must have been recognized. The man actually heard the bard's songs about the valiant battles of mercenaries. He even sang one of the songs, and the mercenaries supported him. After this, the representative nevertheless allowed the mercenaries to enter the city, but on the condition that they did not cause trouble. Ulrich thought that from the moment of his dedication to the god of the sun, only good luck was promised to him. Having entered the city, the boy went to the pier where he watched the large waters breaking against the stone pavement. Ulrich watched the children splashing on the beach and thought that he had not been deceived after all. Now he saw for himself that water-filled lands really do exist. Ulrich cannot describe the emotions that overwhelm him in 100 or even 1,000 words. The guy clenched his palms tightly, overcome with emotion. The next moment, Ulrich screamed at the top of his lungs. The townspeople watched in fear as a madman screamed on the pier and did not understand why he was doing it. At that moment, Ulrich felt, as never before, the endless expanses of the world in which he had found himself by chance. Joy filled him, and the anticipation of endless travel filled his mind. After some time, Ulrich decided to go down to the sea and enter the big waters. The boy walked in the water and wanted to taste it, because it was very similar to ordinary water. However, as soon as he tried it, he felt a pungent, salty taste, which caused him to start cursing. A loud laugh came from the shore, causing Ulrich to turn around with a displeased expression on his face. On the shore stood a young man with long golden hair and light blue eyes, who said that you can't drink seawater. The guy's bright eyes sparkled with joy, and there was a slight smile on his face. The blond man approached Ulrich with interest and asked where he came from, since apparently he saw the sea for the first time. The barbarian was angry and, leaning towards the guy, told him to leave if he didn't want to get it. The blonde jumped aside and said that Ulrich simply had no idea who he was talking to. The boy said that the barbarian should watch his tongue because he was speaking to a nobleman. But at that moment, the shadow of a large hand hung over him. Ulrich grabbed the boy by the neck and carried him into the sea, saying that no one would care who he was, and promised to drown him in the water. The barbarian threw the blonde into the water and said that no one had ever left alive after mocking him. The completely wet guy looked at Ulrich angrily. The boy couldn't stand being treated like that, so he drew a sword that suited his small size. Ulrich chuckled and asked if it could even be called a sword. The barbarian responded to the boy's unspoken challenge and drew his sword. Ulrich showed it to the guy and said that this is what a real sword looks like. The blonde froze in place when he saw the sword that the enemy was holding tightly in his hands. The boy realized that this blade had already felt someone else's blood more than once, and perhaps it would soon go to the sun god. At that moment, another man came out onto the coast and asked what was going on. Ulrich parried the man's blow and assumed he was the young man's protector, after which he said he was doing a poor job. The defense attorney asked what right Ulrich had to scold him. The barbarian easily repelled all the man's pathetic attempts to harm him. Before, Ulrich would have simply slit both of their throats and left. But now he can't do that. He promised the captain of the guard that they would not cause any trouble. Ulrich got tired of playing with the defender and soon knocked the sword out of the man's hands. The defender recoiled, expecting the barbarian to kill him. Ulrich put his sword to the man's throat and said that he would have killed them if he had not made a promise to the captain of the guard. The defender threw after the departing barbarian that God would still punish him for attacking the young man. Ulrich, without listening to him, picked up his things from the sand and, to the loud cries of the defender, walked towards the camp. Ulrich's brothers had already set up camp, where they would have to spend some time. Ulrich asked his brothers what was for dinner today, but they had not yet started cooking, but said that someone was waiting for the captain in the tent. The barbarian sighed wearily and said that the Lord was acting too quickly. Ulrich looked into the tent, where Goyle and Donovan were already waiting for him with a guest. A smile immediately appeared on the barbarian's face when he recognized the golden-haired boy's protector in the guest. The guest opened his mouth in shock, not believing his eyes. The man pointed his finger at Ulrich and asked what he was doing there. The barbarian sat down on a chair and introduced himself as the captain of the Ulrich brothers' mercenary group. The guy suggested leaving all the grievances in the past, since it was still their personal business. While the defender was deciding whether to engage the barbarian, Ulrich asked why the boy with golden hair wasn't with him this time. Ulrich asked the man's name and reminded him that he could still leave if the mercenaries did not suit him. The man was shaking with anger, but he understood that he had to endure all this for the sake of his ward. The defender gathered his strength and asked to address him as Sir Filion. However, Ulrich and Goyle laughed at him, saying that they would simply call him Phil. Filion asked the mercenaries to escort him and his master to Gamel, the capital of the empire, but Goyle said it would take too long. Shaitan assumed that the journey could take up to 6 months, but the defense attorney said there was no need to rush. Filion suggested joining a group of mercenaries and moving at their pace, because the most important thing was that no one found out about him and the master. Ulrich said that this did not seem like a normal escort, and then asked if the man had enough money for this. Filion handed over the bag and said it was a down payment, but they would pay more. Donovan angrily snatched the small bag from the man's hands and said that it wouldn't even last a month of escort. However, when the thing was in his hands, the guy decided to open the bag. Inside were snow-white pearls, which shocked Donovan. Ulrich came closer, looking at the new thing with interest. Goyle said that such pearls can cost up to 10 million each, so you have to be careful with them. Ulrich looked doubtfully at the defender, who needed an escort to the capital. The guy tossed a bag of pearls in his hands and asked why the customer had chosen this particular method of payment. However, Filion did not answer this question. Goyle and Donovan left the tent, and Ulrich, rushing after them, told the client that they needed to discuss this matter in private. Filion was silent for a while, but then decided to say what was bothering him the most at the moment. The man asked Ulrich to remember that any mercenary needs unquestioning loyalty. This time, Ulrich himself decided to remain silent and simply left the tent. Moving away, Donovan told the captain that this was a very large game and not at all an ordinary thing. The mercenaries sat around the box on which the pearls were poured. Ulrich asked what the brothers were afraid of, since the job was quite simple. Goyle said that for a great price, they would have to bear great responsibility. As Filion said that they would follow them, but expected loyalty. Sven guessed that the customer wanted no one to know about the escort. The Southerner advised Ulrich to avoid contact with many powerful people at the same time. The captain thought about his words, but asked Donovan for his opinion. Brunette said he didn't want to admit it, but he was on Ulrich's side. Donovan said that gladiators and mercenaries literally sell their lives, so they have nothing to fear. The boys said that they couldn't hide from danger forever, but Goyle remained by Sven's side. Donovan noticed their glances and said that it was time for Goyle to stop pretending to be the power behind the throne. However, this only led to Goyle and Donovan arguing again, while Ulrich and Sven watched wearily from the sidelines. Sven approached Ulrich and said that if he gave him permission, he would give them a Southern-style education. The captain didn't want this, so he decided to sort it out himself, saying that they would do things the old-fashioned way. Ulrich told the mercenaries to gather to vote. A vote was soon held, in which the majority voted in favor of accompaniment. After this, Filion said that the mercenaries needed to escort Mr. Paschal, the third son of the Elkrish family. Ulrich waved off the detailed explanations and asked if they needed mercenaries. The barbarian promised that even if they decided to abandon this matter, they would keep their conversations secret and would not betray them. Ulrich showed the medallion with the sun and said that he swears by the name of the sun god. Having learned that the barbarian professed his religion, the man calmed down a little because he did not have to deal with a heretic. Filion said they needed a mercenary escort due to the heirs' feud. The man said that the majority of the inheritance went to Mr. Paschal, and this did not please his half-brothers. Filion continued to talk about Paschal's difficulties for a long time, but this only made the mercenaries more tired. Soon, even Ulrich, who had been listening attentively to the man, became completely confused. The captain concluded that Paschal's half-brothers want to kill him because of the inheritance, and Filion wants to ask his godfather, who is a member of the Order of Knights, for protection. Goyle realized that by deciding to help Paschal, they were getting involved in a feud over the inheritance. Schatten said that all the nobles did not care how many people died on the way to their enrichment, but Ulrich ordered him to be silent. Filion admitted that they were planning to sail to the kingdom of Porel Khan on a ship, but it never arrived. While they were waiting for news about the ship, they heard about the mercenaries, so they decided to hire them for security purposes. Ulrich decided to discuss the issue of payment for their services again. Filion said they would give 3 times as much, and if the voyage lasted longer than 3 months, they would pay an additional bag of pearls for each subsequent one. There was silence after that, and Filion froze, waiting for an answer. Ulrich clearly liked the idea of an escort, and after discussing payment, even Goyle thought about the offer. Filion thought that this was too little, so he promised 1 bag of pearls for each battle. Ulrich agreed to these terms, but only on the condition that they would be paid immediately after the battle. But Filion said that they did not have that many pearls with them. The barbarian held out his medallion and demanded that the man swear that he would not break the agreement. Otherwise, he would become an evil spirit after death. Ulrich said that in order to be successful, there must be trust on both sides. Without thinking, Filion grabbed the amulet and swore an oath. This was the only way to protect his master, so he was ready to do anything. Ulrich pulled out his amulet and told Filion to bring his master tomorrow at noon. At this point, their conversation ended, and the sun was already setting towards the horizon. Already in complete darkness, Filion returned to his master. The man was glad that he finally found protection for the young master. Filion was very tired from the long negotiations, but was still glad that everything ended well. The next morning, Goyle was very surprised to see Ulrich in the camp, because the boy was planning to go for a swim in the morning on a fishing boat. Ulrich was no longer so happy about the endless sea, which made the brown-haired man ask what had happened. The captain recalled his recent journey with sadness in his voice. In the morning, he actually went for a ride on a fishing boat. As soon as he and the owner of the boat sailed away from the shore, Ulrich invited him to sail to the ends of the earth. However, the man replied that they would not even get close to the heaven of light on this barely alive boat. The owner of the boat laughed at Ulrich's words and asked where he, such a strange person, came from to their region. For the rest of the train, the barbarian listened to the ridicule directed at him with a displeased expression on his face. Ulrich told his Goyle and Sam that he had thought about drowning the boatman 10 times, and the boys just laughed at it. However, their fun was interrupted by a loud cry from Mr. Paschal. He was unhappy that he would have to travel with mercenaries for a long time. Filion tried to persuade his young master that this was a necessary measure, but due to his age and spoiledness, the boy did not want to listen to him. The defense attorney said that traveling on foot would be much safer than by sea, but this only infuriated Paschal further. The boy was unhappy that he would still have to walk to the capital, but Filion reassured him that Sir Robin would soon bring a horse. Ulrich asked what they were arguing about, and Goyle replied that it didn't matter, because they could only come to terms with the young master's behavior. The barbarian said that the boy would not survive a day in the forest if they abandoned him. Goyle poked Ulrich with the blunt end of his spear and said that if they abandoned Packle, they would have their heads twisted off for it. After some time, a horse was brought to the young master, but he was again dissatisfied, because the horse was not white. Filion tried to calm Packle down, but soon gave up and approached Ulrich with a request to set off as quickly as possible. Goyle approached the captain and said that the leader of the city guard was heading towards them. A man I already knew rode up to the camp on horseback and asked if the Ulrich brothers were really leaving already. The head of the guard immediately pointed out that there had been fewer of them before. The city guards estimated that 4 people had joined the group. Ulrich said they simply recruited new people from the city and pointed out that this was not prohibited. The head of the guard confirmed this, but asked for information about the newcomers. Filion walked up to Ulrich and whispered that this was unacceptable. Ulrich turned to the head of the guard and said that this was impossible, since mercenaries sometimes have a dark past behind them, and he does not betray his brothers. The man looked at the barbarian and asked if he was sure it was worth it. Ulrich chuckled and said that the man might try to force them. Seeing that after their captain's words, the mercenaries became wary and put their hands on their weapons, the head of the guard decided to retreat. The man turned his horse and wished Ulrich and his brothers a good journey. Goyle moved closer, watching as the man's silhouette moved away toward the city. Goyle decided to warn that the guards would most likely pursue them. Ulrich understood this, but said that everything would be fine. Donovan took the map and suggested plotting a route through the forests and mountains for safety. Patchell heard them and asked why they couldn't just go down the main road. The guy reminded them that he was paying them for protection, so the mercenaries simply had to kill everyone who attacked him. The mercenaries didn't respond to this, but after a while, Donovan decided to talk to Patchell's defender. As they set out, the boy found Filion. The man stopped when Donovan turned to him and asked what was wrong. Donovan warned that if Filion did not watch his master's words, one of the mercenaries would cut out his tongue. The man asked why the guy was threatening him, but the brunette corrected him, saying that these were not threats, but a warning. Donovan said he used to be a soldier, and his boss always liked to say too much. Filion asked the guy where he served, and he replied that he served in the Imperial Army, but was kicked out for unacceptable behavior. The defense attorney became wary and asked what Donovan had done that was so unacceptable. The guy smiled and said that he killed his boss because he didn't shut up for a second. Filion was already beginning to wonder if he had really done the right thing by getting involved with these mercenaries. Donovan walked past the man and patted him on the shoulder, while the defender was thinking about how mercenaries had no manners. Soon, the group approached a difficult-to-traverse part of the forest. Ulrich approached Packle and said that they would have to go on foot from here. The young gentleman did not like this at all, as the road ahead was too difficult. Ignoring Ulrich, Packle ordered Filion to tell the mercenaries to find another route so he wouldn't have to dismount. However, Ulrich did not like this and said that they would be pursued on horseback, so they should follow the road that the pursuers would not pass. Packle said that he didn't care about these stupid reasons, because he was not going to stoop to the level of simple mercenaries. Ulrich watched as Filion tried unsuccessfully to calm his master. Sam noted that the man was an excellent servant, because he himself would have been boiling over long ago, and Goyle even envied the old man's patience. Ulrich flexed his wrist and turned to Goyle. The barbarian pointed to the horse that Paschal didn't want to get off and asked if Goyle liked horse meat. After some time, Ulrich not only killed Packle's horse, but also cut it into pieces, and the mercenaries were already cooking it over a fire. The captain was glad of the peace and quiet that had finally arrived, while the young gentleman quietly cried to the side. Filion came up and said that Ulrich almost hurt the gentleman, and next time he wouldn't let him get away with it. Completely covered in blood, Ulrich asked with a grin what the man could do to him. Filion didn't argue with him and simply advised him to be more tactful next time. After a hearty lunch, the group set off again. Packle's legs soon gave way under the unaccustomed strain. Filion sat down next to the gentleman and, apologizing for the inconvenience, said that they needed to walk a little further. Ulrich walked past and said that the guy was so frail that he looked like his legs were broken. With tears in his eyes, Packle shouted that the barbarian had no right to treat him like that, because he was not born to live as a commoner. The young gentleman was completely hysterical from fatigue, while Filion looked at Ulrich with disapproval and tried to calm the boy down. The barbarian turned away, pretending that it wasn't he who had made the inappropriate comment that had sent Packle into hysterics. Ulrich sat down on a rock and said that it was time to set up camp, as they would spend the night here. The barbarian continued to watch Patchel out of the corner of his eye as he continued to throw tantrums at Filion, demanding that he find him a horse. Ulrich thought that no one in their right mind would want to give their life for this weakling. Taking the amulet in his hands, the barbarian remembered Gottval, who was also weak in body, but his other qualities deserved sincere respect. However, Patchel was too different from the cleric and behaved more like a child. Ulrich thought that this world was too different from his homeland, because everything here was very difficult and confusing. After a while, Filion treated and bandaged Pachel's chafed legs, and the boy settled down next to a lit fire. Ulrich decided to approach the guy and asked if he knew how to write. Patchel was confused when he saw the book in the barbarian's hands and did not understand why he was asking this. Ulrich sat down next to him and asked why the boy was so surprised, and said that he also understood something of their writing. Patchel soon calmed down and said that he had been able to write since the age of 7. Ulrich smiled and asked to teach him something new, because he did not understand anything from the book. But the blonde did not understand why the barbarian needed it. The barbarian showed the amulet and said that he was also a follower of the sun god, so he should be able to read the commandments. Ulrich shouted to the sun god that he sincerely wanted to learn to read, but his brothers were not helping him with this, and in order to silence the barbarian, Patchel agreed to teach him. The young gentleman took the book from the barbarian's hands and began to read to understand what the problem was. Soon Patchel said that the book was very old and that the letters had begun to wear off, making the words illegible. The young gentleman watched with surprise as Ulrich easily remembered most of what he said. The boy was so lost in thought that he stopped answering the barbarian's questions, who thought that some kind of problem had arisen. Patchel pointed to the half-erased word and said it meant peace. Ulrich asked the boy if he knew anything about the end of the world. Patchel replied that it was a cliff at the end of the sea, where the sea's excess flows down in a waterfall so as not to flood the whole world. The young master laughed as he recalled his first meeting with Ulrich when the barbarian tasted seawater. Patchel took a stick and drew a map on the ground, saying that the world was like a flat platform, and in the center was the continent on which they lived. The guy pointed to the sea and said that there is an edge of the world, but if in the east it is the edge of the sea, then in the west there are impassable heavenly mountains. Ulrich said that some barbarians say that there is another continent at the edge of the east. The barbarian pointed to the edge of the map and said that, according to rumors, black-haired and black-eyed people lived there. Patchel laughed and said that these were just stupid tales of barbarians who had never been to the ends of the earth. Ulrich asked if the guy spoke with such confidence because someone had seen the end of the world, or maybe Patchel himself had been there. The young gentleman replied that people had already recorded the adventures of the man who returned after falling from the edge of the world. Ulrich chuckled and concluded that Patchel himself had not seen the end of the world, and the guy said that he would not want to die there. The barbarian decided not to comment on this in any way and turned his head towards the clearing. Ulrich remembered his tribe living beyond the heavenly edges, where, according to legend, the second end of the world should be. The barbarian asked Patchel what they wrote in the books about the heavenly mountains in the west. Ulrich was very interested to hear what was written about his homeland in this world. With a confident face, Patchel said that beyond the heavenly mountain there was also nothing but an endless cliff that was impossible to cross. Ulrich laughed and asked if the guy was really so sure about it, and in the meantime, their conversation attracted Sven, who began to listen to them. Patchel continued to boast about the number of books he had read, and Ulrich rose to his feet and said that he now understood everything. The barbarian said that if he wanted to know everything about this world, he would have to go to every point of it and see everything personally. Now Ulrich is absolutely sure that books and legends are lies. Patchel became a little quiet and looked at the barbarian with incomprehension. The young gentleman thought that Ulrich's words were connected with the fact that he did not believe him. Patchel took offense and turned away, thinking that arguing with a stupid barbarian was useless. Ulrich left the boy and told him to rest, and tomorrow they would talk about the capital they were heading to. Finally, the barbarian turned and asked if Patchel had even been there. The young gentleman became angry and said that he was, because Hamel is the capital of the empire and the center of civilization, so all roads lead there. After a while, only Ulrich and Sven remained near the fire, but the southerner still did not dare to start a conversation. As Ulrich undressed for bed, Sven said he had always wondered where their captain was from. The man noted that the barbarian's manner of speech did not resemble that of either the southerners or the northerners, or indeed any people he knew. Ulrich was sorting through his things, standing with his back to Sven, but he was still listening to him, so he asked him to get closer to the point. The southerner wanted to ask directly whether the guy really came from the west. But before he could finish speaking, Ulrich turned and conspiratorially motioned for him to remain silent. However, this was enough for Sven to be convinced that the guy really did come from the west. The Celestial Mountains are unknown lands that the Empire has not yet reached, so no one knows if there is anything there at all. However, now the Western barbarian himself is sitting in front of Sven, which makes the man laugh. For a long time, the southerner could not understand what was bothering him. However, now he realized that the person in front of him was a man who had come from the other side of the Heavenly Mountains. The next day, the group set out again, with Ulrich, laden with luggage and a broad smile on his face, dragging Paschal along behind him. Filion tried to support the young gentleman and said that the border was only a short distance away, and after that the road would become easier. Ulrich watched as the boy struggled to move on. The barbarian admitted that he was wrong about the guy because no matter how much he complained, he still continued to go to the end. After some time, Ulrich noticed that the guy was completely exhausted, so he ordered his men to make camp at this place. The barbarian dropped most of the load to the ground so that he could rest. Filion was surprised by how the mercenary captain was able to spread his good spirits. Ulrich's strength sets an example for others, but he doesn't act arrogantly. It's clear that all the mercenaries respect him, so Ulrich helps those around him without asking any questions. At that moment, the mercenary captain noticed something in the distance and called out to Donovan. Ulrich silently peered into the dense forest and listened to the sounds of nature. The guy turned slightly without taking his eyes off the forest and said that it was time to get ready for battle because they were being tailed. Donovan looked skeptically in the direction Ulrich had been looking all this time. The brunette didn't notice anything suspicious, but remembering the captain's amazing eyesight, Donovan didn't argue. Donovan immediately walked among the mercenaries and gave everyone the signal to prepare for battle. As he put on his protection, Goyle asked if it was strange that the tail had approached them so quickly and unnoticed. Donovan helped his brothers get ready and said that it was indeed strange, because judging by Ulrich's words, the pursuers were already very close. Sven put the helmet on his head and asked what Ulrich himself thought about it. The southerner understood that this could not be the army of the port city, because they would not have managed to get even halfway there. Ulrich agreed with this, especially considering that they themselves were keeping a very fast pace. The mercenary captain already had an idea of what might be going on. Looking towards Paschal, Ulrich said that the guy already had someone on his tail, even before arriving in the port city. The barbarian knew that Filion would not have kept silent about such a detail, so the man most likely did not know about it. Ulrich decided that it would be better to meet his pursuers face to face. Having crept up on the enemy, the barbarian counted about 20 people, while there were 50 on his side. Ulrich told his brothers to be ready because the enemy is not so stupid as to attack with fewer people, which means they have some advantage. Goyle commanded a squad of archers and soon ordered them to open fire. However, the enemy was reliably protected by red and white shields, so no one was injured. Ulrich looked at this and said that it would not be possible to deal with the pursuers from afar. Donovan told the brothers to keep the pressure on the enemy to find better positions and surround them. Ulrich ordered Goyle to protect Paschal, Sven to watch the left flank, Donovan to watch the right. The mercenary captain himself will attack the enemy in the center. Having given orders to his men, Ulrich led his part of the detachment into battle. The mercenaries tried hard to break through to the center of the pursuing detachment, but they were unsuccessful. Ulrich tried to understand why they couldn't break through the enemy's shields. At that moment, a spear suddenly jumped out between the shields, which the guy managed to dodge at the very last moment. Ulrich noted with regret that one of his fighters, who was standing behind him, was wounded. Now the guy realized that his pursuers were using double defense. While the first warrior holds off attacks with his shield, the second one attacks with his spear again and again, which is why their defense is so difficult to break through. Ulrich supported his wounded brother and ordered the others to carry the wounded away from the battlefield so that they would not be trampled. The captain handed over his subordinate to other hands and rushed into battle again. Donovan fought alongside Ulrich and said that the enemy was using a porcupine formation, so it would not be easy to break through them. They would only lose people. Now the barbarian knew the name of this formation that had caused them so much inconvenience. Ulrich stepped back slightly to get a better look at this type of formation and understood why it was called that. The captain's attention was drawn to Donovan's cry, complaining that the Southerners were not fighting. Ulrich looked towards his brothers and saw how the mercenaries from the south sat in a circle and talked about something. One of them threw a dagger into the air as if casting lots. The dagger fell to the ground, pointing at one of them. The warrior accepted this humbly and said that the gods had decided that his time had come. The man stood up and said that he was destined to die a slave, but he was proud to fight side by side with his brothers one last time. After this, the warrior put on his helmet and moved towards the enemy. Ulrich looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The barbarian could only watch as one of his brothers rushed towards the enemy formation, letting out a loud cry. It was clear that the man was not afraid of death. He was walking towards it. Before facing the enemy, the warrior shouted something in his own language. The mercenary managed to break the formation and get into the very center of the enemy. As soon as this happened, his relatives rushed to attack. Before the warrior was pierced by many swords and spears, he said that he did it for the sake of the peak of blades. Ulrich could only watch from the sidelines. Sven came closer to the captain and said that this is exactly how the Southerners fight. After this, the rest of the mercenaries also rushed into battle so that their brother's sacrifice would not be in vain. The Southerners fought fiercely for their brother and for the peak of their blades, not knowing the fear of death, but rather expecting it as an equal friend. Ulrich remembered how Gottval said that the god of the south was cruel and merciless. The barbarian smiled bitterly and said that he now understood what the cleric was talking about. Southerners aren't just big and strong in their own right. Ulrich thought he saw Ulgaro at that moment. At this moment, there is a real god of war standing above them all. After some time, the battle was over, and the crows had already flocked to the smell of fresh blood. The mercenaries had won and were now resting after the exhausting battle. Ulrich slung his sword over his shoulder and ordered his brothers to gather up the corpses of their men. At this point, one of the seriously wounded soldiers of the pursuers said that they were all fools. The man looked at the mercenary captain with a grin and asked if they understood who they were working for. Ulrich frowned and asked what he was talking about. The barbarian sat down next to him and promised that he would spare the soldier if he explained to him. However, as soon as the soldier opened his mouth, an arrow was fired at him. She pierced her pursuer's chest with precision, killing him on the spot. Ulrich stood up and looked in the direction from which the shooting came. Filion held the bow in his hands and didn't even bother to deny that it was he who had released the arrow. The defense attorney justified his behavior by saying that he thought the soldier was about to attack Ulrich. However, the mercenary captain did not believe it. Ulrich walked past Filion with a smirk, as if he was going to let him get away with it. However, the next moment, the guy ordered his men to seize all of the young master's companions and force them to their knees. Filion began to panic and reminded Ulrich that he had sworn on the sign of the sun that he would not betray them. The barbarian sat down opposite the man and said that the protector had broken his oath first, but Filion continued to deny it. Ulrich said he would give the man the right to speak, so he should use it wisely. However, Filion continued to deny that he had been deceiving the mercenaries all this time. A few moments later, Donovan dragged the young gentleman by the hair, who begged Sir Filion to save him. Donovan held a dagger to the young gentleman's throat and said that if they did not tell the truth, he would cut out the boy's tongue. Filion realized that they had no other choice, because the most important thing was the safety of his master. The protector bowed his head and said that the boy's name was Varuka Anu Porelkana, and he was the sole heir to the kingdom of Porelkana. Donovan immediately let go of the guy, but he began to shout that they did not dare behave like that and should immediately fall on their knees before him. However, Ulrich quickly cut off his screams by kneeing the heir in the stomach. The barbarian told the prince that they were currently talking with Filion, so they should remain silent. Donovan said they should kill them all because they were interfering with the king's affairs. Many supported this idea, and in a panic, Filion began to beg for mercy, promising a lot of money for helping the future king. However, the mercenaries were against this idea, since their employers had already deceived them once, and Varuki did not even have his own palace. Ulrich decided to deal with Filion first for his deception. The barbarian looked closely at the defender and understood that now he would not lie to them. Filion did not shy away from retribution, but only begged to help the young prince. The man begged the mercenary captain to take the prince to the capital of the empire. Ulrich said that if he agreed, his brothers would not like it, since for deceiving them they would want to kill them and take all their valuables. The barbarian said that if the man really wanted to save the boy, he would have to really pay for his deception. Filion understood that Ulrich did not want to kill them, so he was giving them a chance to fix everything. So the man replied that he was ready to do anything, if only they did not touch Prince Faruk. The barbarian rubbed his neck and asked why the man was so zealously defending this ill-mannered youth. Filion replied that Varuka was the future ruler of his country, and that was enough for loyalty. Ulrich sighed and admitted that he thought it was complete nonsense. The barbarian asked how many of their people died, to which Goyle replied that 4 people died. Ulrich asked Filion which hand he would choose, and the defender replied his right. The man firmly grasped the wrist of his right hand with his left hand and pressed the chosen hand to the ground. At that moment, Veruca froze in place, shaking with fear. Ulrich cut off 4 of Filion's fingers, and the prince could only watch as his loyal protector was tortured. Filion endured with all his might, so as not to frighten the young prince even more with his screams. However, it was enough for Varuk to see all this. Filion looked at the prince and said that everything was fine and that the master should not worry. After finishing with the fingers, Ulrich asked Goyle how many guys had to be bandaged after the battle, and he was told that there were 5. The barbarian turned his gaze to Filion and said that because of their lies, his brothers suffered, so he would have to pay for it. 5 wounds were inflicted on the defender's back, and only after that did Ulrich say that this was enough, and Filion could treat his wounds. Before the barbarian left, the defender hit his head on the ground with all his might, bowed down and began to beg for help for the prince. This time, Veruca couldn't stand it any longer and ran up to Filion, saying that they didn't need these mercenaries and that they could get to the capital themselves. But the defender did not respond to this, but only slowly rose from the ground. Despite the pain of the torture, Filion approached the prince. Veruca winced when the defender swore and asked for forgiveness for something. After this, the man hit the prince on the cheek. Veruca, just recovered from the blow, looked angrily at Sir Filion and asked what right he had to do this. However, instead of answering, the defender hit the prince again, but on the other cheek. The boy fell to his knees, and his eyes fell on Filion's hand with his fingers cut off. The defense attorney said it was time for the guy to face the truth, because even if he gave himself up to be torn apart, it wouldn't help them reach the capital alive. Ulrich watched from the sidelines as Filion lectured the prince for his behavior. The mercenary captain approached his brothers and said that he wanted to draw up a new treaty and asked their opinion on this matter. Opinions were divided, with some wanting to continue accompanying the prince for a reward, but to find out why he was being pursued, while others wanted to simply kill them and take everything they had with them. Varuk wiped the blood from his face and, eavesdropping on the mercenaries' conversation, thought that at this rate they would kill him. The boy looked at his hand and saw in it the tooth that Sir Filion had knocked out. However, this time, Veruca thanked the man as it helped him come to his senses. The prince rose from the ground and walked closer to the mercenaries who were deciding his fate. This time, Veruca introduced himself to the mercenaries, attracting their attention. The guy said that he is the heir to this kingdom. Veruca revealed that Duke Garamati, a member of the royal council and his uncle, also desired to take the throne. The king has been unconscious for a year now, so when the prince turns 16, he will become the new king, but the duke wants to kill him before that time. This is why Veruca must reach the capital of the empire in one piece. The prince said that when the empire held its coronation ceremony, he would receive the support of the imperial army, so the duke would no longer be able to do anything to him. Ulrich thought that, in essence, their task had hardly changed at all, but the scale had become different, because now they were involved not in the affairs of a noble family, but of an entire kingdom. Veruca said that after the coronation, he would become the sole ruler of the entire empire. In the name of the sun god, the prince swore that he would reward the mercenaries worthy of the king of Porelkana. Ulrich chuckled and asked his men if they had heard the future emperor's promise. After some time of discussion, almost all the mercenaries agreed to continue their journey, and those who were against it surrendered under the persuasion of the brothers. Veruca stood aside and thought only about the fact that Filion had broken his oath, which meant he was destined for eternal suffering. The prince clutched the medallion in his hands and asked the sun god to have mercy on his subject and take into account his sincere loyalty. By then, Filion had finished treating the wounds and returned to the prince. The defender put his hand on the guy's shoulder and praised him for his work. Veruca turned to Sir Filion and promised to reward the man fully for his service. The guy said that he would not allow the man's soul to suffer after death and swore this in the name of the sun god. Filion took the prince by the hands and said that only those who do not trust each other's words swear by the name of the Lord. The defender carefully held the boy's hand in his hands and said that he trusted him completely. In response, Veruca said that he swears by his name. As evening approached, the wounds on Filion's back were still bleeding, but the prince's attendant said it was nothing serious. The defender understood that Ulrich had only cut his flesh, but had not even touched the muscles, as if he had done it on purpose. Filion didn't understand why the mercenary captain had exposed their lie, even though he had clearly planned to continue the mission. The defender saw his friend perk up and immediately realized that someone was coming towards them. Ulrich stood to the side of them, his shoulder pressed against a tree. The barbarian sat down on a nearby rock next to Filion and told him to eat more meat, as the man had lost a lot of blood. The defense attorney smiled and said it was strange to say that to the man who had cut off his fingers, but he was grateful to Ulrich. The barbarian said that he understood why they lied to them, because if everything had become known from the start, they would not have taken on this task. Ulrich said that the man did everything right, because if he hadn't lied, they wouldn't have gone so far. The barbarian looked at Filion's mutilated hand and asked him not to hold a grudge against him, because he could not act otherwise. Ulrich said that his brothers would have torn both the protector and the prince to pieces, but Filion already understood this, so he did not hold a grudge. After a few moments of silence, the defense attorney asked if he could ask the guy one question. Ulrich grinned and asked if the man would ask if he refused. However, Filion realized that it was a joke, so he asked why the mercenary captain decided to reveal this lie to them, even though he knew the consequences. Ulrich replied that he would like to continue the mission because he wanted to see the capital of the empire in person. The barbarian also really wanted to see the ruler of the whole world, the emperor. Ulrich expected to see many amazing things in the capital. Filion watched in amazement as the barbarian spoke his thoughts with such enthusiasm and ease. Ulrich had already seen how big the castles of nobles and ordinary kings were, so he could only imagine how big the emperor's castle was. However, Ulrich said that despite all this, he would not deceive or betray his brothers because of his own greed. The barbarian stood up and said that he had uncovered Filion's lie and decided that his brothers should know about it. The defender looked after Ulrich and thought that this man could be trusted, but he was a man of his word who acted according to his own honor. Filion chuckled and said that the barbarian was much closer to God than he who had broken his oath. The man said it was funny to have respect for the man who cut off his fingers. The next day, the group set out, and Filion told Ulrich that the kingdom was currently under the rule of Duke Garamati. Although the duke is now king, he has no legal right of inheritance. The one walking behind Varuk said that this is why he is the rightful heir to the throne. Ulrich said that they were using two complicated words, because the strongest one still becomes king. Filion said that if that were the case, it would be a nightmare, but the barbarian didn't understand why the man thought so. The defender said that if the old king died, all the lords would fight to the death for the throne, which is why it is necessary to choose an heir by kinship. Ulrich said the lords could meet in a fair fight one-on-one, but Filion said that was how only savages settled matters. The defender said that to become a king, a man must have an aristocratic mind. After these words, Ulrich looked skeptically at Varuk, who was walking behind. The barbarian pointed his finger at the prince and asked whether this whiner, who only knew how to yell out of turn, possessed an aristocratic mind. Varuka began to scold Ulrich again, calling him rude, but the barbarian only laughed at this. The prince said that he would have killed them all if he had not sworn in the name of the Lord God. Filion watched the prince leave and said that the guy was really trying. Ulrich said that he sensed a strong spirit in Varuk, and the defender noted that the prince was very similar to the previous king. Filion explained that Varuki's sister, Princess Damia, grew up with a strong and powerful character, and that living with her, the prince involuntarily became like her. Ulrich asked if it was dangerous to leave the princess and the kingdom to the enemies. Filion smiled and said that Duke Garamati would never attack the princess, but the barbarian did not understand where such confidence came from. The defender said that women cannot take the throne. At that moment, Goyle called out to Ulrich and told him to come and look at the herd of horses that they had noticed in the distance. After a while, Goyle, Sam, and another mercenary watched as the prince's entourage tried to keep the black horse in place. Goyle was betting that Varuki wouldn't be able to ride the wild horse, while Sam, on the contrary, was confident in the prince. Meanwhile, Ulrich approached and asked what was going on. Goyle told the captain that the prince wanted to catch the horse and ride it, but the wild animal simply would not obey. Ulrich bet 300,000 that Varuki would be able to saddle this horse. Goyle said that even if the barbarian was their captain, they would not return his money. But Ulrich no longer cared. He watched the prince approach the horse, which was held by several people. The prince's companions asked him to be careful, but he ordered them to release the ropes, saying that everything would be fine. Varuka looked closely at the horse with a slight smile on his lips, as if showing that he did not intend to harm him. After a few moments, the boy was able to approach the horse and pet it, saying that everything was fine. Varuk stroked the horse's muzzle and said that he would not harm him, but only wanted to be friends, and the horse seemed to listen to him. Those who bet on the prince's success rejoiced at his victory, while others looked on in surprise. Filion told Ulrich that in the kingdom, Veruca was a famous lover of horses and horse riding, so he handled a horse better than any other rider. Meanwhile, Veruca had already managed to saddle his horse, which did not run away from him. The prince clung to the black horse and named him Kilios. For some time afterward, Varrock rode his horse while the mercenaries discussed the prince's skills they had seen. Only now did Goyle give in and hand Ulrich his winnings, but the captain paid no attention to him. The barbarian slowly walked towards the prince, not taking his eyes off the work of the rider and horse. Ulrich never thought that horse riding could be so cool, because the prince and his horse now looked like one. Veruca was scared when the barbarian approached him, since the last time it ended with Ulrich killing the horse. However, Ulrich apologized to the prince for that time and said that he would like to ask the boy for something. The barbarian asked the boy to teach him how to handle horses, because he had never met such a skilled rider. Varrock thought it was a good opportunity to show the barbarian what he was capable of, so he agreed to teach him. The prince looked at Ulrich haughtily and warned that he was not going to coddle him. It soon became clear that Ulrich was a completely incapable student. When the horse threw the barbarian again, Veruca asked how he could be such a skilled warrior, but at the same time be so stupid. Ulrich called the horse names and said that it was all his fault, but the prince said that horses could hear too. The barbarian rose from the ground and began to approach Kilios again, but he once again turned his back to him. Veruca understood that the guy gave off a terrifying aura, which was helpful in battle, but very difficult to ride. Feeling threatened, the horse began to kick, and the prince thought that if Ulrich did not become more gentle, he would never master the horse. Veruca came closer and advised the barbarian to surrender, as he was too stupid for that. The prince decided to show him again how it should be done, and the horse immediately let him come closer, although just a second ago it had been kicking Ulrich. Varrock ran around the angry Ulrich on horseback with a loud laugh. At this point, the barbarian's patience ran out and he decided to surrender. That evening, near the fire, Ulrich's anger still hadn't let up, and he shouted that it would have been better if Goyle had eaten that horse. Sven sat down next to him and said that a newbie wouldn't be able to mount a wild horse that had only been tamed today, but Ulrich said that he should be able to handle it, since even Veruca could do it. The man tried to explain to the boy that just because one person has a certain skill doesn't mean everyone can do it. Sven said that they were all born with different talents, so there was no need to envy other people's abilities. Ulrich pouted like a child and said that he wanted to ride a horse too. Sven said that such skills do not appear immediately, because even a warrior goes through many battles to become stronger. Ulrich always believed that there was nothing in which Veruca could be better than him, but now he realized that he was wrong. The barbarian thought that he didn't consider Gottval worse than him, only because the cleric didn't know how to fight. Sven is an extremely experienced man who is always careful and only says what he has already thought about, making him a good advisor and a cold-blooded warrior. Goyle is excellent at manipulating conversations and reading others like an open book, but he's not very good at fighting. Donovan has a nasty character, but he always protects his comrades, and he also has military experience, which makes him a good strategist and warrior. However, Veruca does not know how to fight. He has a terrible character and generally lacks experience and composure. However, the prince is an excellent horseman whose equal Ulrich has never met. The barbarian couldn't even deny that Veruca really looked cool on horseback. Upon seeing the prince, Ulrich told the boy that his riding skills were worthy of the title of future king. Veruca asked if the barbarian had given up riding horses, but he replied that he would continue to try. For some time, Ulrich and the prince talked about various topics. Somehow, their conversation came to the point where the barbarian asked if the guy wanted to give the throne to his uncle and go raise horses. Veruca explained his skills by saying that any king should be a master horseman, and Ulrich asked if kings should also know how to fight. The prince replied that kings should not decide matters with the sword. Ulrich chuckled and said that rulers ask other people to risk their lives, even though they themselves do not do so. Then the barbarian admitted that he didn't understand people who gave their lives because of an order. Veruca said that a savage cannot understand kings, blood relationship, position, and loyalty. Ulrich did not deny it, saying that he would never understand this stupid policy. Veruca said that Sir Filion respected the barbarian, even though he cut off his fingers. The prince admitted that at first he thought the defender had simply gone crazy. Ulrich said that because of Filion's lies, 4 of his men died, so the man got off easy, losing his fingers. The barbarian looked at the prince with a grin and asked if there was anything he was not happy with. Veruca answered negatively and promised that when he became king, he would reward the mercenaries adequately and would not punish Ulrich. The prince sat on Kilios and said that the barbarian should think about his future reward. Veruca assumed that Ulrich wanted a lot of gold and silver so that he could return home a rich man. After this, the prince rode ahead on horseback, leaving the barbarian to think about his words. The thought of becoming rich seemed quite tempting to Ulrich. Thus, the days of the campaign dragged on, and every evening the mercenaries placed bets on whether Ulrich would be able to mount Kilios, but each time he failed. The commander's desperate attempts to mount his horse were already causing open laughter among his brothers. One such day, the mercenaries' fun was interrupted by a strange noise. Goyle found out what was going on and rushed to distract Ulrich from his occupation. A detachment of several horsemen approached the camp and asked in a rude manner who they were. The strangers introduced themselves as border patrol and demanded that the mercenaries explain why they had set up camp there. Many brothers who know the area were alarmed that the patrol had traveled too far to reach them. The patrol said that no one has the right to simply violate their boundaries. The man said he was waiting for the mercenaries to explain, otherwise they would perceive them as violators. Goyle told Ulrich that they should respond quickly, because if they hesitated, they would only arouse more suspicion. Some of the mercenaries thought that if they revealed the prince, the patrol would start bowing at his feet. But others, on the contrary, believed that they could be arrested for this. Filion said it was too late to do anything, as the checkpoint garrison had already been notified. Without waiting for an answer, the patrol went towards the checkpoint. Ulrich asked Filion how many men the garrison had. The defender said that most likely these were Orkel's soldiers, so they had about 200 men and another 50 trained horses. Ulrich perked up and said that things weren't so bad, since they also had about 50 people. However, Filion said that war horses can run with 2 soldiers on them, so they would have to face as many as 100 men. Goyle told Ulrich that there was discord among the mercenaries at the moment, so there would be deserters during the battle. Shaitan explained this by saying that the fighters want to earn money and live as long as possible, so they won't go into a battle they know they're losing. Sven said he had a plan that would help them avoid armed conflict. The man said that judging by the actions of the border guards, they were already under the control of Duke Garamati, which meant they already knew everything about the prince. Sven said that in that case, the patrol would look among them for none other than the boy with blue eyes. Ulrich looked at Varuk and said that in that case, the enemy's main goal was to capture the prince. Sven suggested sending the prince ahead on horseback so that no border guards would be able to catch up with him, and later they would meet him in the city of Balma. In that case, even if the border guards decide to search them, they won't find the prince, and it's unlikely they'll have the courage to attack 50 armed mercenaries. Ulrich said that this was a fairly sound plan, so he would like to know who would accompany the prince. Filion said that it was the commander who should go with the boy, but Ulrich categorically refused to run away from the battle. The defender said that Sven looked more like a mercenary captain, so he could pretend to be him. However, this did not convince Ulrich, and he said that instead of running away, he would rather fight face-to-face with all the border guards. Sven quickly stopped the guy and said that he understood his feelings perfectly, but now he had to act like a real mercenary captain. Ulrich knew the man was telling the truth, but it went against his values and pride. However, the lives of his brothers still outweighed the scales, and the barbarians surrendered, moving towards the prince and his horse. Ulrich asked the boy if he could sit on Kilios, and Veruca replied that if the barbarian sat behind him, then everything should work out. The barbarian quickly walked forward and said that they were leaving immediately, so the guy should not lag behind. Before following Ulrich, the boy looked towards Filion, who remained in the camp. The defender bowed to the prince in farewell. Filion clutched the medallion in his hands and began to pray to the sun god to protect the prince from harm. Meanwhile, the border guards returned to the castle and reported to Margrave Orkel about the disappearance of Prince Faruqi. The man stood on one of the towers, looking out over his territories, and said that the battle for the throne was beginning. The Margrave assumed that Veruca was going to go to the Empire to take power from there. Orkla believed that the king had raised a weak heir, and although there were no wars at the moment, it was foolish to make a king out of a weak, inexperienced child. The man assumed that the prince would either sail across the sea or try to infiltrate the ranks of the mercenaries, so he could not lose sight of the group that appeared. Even these lands have heard rumors of mercenaries called the Ulrich brothers and their victory over the Silver Lions. Orkella said they simply couldn't help but notice them. Immediately after this, the Margrave personally went to the mercenary camp to find the prince among them. Orkella introduced himself and demanded to speak with the mercenary captain, after which Sven stepped forward, posing as the leader. The Margrave glanced at the man and immediately realized that he was facing a barbarian. Advisor Orkel said that they had heard rumors that the captain of the Ulrich brothers was a true barbarian, so the man who came out to them could indeed be the leader of the group. The Margrave decided to confirm their guesses and asked the barbarian who they were and what his name was. Sven introduced himself as the captain of the Ulrich mercenaries, but quiet chuckles immediately ran through the named brothers. Orkella introduced himself in response and said that he had the right to check anyone who wanted to cross his border, but Sven replied that he had nothing against it. The Margrave gave the order and his subordinates dismounted to inspect all the mercenaries. Orkella watched this from the sidelines, and seeing the rather rude words from the mercenaries, the man thought that the rumors about the Ulrich brothers were not a lie. No matter what chaos is going on in the camp, every mercenary has a weapon within reach, as they are always ready for battle. A subordinate reported that there was no one with blue eyes in the camp, and then Orkella ordered a search of the area in case the mercenaries were hiding the prince. The Margrave personally dismounted from his horse and approached Filion, who was hiding under his cloak, and ordered him to take off his cape. Sven tensed up and decided to intervene carefully so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. Filion had previously told Sven that he was already acquainted with Margrave Orkel, but had only met him a couple of times. The Southerner removed the defender's cape and revealed a man stripped to the waist, covered in mud, and announced that he was a thief who had become their prisoner. Orkella didn't look at him for long and simply told him to remove this nonentity from his sight. One of the Margrave's assistants expressed his suspicion that they would not find the prince here. However, something caught the Margrave's attention. Very close to the camp, he found horse manure. However, when they inspected the camp, they did not find a single horse. Orkella immediately uncovered the mercenaries' plan and smiled maliciously. The patrol still left the mercenary camp, and Sven watched as they walked away towards the castle. Filion asked if Sven thought they had been discovered, to which the Southerner replied that even if so, the patrol would never catch up with Ulrich and the prince. Having moved far enough away that the mercenaries could not see them, Orkella dismounted. The man called his subordinate to him to give an order. Orkella ordered the patrol to split into 5 groups and go in search of the prince. The Margrave was sure that Varuk had escaped from here on horseback. Sometime before, Ulrich had come up with a plan to get closer to Kilios. But the prince did not like this plan at all. The barbarian was vigorously rubbing himself with something, under the interested glances of the horse and the shocked look of Varuki. Ulrich remembered that his aura scared Kilios away, but if he smeared himself with his dung, it should inspire confidence in the horse. Varuka stepped aside and said that he shouldn't let the barbarian get close to him, but he said that the first thing they needed to think about was that they were being chased. Now Ulrich was able to approach and pet the horse, which was sniffing him attentively. The barbarian's face shone with joy at finally being able to touch the horse. Soon Varuk gave in, because he had no choice anyway. Once on horseback, Ulrich shouted joyfully, spreading his arms out to the sides. Varuka didn't look so happy and could barely hold back the urge to vomit because of the smell of manure. They came to a destroyed bridge, and the prince said that it was not the patrol bridge, so it was destroyed. These bridges are usually built by smugglers, so patrols destroy them as soon as they find them. Varuk thought sadly that he could never have imagined that he would be looking for a rat hole to survive. However, they soon encountered another problem. Kilios began to slow down and breathe heavily. Ulrich said that the horse was not as strong as he expected, to which Waruka replied that the barbarian was too heavy. The barbarian noticed a patrol nearby and immediately reported it to the prince. Ulrich told Varuka that 7 cavalrymen were approaching them. The barbarian said with a smile that he hoped his brothers had managed to cross the border, but the prince said that now they needed to think about themselves. Varuka was more worried about Kilios, who began to have difficulty breathing and began to shake violently, which indicated that the horse was very tired. Ulrich pulled the prince's hair like a rein and told him to turn around to start a cavalry war. Varuk was against it, since there were more opponents, but the barbarian said that they would quickly cope, which again amazed the prince. Ulrich told the boy again to turn his horse around so that he could rest while they fought. Varuka clenched his teeth and tried to decide what he should do. Then the prince turned his horse and said that he trusted not Ulrich, but Filion, who had entrusted him to the barbarian. Ulrich drew his sword and prepared for battle, saying that he would show the prince why he became a mercenary captain. The barbarian defeated the first 2 horsemen by throwing axes at their heads. However, he was then faced with close combat. Ulrich jumped on one of the horsemen, trying to divert the battle away from Varuki. The rider didn't expect the barbarian to jump so high. The enemy was confused by such maneuvers, and therefore opened itself up to attack. Ulrich did not lose his vigilance and continued to kill his opponents one after another. His skills made the riders nervous, as if the advantage of fighting on horseback was no longer there. Ulrich frightened the horses with his abrupt movements, causing the riders to lose concentration. At some point, the barbarian shouted at Veruca to act. The riders turned their gaze to the prince, expecting something from him. However, the guy became confused and panicked, not understanding what they wanted from him. Taking advantage of the horsemen's hesitation, Ulrich attacked them again. The barbarian struck with confidence and precision. Veruca just watched this from the side and couldn't believe his eyes. For a few moments, the prince wondered if a man was capable of what Ulrich was doing. Soon, all the pursuers were killed and the barbarian headed towards the prince. Ulrich chuckled and said they did a great job. On their way, they met a couple more patrols, but they were all defeated. But the news still reached the Margrave. Orkella didn't understand why they didn't capture the prince, but his subordinates said that the prince was with a real monster. The Margrave was very angry and said that he would then lead the people himself. After some time, Ulrich and Veruca were able to find a surviving bridge, so they could cross it and destroy it so that their pursuers could not reach them. The prince urged the horse to go a little further, because they were almost there and all that remained was to cross the bridge. However, Kilios's strength was running out, and the horse fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Veruca sat down next to the horse and tried to make him stand up, but to no avail. Realizing this, the prince stood up and clenched his hands into fists. Without saying anything, the boy walked across the bridge while Ulrich asked if Veruca would really abandon his horse that easily. The prince ordered him to be silent, saying that he did not want this, but he had no other choice because the horse refused to move. At that moment, they heard a ringing sound in the distance, which indicated that the pursuit was already close. Veruca rushed forward across the bridge, saying that they should hurry, but Ulrich remained in his place. The guy didn't understand why the barbarian wasn't moving and tried to hurry him up. Ulrich turned around and said that he had to take Kilios because he really liked this horse. The barbarian approached the horse and crouched in front of him. After this, Ulrich threw the horse's front legs over his shoulders, lifting him up. The barbarian's thighs shook with tension, but he was not about to give up. Gathering his courage, Ulrich stood up, lifting the front part of his horse behind him. The barbarian dragged his horse across the bridge and said that when he saw someone as strong as Kilios, he could not help but respond with his own strength. Ulrich's face twisted with tension and the capillaries in his eyes burst. Veruca could only watch all this in shock, and he had no cultural words to describe what he was seeing. Ulrich used his last strength to drag his horse to the other side of the bridge. Varrock gradually retreated back so as not to interfere with the barbarian. Ulrich was now breathing even harder than the hunted Kilios. Meanwhile, the pursuit had already managed to approach the bridge but froze in place. The Margrave's men could not believe what they saw. Soon, Ulrich found himself on the ground and threw off his horse, telling Veruca to cut the ropes. The prince took the axe from the barbarian and cut down the bridge so that the Margrave's men could not reach them. After this, Veruca jumped into the bushes to avoid being shot, but then he saw that Ulrich was in the open and not moving. Orkella took the crossbow from the servant's hands and took aim. The broken bridge wasn't a problem since he could still shoot the fugitives. However, before firing, the Margrave thought that it would be foolish to kill the barbarian so easily. Orkella said that in respect for the barbarian's tenacity, they would retreat, but only today. The man ordered his subjects to look for other passages, because there must definitely be something nearby. The Margrave's passion for hunting was awakened, and he swore that the next time they met, he would personally wring the barbarian's neck. Just the thought of it made Orkella feel young again. After some time, the Margrave's detachment returned to the castle. There the man was met by his son, who wanted to talk to him, but the father just waved the guy away. All of Orkel's thoughts were filled with thoughts of his prey. The Margrave was informed that the Ulrich brothers were heading to Balma, where they apparently planned to meet the fugitives. Orkella ordered that Duke Garamati be told that he would capture the prince himself, and for this he would need 10 experienced warriors. The subject was concerned that the border captain was leaving his post, but he was only interested in his loot. The Margrave said that he would fulfill his duty and return the fugitives who dared to pass by his post. Only now did the subject remember the Margrave's old nickname. During the barbarian colonization, Orkel was nicknamed the Barbarian Hunter. The Margrave went to his chambers to rest before the hunt. After some time, Orkel's son came into his room. However, the man still did not want to talk to his son and told him to come back later. However, the boy remained in the room and said that he would like to study in Gamel, the capital of the empire. Orkella did not understand his son's aspirations, because he believed that he would be able to learn everything at home no worse than in the capital. The son replied that he did not want to learn strategy and fencing, but rather that he wanted to study science. The greatest minds of their time were gathered in the capital, and it was an honor to study with them. But the Margrave was against it. The man believed that his son should follow in his footsteps and become a great warrior. Orkala told his son that today he had met an enemy who had done the unthinkable for a human being. The father said that the barbarian carried the horse on his back alone when it lost its strength, and it was incredible. The son interrupted his father and said that strength no longer mattered, because the era of bloody colonizations was already over. The guy said that no one is taking over the north and south anymore. The empire has taken over the entire continent, so there is no one left to get rid of by brute force. Orkala did not respond to this and asked his son to go out so that he could rest. Before leaving, the son said that times were changing, and it was time for the man to come to terms with it. The Margrave sat up in bed and thought about his son's words. However, he was firmly convinced that times had never changed and that everything remained the same. After some time, Orkala went down into the dungeon where he kept his trophies. The man lit candles to illuminate the dark room. He greeted the bones of the southern and northern barbarians, which he still kept as a trophy. It was these two barbarians who were able to leave scars on his chest. Orkala said that the barbarians remained the same as in their best years, but he himself had grown old. The man sat down on the floor and said that the blade only shines in the presence of a real enemy. Orkala was convinced that even now, the strongest warrior would not be able to defeat him. The Margrave put on his helmet and thought. After a few minutes of silence, the man said that aging is a terrible force. Meanwhile, the sun began to set towards the horizon, painting the sky in orange hues. Varuk had been trying unsuccessfully for a long time to wake up Ulrich, who had lost consciousness. The prince prayed that God would not take the barbarian and continued shaking him with all his might. However, it was all in vain. Ulrich showed no signs of life. Trembling with fear, Varuka asked if the barbarian was even alive, but no one could answer him this question. The boy carefully brought his fingers to Ulrich's nose and felt with relief how the air shook slightly from his breath. Varuka bent over the barbarian and thanked God that he was still alive. However, the next moment the prince heard voices nearby. Varuka tried to pull Ulrich aside, but the barbarian was too heavy. The guy understood that they would soon be discovered, so he decided to hide in the bushes. Varuka watched as the strangers examined Ulrich's body and his belongings. The bandits took a fancy to the barbarian's sword and wanted to take it, first killing the weapon's owner. Varuka understood that he needed to intervene immediately, otherwise Ulrich would be killed. However, the guy didn't know what he could do against three opponents. Varuka tried to gather his courage to help the barbarian, and didn't even notice how someone snuck up on him from behind. Only at the last moment did he see the hand reaching out to him. Another bandit jumped out of the bushes, dragging the resisting prince along with him. The men clearly liked the way the captured boy looked. One of the bandits said that they had not seen women for a long time, and this young man had such a handsome face that not every lady could compare to him. One of the bandits said that he would not participate in this, so he went towards Ulrich to deal with him for now. The bandits tied up Varuk so that he would not resist their actions so much, and threatened to cut off his hands if he did not comply. The prince prayed for this to stop, because it simply could not happen to him. The guy thought that he would rather die than experience such shame. However, the next moment the men stopped, due to a sharp cry from their comrade, who went towards the barbarian. Varuka looked hopefully towards Ulrich. The barbarian came to his senses and killed the bandit who tried to deal with him. Ulrich looked angrily at the prince, who had already been almost stripped by the bandits, and said that he didn't know that the guy liked this. Ulrich raised his axe and said that he would never understand this civilization, but Varuka demanded that he be saved immediately. The barbarian understood that he had spent too much energy while carrying Kilios, but he could handle 3 bandits. Ulrich rubbed his chin with his axe and told the bandits that even uncivilized people do not engage in such things without consent. One of the bandits grabbed Varuka by the collar and said that he would kill him if the barbarian moved from the spot. However, the man didn't have time to finish speaking as the axe flew at his head. Ulrich apologized and said that threats don't work on him. Then the barbarian grinned and said that if Varuka died, it would only be more fun. Ulrich promised that in this case, the bandits would die 3 times more painfully. After some time, the barbarian dealt with all the bandits. Ulrich tiredly stretched his muscles and sighed. The barbarian sat down on the ground and said that he would no longer drag horses, because now it seemed to him as if he had lost a year of his life. The boy's rest was interrupted by Varuki's demand to release him. Ulrich only laughed at the prince's shabby appearance and regretted that the others would not be able to see it. Towards the morning, Varuka stood up from his seat and asked if Ulrich could move. The prince said that it was still 2 days' journey to Balma, so they should set out now. As Ulrich stood up, Veruca asked if everything would be okay with the other mercenaries. The barbarian replied that they were unlikely to be attacked because they would not be able to help these people catch the prince. Veruca said that they had crossed the borders, so now they could not be pursued by all forces, but would be searched for in small groups. Ulrich walked forward and said that they should go on foot so that Kilios would not waste his strength. After a few hours of travel, Veruca asked if all the warriors of Ulrich's tribe were so strong. The barbarian chuckled and said that in his tribe everyone was roughly equal. It was just that he had grown up a little stronger than the others. Veruca asked if there was something special about the boy's diet, or if his parents were the same, but Ulrich said that he didn't have parents. The barbarian said that the tribe found him when he was walking alone in the area. Ulrich thought for a moment and said that perhaps it was the people who found him who should be called his parents. Varuk felt awkward and already regretted asking this question. Ulrich decided to change the subject and asked if the prince had been to the capital and if he could tell him about it. Veruca replied that he had been in the capital as a child with the viceroy. The prince was about 10 years old, but he still remembers those views and the huge number of tall buildings. Varuk admitted that when he first saw these buildings, he thought that they were built by giants, not people. The prince said that compared to the capital, the rest of the world could be considered uncouth barbarians. Ulrich listened attentively to the boy's story and wondered whether the capital was really so incredible. The barbarian thought that his brothers would not believe him, just as he himself could not believe in the existence of the ocean until he saw it himself. The world is so big, so its people must expand their perception. Ulrich thought that he would like to show his fellow tribesmen the blue waters of the ocean. They would be happy to see endless golden fields. As soon as Ulrich imagined the capital that Veruca had told him about, a dream he had had long ago appeared before his eyes. In this dream, he saw himself, only now an adult, standing in a flame devouring tall stone buildings. A cold shiver ran through Ulrich's body. Veruca noticed that the barbarian was not listening to him, so he shook him on the shoulder, getting his attention. Ulrich stepped forward a little and said that it was time to make a stop to rest. Veruca felt the sharp change in the barbarian's mood, but did not resist. When the sun set, the barbarian and the prince settled down for the night. Veruca said that if his sister Demea saw them now, she would burst into tears, and Ulrich noticed that the guy often mentioned the princess. The prince said that there was nothing strange about this, because he cared for her like no one else, and promised that when he became king, the girl would never marry for convenience. Ulrich chuckled and asked if the princess was hot. Veruca said that Demea is the most beautiful lady in the kingdom, and nobles are lining up just to ask for her hand in marriage. Ulrich asked what kind of hair and eyes the girl had, and not noticing the barbarian's sly grin, the prince said that she was a blue-eyed blonde. The barbarian went further and suggested that the girl had a simply stunning figure, and Veruca confirmed this without a second thought. However, the next moment the prince realized what exactly Ulrich was thinking, and it made him blush and scream. The barbarian, in turn, stood up and walked towards the forest, thanking the prince for the fact that now he had something to do that night. Veruca realized what Ulrich was going to do and understood that he himself was to blame for it. However, he could not hold back his angry cry. After a while, Ulrich returned and sat down next to the pouting prince, who seemed to have no intention of talking to him. However, soon Veruca began to talk. Ulrich said he thought the boy would never speak to him again. The prince was silent for a few moments, thinking about something. Veruca pressed himself against Ulrich's side for warmth and asked if they were really going in the right direction. The barbarian fell to the ground and said that no matter where they went, the guy would never get lost with him. So there was no need to worry. Ulrich told the prince to lie closer so that his body would not lose heat, after which they covered themselves with one cape for both of them. Veruca said that he was cold, but the barbarian did not allow them to light a fire as they could be discovered. For a while there was silence, broken only by the sounds of the forest. Veruca said that when he becomes king, he will punish all traitors. Ulrich asked if the empire would really help the boy become king, to which Veruca replied that the emperor was obliged to support the official heir. The barbarian didn't argue with this, because the prince should definitely know more than he did about how everything works in his civilization. Soon their peace was disturbed by loud barking. The boys jumped up from their seats, and Ulrich said that he didn't expect a chase with dogs. In the distance, the lights of a patrol were shining through the greenery of the forest. Veruca was in a panic and asked if they should escape from here to Kilios. Ulrich threw a cloak over the prince's head and said that it was not yet a fact that these were their pursuers, and even if they were, the barbarian would deal with them himself. Ulrich thought that it was much more convenient to fight in the forest than in an open field. The barbarian walked towards the lights and told Veruca to hide. The prince could only watch as Ulrich's silhouette dissolved into the darkness of the night forest. Varuk thought that he was alone again. The prince would like to be like Ulrich and not be afraid of anything. However, now Veruca looked at his hands, which were shaking from cold and fear. The boy recalled that when Filion placed his hand on the cut, he did not feel a shudder. However, Varuk himself shook like an aspen leaf at every threat. The guy came to the realization that he couldn't even protect his own body. There were many people around the prince who helped and protected him. The guy was haunted by bad thoughts. They swirled around in his head, making his body shake more and more violently. Veruca wondered if he really deserved to become king. Meanwhile, Margrave Orkala followed the tracks of his reconnaissance. They soon discovered that all the scouts had been killed, and this surprised the Margrave because the barbarian had not run away, but on the contrary was eager to fight. Based on their wounds, Orkala concluded that the barbarian had killed some of them as they tried to escape. The Margrave's assistant said that their men could not have died so easily because they were all elite knights who had been trained to fight their entire lives. Orkala agreed with his subordinate on this, since even the equipment and training of his men was much better than that of the barbarian. However, the Margrave said that the barbarians use crude, blunt weapons in battle that can pierce any steel. The man said that, combined with the incredible strength that savages possess, they are capable of killing even a knight with one blow. The Margrave reached into his man's pierced armor and noted that the blood on his hand was fresh. Orkala ordered the dogs to be released, as their target could not have gone far. The assistant agreed that hunting the barbarian was important, but capturing the prince should be their first priority. If they cannot find the prince, he will come to the emperor and take the throne, declaring them all traitors. The Margrave asked if the assistant really believed that the hunt had captivated him so much that he had forgotten about the main goal. Orkala said that Prince Veruca was incapable of doing anything on his own, so capturing him would be easy once they killed the barbarian who was protecting him. The assistant apologized for his inappropriate instructions, but the Margrave did not take offense at him, saying that he understood his concerns. The man assumed that people were already whispering behind his back that he had gone crazy. Orkala asked for understanding, as it was very difficult to endure the hardships of war while maintaining sanity. When the Margrave was an ordinary knight, he was often sent to barbarian lands, where he lost not only vassals, but also his comrades. That is why Orkala could not allow the barbarian to join their civilization. The Margrave said that in the modern world, many people say that barbarians are ordinary people, and that ordinary soldiers have become villains. Orkala was proud of his nickname, the Barbarian Hunter, and did not consider it something shameful, but rather an honorary title that he had honestly earned. The man killed barbarians, but he did it in the name of their kingdom and civilization. This is why the Margrave is angry that the emperor now calls barbarians the same people as the Imperials. The assistant saw that Orkala was starting to lose his temper, so he hastened to calm him down. The Margrave stood still for a moment, then said that the emperor had only seen barbarian slaves, so he would never know what they were really like. Orkala said that all the soldiers who came here with him had never seen real barbarians. The man believed that after so many years of peace, they had forgotten the true face of the enemy, so they would greatly regret it when they met a real barbarian. Meanwhile, Ulrich, sitting in a tree, was treating a wound he received from one of the dogs. The guy's eyes fell on a larger group of pursuers. Ulrich realized that his plan had been discovered, and that was why they were now traveling in groups. The barbarian looked into the distance and realized that if he let these people go further, they would definitely find Veruca, so he would have to fight here. However, there was one problem that was bothering the guy. If he rushes into battle now, he will be quickly killed. Ulrich remembered that brother from the southern tribe who rushed into battle, knowing of imminent death. The southerner was able to use his life as a weapon, for he knew that the peak of blades awaited him. Ulrich took a deep breath and exhaled, gathering his courage. Now the boy believed in the sun god, so he couldn't expect to find himself at the peak of blades. Ulrich gripped the sword tightly in his hand, mentally preparing for battle. Now the limit of his capabilities is 4 or 5 warriors at a time, so the guy has no choice but to push his limits. Gathering his courage, Ulrich rushed into battle, which immediately brought panic into the ranks of his pursuers. The barbarian tried to act as quickly as possible so that the enemy would not have the opportunity to come up with a plan. However, Ulrich still couldn't help but notice that the warriors were acting in a coordinated and fast manner, which indicated that elite warriors had been sent after them. Even despite this, the guy acted clearly and quickly. It was hard to keep up with Ulrich to understand where he would rush next. Orcella watched all this from the sidelines, delighted by the massacre that the barbarian had carried out. Ignoring the fact that his men were being killed one by one, the Margrave admired the barbarian's abilities. Some warriors took advantage of the moment and loaded their crossbows, firing many arrows towards Ulrich. Several crossbow bolts hit the barbarian's body, but he only flinched slightly, maintaining his concentration. The Margrave was even more surprised by the fact that the boy barely reacted to the crossbow bolts. Ulrich clenched his jaw in pain and looked in the direction from which the arrows came. One of the warriors ordered to reload the crossbows and aim at the barbarian's head. However, Ulrich quickly appeared at his side and said that their strange weapons were taking too long to become infected. The Margrave's assistant was in a panic as he watched the battle. He understood that if they attacked as a whole crowd, they would easily kill the barbarian. However, all the assistant saw was how their soldiers continued to die one after another. The man watched the barbarian and tried to understand what the problem was. At some point, the assistant realized the reason why they were losing. Ulrich instilled such fear into the warriors' minds that they were afraid to approach and attack first. They lost all their advantages in a matter of seconds, to one single person. Now the assistant understood what his master meant when he spoke of a real barbarian. However, it was already too late for him, because Ulrich was already heading towards him, instilling terrible fear in him. Before his death, the man remembered the Margrave's promise that they would regret it when they met a real barbarian. Soon, the entire squad was killed, and Ulrich was left alone in the middle of a clearing strewn with corpses. The guy was breathing heavily, as general fatigue and injuries were still taking their toll. Ulrich's attention was drawn to the laughter and voice of the Margrave, who said that the barbarian was covered in wounds from head to toe. Orcella guessed that half the soldiers had died before the barbarian reached them, frightened by his aura. Ulrich held the sword in his hands with the last of his strength, and it was clear that his body was shaking. This brought a malicious smile to the Margrave's face. Ulrich leaned on his sword, trying to stay conscious. Orcella said that he would not be so easy to deal with, because he had long been accustomed to fighting against the fear inspired by the barbarians. The Margrave was only glad of this, because now the barbarian would not be able to resist. Ulrich thought that he needed to come up with something urgently, otherwise he would die here and now. As soon as Orcella rushed into battle, the barbarian raised his sword to defend himself. The man swung his sword, intending to crush the wounded barbarian with one blow. Ulrich was already thinking that this would be the end of his life. However, the Margrave's attention was drawn to the knocking of the Copts, forcing him to stop. A black horse with a rider was running towards them. Ulrich also turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. Varuk made it in time, but he could do little to help Ulrich in this situation. The guy dismounted and ran up to the wounded barbarian, who could barely stand on his feet. Looking at Ulrich, the prince realized that things were bad for them. Varuka surveyed the battlefield and noticed a crossbow lying nearby. The guy rushed towards him as if it were his last chance to survive. Orcella shuddered at the sight of this, as it posed a threat even to someone wearing armor. The man knew he couldn't let the arrow hit him, so he started looking for a shield. Orcella quickly jumped up to one of the dead soldiers and covered himself with his shield. The man thought he heard a shot, but felt no impact, leading him to believe the prince had missed. As he expected, the arrow hit a nearby tree, causing the Margrave to chuckle. The man lost sight of Ulrich, whom he no longer considered a threat. However, the barbarian's cry brought him to his senses. Orcella turned towards Ulrich, but it was too late as the barbarian had gotten too close. The man tried to cover himself with his hands, which were protected by armor. However, the imperial steel cut through his armor with ease. Ulrich leaned on his sword and looked at the Margrave lying on the ground. The man was breathing heavily and bleeding. Ulrich apologized for not being able to kill him in one blow and promised to make it up to him. The next moment, the barbarian hunter's life was cut short. Having pulled all the arrows out of his body, Ulrich collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Remembering that Varuka was somewhere nearby, the guy began to look around. The prince held his head and did not know what to do next, and the barbarian asked him why he had rushed to his aid. However, afterward, Ulrich waved his hand and said that if the boy had not distracted the Margrave's attention, he would no longer be alive. Varuk looked around the battlefield and was amazed. There were many elite warriors here, whom Ulrich killed single-handedly. Standing with his back to the barbarian, the prince said that he himself did not know why he had come. Approaching Ulrich, Varuka said that perhaps he was afraid to hide alone. The prince extended a shaking hand to the barbarian to help him up. Ulrich accepted his help and laughed at the fact that the guy was like a little timid kitten. Veruca said that he meant that he was afraid of remaining a timid kitten who could only hide and shake with fear. Ulrich watched with interest as the prince looked for something. Veruca said that he could not behave like this anymore, because in the future he would become king. The boy found a suitable sword from one of the soldiers and took it. Veruca fastened the sword to his belt under Ulrich's surprised gaze. With shaking hands, the prince put the bloody sword back into its sheath. After that, he looked at his hands for a while, which still hadn't stopped shaking, although everything was already over. The barbarian and the prince reached the camp, and Veruca lit a fire to better treat Ulrich's wounds. However, the light from the fire made it clear that the barbarian was in terrible condition, and that dark circles had already appeared under his eyes from the loss of blood. Soon Ulrich turned his head towards Veruca, attracting attention. The prince saw that the barbarian was only getting worse because he had received too many serious injuries. The barbarian grinned and asked Veruca to fulfill one of his requests. Ulrich asked that when he died, the prince abandon his body, but cut off a lock of his hair and take it to the top of the heavenly mountain. Veruca was immediately alarmed by this request and asked what it meant. However, Ulrich did not respond to this, losing consciousness. Veruca became frightened and immediately put his hand to the barbarian's chest and tried to catch the sound of his breathing. Realizing that Ulrich was still alive, the guy breathed a sigh of relief. Having calmed down a little, Veruca looked at the barbarian and said that this was truly incredible. The prince said that a saga would be written about this day, which Ulrich would be proud of for the rest of his life. Veruca believed that the barbarian would become as famous a warrior as Fergen Phantom Blade himself. Then the prince thought about what they could say about him. The boy looked at his hands and wondered if he was now worthy of being called king. Veruca believed that he could only be called a coward or a farmer, but he should become a ruler. Kilios, who was grazing nearby, raised his head with interest. Veruca clenched his shaking hands into fists. After this, the guy pressed his hands to his face and said that he was not worthy of this. The next morning, Veruca decided to move on, but he could not abandon Ulrich. The guy made an improvised stretcher from scrap materials and dragged the barbarian to the horse. Veruca tried his best, complaining that Ulrich was too heavy even though a lot of blood had flowed from him. Soon the prince was able to tie the stretcher to Kilios and stop to catch his breath. The guy kept looking at his hands, stained with blood and dirt. They still trembled and looked little like the hands of an aristocrat. However, this brought a smile to the guy's face. Taking Kilios by the leash, Veruca said that it was time for them to leave for Balma. The next day, the barbarian and the prince reached the city, where mercenaries were already waiting for them. However, not everyone was happy with such a meeting, and the newly joined mercenaries were skeptical about Ulrich's condition. They were talking about how it was time for them to look for a new captain. Filion overheard one of these conversations and reported it to the prince, who did not leave Ulrich's bedside. Goyle suspected that the defender had some kind of idea and asked him to voice it quickly before the others became suspicious. Filion asked what would happen if Ulrich didn't wake up and who would take his place as leader. Goyle said that it was unlikely that he would be recognized as captain, so the choice would most likely fall on either Donovan or Sven, but the latter was not interested. Shaitan said that usually no one is against changing the captain, but this time everything is quite ambiguous. Goyle sighed and said that if Donovan became captain, he would have to leave. Shaitan didn't want this, so he prayed for Ulrich to wake up. Goyle left the room, leaving Filion to think about what he and the prince should do next. The defender told Veruca that he would try to find other mercenaries. However, the prince was against this idea since Ulrich was still alive, and therefore there was no point in rushing things. Veruca said that the Lord sees everything, so he will not break his word until something happens. The prince said that Ulrich was a skilled warrior and an honest believer, and he kept his word, risking his life to protect him. Veruca said that they should worry not only about those who are pursuing them, but also about those who are walking side by side with them. The boy believed that a real king does not throw words around, so he must act as he should. The prince ordered Filion to continue monitoring the mercenaries, and he, in turn, would find a cure for Ulrich. The defender was pleased with this change in the prince and believed that this was the result of true royal blood. Filion could only support his master in his zeal to help Ulrich. Varuk, accompanied by his second knight, set off for the city. The knight asked the master what he planned to do, since even the doctors could not help the mercenary captain. Veruca said that he had read many books about the colonization of the northern and southern barbarian tribes. From books, the prince learned that barbarians know their bodies better, and therefore only those like them can heal them. The guy walked purposefully towards a tavern that he had learned about from the townspeople. When they entered, the guests looked at them with interest. The prince approached the tavern owner and said that he needed a barbarian healer. The boy put a couple of coins on the table and asked the man if he knew anyone who could help them. The owner took the money with a smile and said that the guest must be looking for a shaman. However, the next moment their conversation was interrupted by shouts. One of the guests argued with the woman and demanded that she give him the money. The girl with black curly hair said that she was going to do it anyway, but then the prince caught her attention. The stranger smoothly approached Veruca and asked if he would like to be alone with her. The prince gave the girl a stern look and assumed, based on her appearance, that she was a barbarian from a southern tribe. The owner made the girl bow and said that the girl's name was Juneva and she was a courtesan who would do anything for money. Veruca went towards the exit and said that he hoped that the owner would find them a shaman by tomorrow. After this, the prince and his knight left the tavern and headed towards the inn. After some time, the knight informed Veruca that a barbarian woman was pursuing them. This really turned out to be true, but the prince had no intention of running away from her. Realizing that they were not running away from her, Juneva approached the gentleman. The girl bowed softly and asked if they were really looking for a shaman. Veruca confirmed this, but immediately said that they did not need a courtesan. Juneva ignored his words and said that for barbarians, a good healer is a good shaman. The girl said that the female shaman is able to heal any wound. Juneva smiled and asked if the guy understood what she was hinting at. Varuk decided to take a risk and brought the courtesan to Ulrich's inn. The girl gently ran her hand over the barbarian's cheek, causing him to wake up. Ulrich said that the girl's hands were cold, but he only liked it. The prince said that he had brought a shaman for the barbarian, but he said that the girl looked more like a courtesan. Juneva said that if Ulrich could talk, it meant he was alive, but the prince said that they had not come to talk. The girl said that all their bodies have their own resilience. Juneva leaned over Ulrich and said that he had exhausted his endurance, and the last drop was being dried up by illness. The girl said that this drop would be enough for many people for the rest of their lives. But for Ulrich, it was too little. The barbarian smiled and asked if he was really dying. Juneva replied that as long as he was so weak, it would be impossible to overcome the disease. Ulrich looked at the prince and said that it looked like he was dying. The barbarian apologized for not being able to see the boy through to the end, and deeply regretted not being able to see the capital with his own eyes. Veruca looked like he was about to break down and cry like a little child. He grabbed the girl by the hand and dragged her out of the room, saying that he had brought this charlatan here in vain. Juneva followed the prince out of the room, but then pulled her hand out of his grip. The girl pointed out that she had not said a word about Ulrich not being able to be saved. Veruca's patience ran out and he grabbed Juneva, ordering her to speak directly. The girl said that all that was needed was to restore Ulrich's stamina, and she would be able to make a cure for him in 4 days. Juneva said that the medicine would cost 4 million, but she needed 2 million now. The prince said he wouldn't fall for it and would buy all the ingredients himself. The girl rubbed her cheek and said that she swears to God that she was not lying. Veruca didn't know how one could trust a courtesan, and a barbarian at that. The guy asked the girl if she believed in God at all, since she swears by his name. The girl was about to leave, saying that since the guy didn't believe her, it meant she had nothing to do here. The image of Ulrich, who was dying in the next room, appeared before Veruca's eyes. The guy clenched his fists, realizing that he had no other choice. Veruca said that he would pay the girl, but only if she cured Ulrich. Juneva demanded 10 million for her services and demanded an oath in the name of God. Veruca kissed his gold medallion and vowed to pay 10 million for Ulrich's rescue. Juneva smiled and said that God had heard the young man's prayers. Meanwhile, Ulrich dreamed that he was once again behind the heavenly mountains in his native lands. His brothers were returning from hunting, carrying their prey on their shoulders. Ulrich lay on the grass, slowly coming to his senses. Seeing his native expanses, the boy thought that his end had come. Ulrich looked at his sun medallion and thought with regret that he had never been able to develop civilization in his native lands. The boy really wanted to tell his tribe about the sun god and reincarnation. Looking at the sun, Ulrich wondered if he would be reborn in a new body and what would happen to his memories then. This did not give the guy any peace, but he could not do anything else. Now his life hung by a thread and depended only on whether Juneva told Varuk the truth. All this time, the prince looked after the sick barbarian. Veruca helped Ulrich, who was on the verge of consciousness, eat porridge. The prince hoped that this would help him cope with the disease. Some time ago, one of the maids brought this porridge to Ulrich's room and said that a lady named Juneva had given the porridge of life to the barbarian. Veruca looked at the plate with anger and thought that this was not the soup he was paying so much money for. However, soon the prince was able to force Ulrich to eat every last drop. When night fell, Waruka went outside and told his knight that they were going to look for Juneva. The prince understood that they no longer had time to wait for a miracle. If Ulrich doesn't wake up, Waruka will have to leave him here. The prince closed his eyes at the thought, as the barbarian became the man who guided him. Waruka had many allies around him who would support the path he would choose. No matter how difficult it is, the prince must throw away the extra weight so that they can keep going. Waruka could not stop, because at the end of this path the throne awaited him. That is why the prince hoped that Ulrich would wake up soon, because he did not want to leave him behind. Waruka returned to the tavern where he had previously met Juneva, and there the owner met him, informing him that no shaman had been found. The prince said that this was not why he had come, and then asked where Juneva was now. The tavern owner said that since Varuki's last visit, Juneva had not appeared. The prince asked where the girl lived, but the man laughed and said that he had no idea, but most likely he was doing his profession. Before leaving, Varuka asked the tavern owner to contact him if the girl appeared, and promised a reward for this. The man said he had nothing to do with it, but warned that something had happened to other strangers recently, so they shouldn't wander around the area. These words made Varuku wary, and he asked what had happened. The tavern owner said that people had been disappearing around the city, and he thought the Bamgu clan was up to its old tricks again. Varuk pulled his hood over his head and walked out of the tavern. So another night passed, and Juneva still did not appear. In the morning, Filion told the prince that they could not wait any longer and had to leave today. Varuk got dressed and asked how the mercenaries were behaving. Filion said the mercenaries were currently choosing a new captain. Since there was too much noise in the inn, Sam shouted for everyone to be quieter and for only those who remained in the group to take part in the vote. Filion looked on from the second-floor balcony and said that Donovan was too dangerous for them because he was quite smart and overly pragmatic. The defender told the prince that betrayal was always to be expected from such a person. If Donovan becomes captain, they will have to take a new oath, but fortunately, the guy seems to be a true follower of the Lord. Varuk looked down at the mercenaries arguing over the captain's position and gripped the railing tightly. Then the prince told the mercenaries that they must continue their journey today. Varuk ordered the mercenaries to choose a new leader, after which he would have to come and talk to him. Donovan chuckled and said that the prince had changed noticeably. Now the question has officially been asked who wants to put forward their candidacy for the captain's position. Donovan stood up and said that he wanted to become a captain, since he had been here from the very beginning and he had a lot of military experience. Goyle interrupted his speech and put forward his candidacy. Shatton said that even though he fought worse than Donovan and Ulrich, with him the mercenaries would always have money because he would never miss out on profits. Goyle asked if the mercenaries really wanted to follow Donovan and his bad temper. The brown-haired man understood that he would hardly be able to compete with the former first gladiator, but he couldn't help but try. Donovan asked if Goyle was really willing to take the risk, to which the boy replied that a true leader must be able to do more than just swing a sword. The brunette chuckled and said that the guy was right about that. This answer seemed very strange to Goyle, as it was not like Donovan's behavior. Sam announced the start of the vote and asked the mercenaries to go over to the side of those they were willing to follow. Goyle noted that, according to preliminary estimates, their strengths were equal, so he still had a chance to win. Donovan told Goyle that he never liked the guy. Shetton replied that he thought the same, because even when they were gladiators, there was never any friendship between them. Donovan called Goyle a cunning fox and said that he could see through all his plans. The brunette said that the brown-haired man had only two options, either become the leader or leave the group. Goyle sensed something was wrong and looked around. Only now did the boy notice that Donovan's men were on his side. From Sam's grin, Goyle knew Donovan had set this whole thing up. The brunette reached for his sword and said that since the votes were tied, they would have to settle the matter with swords. Goyle realized that Donovan wanted not only the leadership of the group, but also his head. The brunette grinned and ordered his opponent to draw his weapon. Goyle knew he couldn't defeat Donovan in battle, so he hesitated. The brunette pointed his sword to the floor and said that if the guy was not going to fight, he should fall to his knees in front of him. Ulrich, meanwhile, was battling an illness that was slowly burning him from the inside. The guy was completely desperate and lay in the vastness of his native lands, as if waiting for something. At some point, he was awakened by a green flash. Ulrich looked towards the flash and noticed how the wind gradually lifted the leaves up. However, what was disturbing the vastness of the guy's consciousness was located behind him. A giant snake appeared behind Ulrich, shimmering and glowing like stars. The boy felt the energy that surrounded him, but he did not feel fear or pain. The appearance of this snake aroused the guy's interest. He watched her, his head slightly turned, and basked in the energy she emitted. Ulrich felt that the snake had come here to help him. After a while, Ulrich opened his eyes and saw a room that was brightly lit by the sun shining through the window. At that moment, on the first floor, a battle was taking place between Goyle and Donovan for the right to become captain. Shaitan felt that the enemy was serious, and his pressure was simply astonishing. Goyle wondered if this could be a punishment from God, or if the Lord was testing him in this way. Donovan intercepted the sword and said that their feud would finally end. Goyle lost his balance, and the enemy decided to take advantage of this. Donovan swung his sword with all his might, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. However, the next moment a shield flew between them, preventing the boys from injuring each other. All attention was drawn to the shield, which clearly belonged to Sven. Donovan turned to the southerner and asked what he was thinking, but Sven just laughed and said that he was not going to do anything, but the captain could not ignore it. As soon as the mercenaries saw Ulrich standing on the stairs, joyful cries filled the inn. Donovan smiled and asked Goyle which gods he had managed to pray to. When the joy died down, Ulrich headed towards the exit and told Donovan to come with him. The brunette already knew that they wouldn't let him get away with such behavior so easily, but he couldn't resist the captain. Outside, Ulrich sat down on one of the barrels and said that he had made a huge mistake by not choosing a replacement for such cases. The barbarian said that before leaving, he would inform everyone that Donovan was now the vice-captain of the Ulrich brothers. The brunette understood that there was some kind of catch, and Ulrich confirmed his suspicions. The barbarian said that the reins of power would pass to Donovan only after his death, and the guy pledged not to kill his brothers. Ulrich said that it wasn't Goyle who was lucky in the duel, but Donovan, because if he had managed to finish what he started, he wouldn't have gotten away with it. The brunette asked if the barbarian was really going to threaten him. Ulrich stood up and said that these were not threats, but simply a warning, so this time should be the first and last. The barbarian walked past Donovan and said that if this happened again, they would speak the language of blood. The brunette got angry and reached for the hilt of the sword. However, he never did, simply admitting his defeat. As the mercenaries were about to set out, the city guard stopped them and demanded that they undress for an inspection. Ulrich asked the brothers what this test was, and Sam replied that the guards were looking for snake tattoos, since people had started disappearing again. The barbarian immediately remembered the barbarians with whom he had once fought in the forest. Those who had already been checked were released, but the check dragged on. Veruca approached Ulrich, who was sitting to the side, and said that they would be delayed due to the inspection. Ulrich had already been told of everything the prince had done for him, so he thanked Veruca for saving him. The prince smiled and said that it was not worth thanking, since it was not yet clear whether the medicine had helped the barbarian. Veruca said that Juneva never came to collect her reward, so she was most likely a charlatan, and Ulrich supported him in this. The guy's conversation was interrupted by shouts from the main square. The city's inhabitants mocked the captured pagans and wished them death for eating children. One of the pagans shouted that the executioners would only be able to kill their shell, but that was far from the end. Ulrich stood up, listening to the words of the pagans about how a snake only becomes stronger after it sheds its old skin. The barbarian asked the prince what they were talking about, but Veruca said that he knew little about the snake cult. The prince recalled that according to the snake religion, a person dies and is reborn in a new body in another world. Veruca was clearly disgusted by the snake religion and said that these people were unlikely to go anywhere. A joyful cry arose in the main square, for the time had come to begin the beheading of the snake-like pagans. Ulrich turned his gaze to the balcony where all the captured pagans were herded together and froze. Among the prisoners, the guy noticed a familiar silhouette. One of the victims was Juneva, whose hair was shaved off, revealing a snake tattoo on her head. Now Ulrich understood what the snake that appeared to him in his visions meant. The barbarian turned sharply towards Veruca, who had not yet noticed the girl. Ulrich threw the prince over his shoulder and carried him away from the square, saying that the boy had already watched him chop off heads too much. Veruca did not understand what had come over the barbarian and demanded that he be released. Ulrich understood that only Juneva knew the truth of his magical healing. Before leaving the square, the barbarian turned around one last time to look at the girl who had saved him. An axe was already pressed against Juneva's neck, but her eyes were fixed on Ulrich and her lips stretched into a smile. The barbarian froze in place, not taking his eyes off the response. Ulrich noted that the girl had the same look as Gottwall. The next moment, the snake pagan was decapitated and the crowd cheered. Ulrich left the square with the resisting prince on his shoulders. The barbarian hoped that, regardless of who each of them believed in, each of them would follow the path they chose. The group spent the next few days on the road. Filion was surprised that Prince Veruca himself decided to return to training in swordsmanship. The defender looked at the boy catching his breath and noted that the prince had grown noticeably during this time. Veruca asked Filion if Ulrich was strong, and he said without a doubt that the barbarian was incredibly gifted not only in strength, but also in enviable intelligence. The prince asked if there were knights capable of dealing with Ulrich. Varuk believed that there were no such knights, except perhaps Fergan, the Ghostblade. However, Filion doubted this because Fergan must be about 70 years old. The defender said that there were warriors in the Empire worthy of Ulrich. Some of the knights of the Order of Imperial Steel or the Squadron of the Sun. Veruca asked whether he should offer the barbarian to become his vassal and whether he would agree to it. Filion replied that it was difficult to understand the thoughts of the barbarian Ulrich, although he did not seem like a greedy man. Veruca agreed with this and said that even if he proposed this, he would not demand an answer immediately. After some time, the group crossed paths with a farmer, and the man became so fed up with Ulrich that he began begging for help. Varuk immediately ran to help the poor farmer, who was already tired of the barbarian's questions. Ulrich justified himself by saying that he couldn't just leave him alone, because he needed to find out everything about the sorcerer. Now Veruca also turned towards the farmer with interest, continuing to ask questions. The man already regretted calling for help, because now there were even more curious people. The farmer said that his master's vassals went into the sorcerer's forest and returned from there completely covered in burns. Whispers began to circulate among the mercenaries that the sorcerer could release fire from his hands, summon a demon, and even turn into a rabbit. Someone said that very young people emerged from this mysterious forest as decrepit old men. Many wanted to go around, but Ulrich insisted that there was no time to waste. Otherwise, Garamati would catch up with them. The brothers accused the barbarian of making his choice based on his desire to see the sorcerer, but the captain denied this. The brothers were sure that even if they refused, Ulrich would go into the forest alone out of curiosity. Filion joined their conversation and said that he agreed that they should go through the forest. Ulrich ran up to the man and, addressing him as an elder, said that he was not the only one who wanted to go through the forest. Filion ignored the barbarian's feigned politeness and said that farmers were just ordinary villagers for whom ordinary things were akin to magic. The defender also said that even if the sorcerer exists, he will not attack several dozen mercenaries. Ulrich used this as an excuse and said that they would go through the forest. The farmer sighed resignedly, thinking that he had wasted a lot of time on these mercenaries, but they still went into the forest. After a few days, the panic left the mercenaries, and they were already joking happily. For 3 days, they did not meet any sorcerer, so the atmosphere in the group became favorable again. The only thing that spoiled the general laughter was the sight of an angry Ulrich. The barbarian wanted to see the sorcerer, but in reality, they found themselves in an empty, simple, boring forest. After his recovery, Ulrich was too active, which could not help but make his brothers laugh. Veruca said that the barbarian could grimace as much as he wanted, but he definitely wouldn't be able to release fire from his hands. Ulrich sighed and said that this was the most useless activity, but something caught his attention. The guy stopped and listened to the sounds of the forest. Ulrich stopped his antics and looked towards the forest for a long time. Donovan and Goyle were the first to notice the change in the captain's mood and also became wary. They gave a signal to the other mercenaries, causing them to prepare for battle. A voice came from behind the trees, saying that they were just unlucky to meet, but they didn't want to fight. Everyone thought that it might be a sorcerer who was luring them into his net, so Donovan and Goyle tried to restrain Ulrich. The man standing behind the tree said that they were passing warriors, so they would be grateful if the mercenaries calmed down. Ulrich replied that they were calm, but would like to know who they were talking to. Realizing that there was no other way out, the stranger came out from behind the tree and his people followed him. The man said his name was Halberd and he represented the Sun Warriors. Under Ulrich's uncomprehending gaze, the rest of the group cried out in surprise. The mercenary captain soon realized that these people did not pose a threat to them. The groups united, and many mercenaries wanted to talk to the Sun Warriors. All the warriors were marked with the sun, and their equipment was quite good. Veruca came closer to Ulrich and said that he could not believe that they met the Sun Warriors in such a place. The barbarian asked who these people were. Veruca explained that they were a clan of barbarians who swore allegiance to the sun god and who became famous for their strength and tactics. Among the warriors of the sun, there are still both pure-blooded barbarians and half-breeds, and Halberd belongs to the latter. Veruca said that they are essentially on par with the Imperial Knights, but they constantly have to prove their skills and faith. At that moment, Sven said that the warriors of the sun would go first, since neither he nor any of the Southerners would open their backs to them. Ulrich jumped up from his seat, as it was the first time he had seen a man hate someone so openly. The captain wanted to know the reason, but Goyle stopped him before the barbarian ran after Sven. Shaitan said that the Sun Warriors were vile traitors to the Southerners, deserving a punishment worse than death itself. Ulrich did not understand why they were considered traitors, and then Goyle asked who, in the captain's opinion, the Sun Warriors killed after they swore allegiance to the Emperor and the Sun God. Now the barbarian understood what the problem was. The problem was not that the Sun Warriors had adopted a different faith, but that they had betrayed their people and become the worst enemies of their own kind. After some time, the Southerners moved away from the camp, and everyone else shared dinner with the warriors of the sun. Filion asked Halberd why the Sun Warriors had come all this way. The man raised the bag he had been holding in his hands and said that this was why he had come. Halberd said that the bag contained the sorcerer's head. Ulrich heard this and immediately came closer with interest. Many were interested to see the head of the sorcerer that the farmers had told them about before they entered the forest. The next moment, Halberd threw something into the fire, causing the flames to shoot up into the sky. Ulrich felt tongues of flame run through his body. A few moments later, the fire went out and the mercenaries scattered in different directions, succumbing to panic. Goyle ran around the camp and shouted throughout the forest, and Ulrich just stood there with his hair singed, looking into the fire. Halberd told the boy that it was just gunpowder and there was nothing magical about it. The man said that with gunpowder, anyone could create such a flame. Halberd said that the sorcerer turned out to be a simple old man posing as the sun god. Ulrich asked the man for a bag of gunpowder to try to create a fire. Having received a noticeable thing, the barbarian ran towards the fire like a child, shouting that he was now a wizard. Halberd noticed that a medallion with a sun was hanging on Ulrich's chest. The man realized that the barbarian had already been initiated into their faith, but the other Southerners had not yet done so. Halberd approached the Southerners sitting to the side and addressed them as brothers. The man suggested that they accept the faith of the sun god, because their lord always accepts those who have lost their way. However, his words caused panic to appear on the faces of the other mercenaries. Each of them knew Sven and that the man would not tolerate such treatment, especially from traitors to his people. The Southerner rose from his seat, grabbing his axes. Everyone in the camp tensed as they watched Sven approach the leader of the Sun Warriors. Ulrich abandoned his games and instantly approached Halberd, pressing his axe to his neck and ordering the men to stop. The leader of the Sun Warriors looked in surprise at the barbarian, who had quietly and quickly managed to get around him and take out his weapon. The man felt threatened, so he tried to take the dagger from his belt. However, Ulrich immediately interrupted him, grabbing his wrist. The barbarian twisted Halberd's arm and turned to Sven, asking why he had grabbed a weapon without the captain's permission. The Southerner looked depressed and replied that he had been hasty. Then Ulrich turned to Halberd and said that he did not care who a man was, because no one dared to lead his brothers astray from the path they had chosen. The mercenary captain said that he himself was a follower of the sun god, but if Halberd insulted Sven's faith even once more, he would personally kill him. Ulrich advised them all to respect each other's choices, and only then could they remain friends. When the barbarian released Halberd from his grasp, the man apologized for his behavior to the mercenary captain and to Sven. Filion watched in amazement as Ulrich quickly resolved the conflict and thought he didn't know anyone who could do the same. In an instant, Ulrich's childish side reawakened and he asked if Halberd had any more gunpowder. The man gave the boy the rest of the gunpowder and he took it with a bright smile. Watching Ulrich play with fire like a child again, Halberd admitted he had underestimated him. The next day, the atmosphere in the camp improved thanks to the words of the mercenary captain. Sven walked next to Ulrich and proved to him that the true god of warriors is the Southern god. The Southerner said that the sun god accepts both warriors and common people into his halls, while the Southern god created the peak of blades exclusively for true warriors. Sven said that a true warrior must be a follower of the god of war. Ulrich ran forward and asked the man if he considered him an unworthy warrior if he believed in the sun god. Sven thought for a few moments, then said that Ulrich was simply not a Southerner. To the captain's loud laughter, the Southerner went after the others. Sven changed the subject and asked if Ulrich was going to wear the armor, but he said it restricted his movements and slowed him down. The Southerner said that people wear armor when they understand the need for it, because having protection is much more beneficial than not having it. Ulrich only now noticed that all his men were wearing new armor, which they had bought in Balma while he was recovering. Sven put on his helmet and said that even if a barbarian were 3 times the best warrior, he could not avoid everything, and the human body was softer than steel. After a while, Ulrich's attention returned to the Sun Warriors. He understood that their mere presence was enough to make Sven and the other Southerners tense up, and that it would not end well. When the forest ended, Ulrich turned to Halbard and said that it was time to go their separate ways. The leader of the Sun Warriors suggested that they go together to the nearest city where they were going to buy horses, since these places were dangerous. Halbard said that the local gentleman stole a lot of money, so everyone here is in debt and deep decline. But then Ulrich's attention was drawn to something beyond the forest. The group immediately realized that the city was being attacked by marauders, because the smoke was clearly not coming from the stoves. Halbard grabbed the gun and told Ulrich that they had to save these people. The barbarian was surprised and asked why they cared about other people's problems. Halbard shouted that these marauders were taking the last belongings of the townspeople, and the follower of the sun god could not turn a blind eye to this. Ulrich said that farmers sacrifice their strength to get a harvest, and looters sacrifice their blood to take other people's things, so everything is fair. The barbarian said that there was no point in thinking about who was right and who was wrong, and there were no people close to him among the residents. Halbard said that the Lord remembered his words, and they in turn will help these people. The mercenaries remained to watch from a height as a detachment of sun warriors rushed to the aid of the city's inhabitants. Filion told the prince that they didn't have time to help these people, but Waruka asked who he was. The defender said that Varuka is the only legitimate heir to the kingdom of Porelkan. The prince said that if even he didn't help these people, then who would help them at all? But Filion reminded him that these people were not his subjects. Waruka said that he had warriors and the ability to save these people, so he simply had no right to pass by. The prince walked through the clearing with the resting mercenaries and approached Ulrich. Varuka raised a bag of pearls over his head and said that he would pay the mercenaries for their work. It seemed as if this was exactly what the mercenaries were aiming for, because they immediately rose from their seats. To the general roar of the brothers, Ulrich took the bag of pearls from the prince. The barbarian opened it to make sure he had not been deceived, and then smiled. Ulrich walked forward to his brothers. The captain asked loudly what they were all waiting for. Ulrich stood at the head of the mercenaries and said that they had been paid for their work, so it was time to get started. When the Ulrich brothers appeared on the battlefield, Halbard thought that they had changed their minds and decided to help them in the name of the Lord God. The mercenaries did not respond to this and simply rushed into battle. Varuk carefully followed the mercenaries into the city and only went into places where there were no longer any marauders. The prince heard the mercenaries killing the marauders and saying that for such a reward the matter was very simple. Everyone was happy that they were even paid for killing the marauders. Varuka saw before him only the bodies of the murdered city residents. His heart bled at the sight of it, but something unsettled him even more. He saw a little girl who was mercilessly killed by marauders. The prince did not understand how they could do this to a defenseless child. Varuka covered the girl with his cloak and began to pray to the Lord to punish those who did this to such an innocent soul. At some point, the prince heard the voices of mercenaries mocking someone. Two mercenaries released one of the marauders and began shooting him in the back with a bow. However, the men were too drunk and missed, causing the marauder to escape. Varuka watched the villain flee and couldn't just let it go. The guy understood that he had no right, given his status, to feel hatred and anger, but he couldn't do anything about it. The marauder was glad that he managed to stay alive. At this point, Varuki's patience snapped. The prince jumped up and ran after Kilios. The mercenaries watched in surprise as Varuka mounted his horse and ran into the thick of the battle. The prince ran up to Ulrich and told him to mount his horse immediately. Ulrich did not understand what the prince wanted from him. An angry Varuka shouted that not a single marauder would leave here alive. Although the prince was not allowed to feel hatred and anger, he could not bear the pain in his heart. Very quickly, Ulrich and Varuka on horseback caught up with the fugitive. The barbarian grabbed the man, who began to beg for forgiveness, promising that he would never steal again. The marauder prayed in the name of the Lord for mercy. Ulrich only listened skeptically to his empty promises and watched the prince. The barbarian saw from Varuki's face that he was hesitating in making a decision. Ulrich said that if the prince was afraid, he could kill the marauder himself. Varuka didn't respond to this, again lowering his gaze to the fugitive. The guy no longer doubted, so he took the sword out of its sheath. Varuka remembered everything he saw that day. I remembered the body of the little girl whom these marauders mercilessly killed. Although the guy's hands were shaking, he still carried out his revenge. Ulrich just watched from the sidelines without saying a word. Varuka stepped back a little as the marauder's body fell to the ground. However, the prince was so overcome with nerves that he fell to his knees and vomited. Moments later, Veruca said he thought that retribution would ease his pain. Ulrich said that this only happens the first few times, and then you start to get used to killing people. Veruca said that in the city one would have to pray for one's sins. Ulrich couldn't stand this and said that the guy was acting like a hypocrite because he didn't even think about how many heads he had already stepped on. The barbarian told the guy to pull himself together and stop behaving like that. Ulrich reminded him that the guy was going to overthrow his uncle from the throne, and to do this he would have to step over a mountain of corpses. Veruca shouted back at the barbarian and said that he didn't understand anything. Ulrich chuckled and said that the boy was right, because his skin was not as soft as the prince's. The barbarian said that Veruca should kill with one look or gesture, as befits a true king. However, now the young prince could only burst into tears. Ulrich said that he was just a mercenary, paid by the prince to kill people. The barbarian walked towards the city while Veruca wiped away his tears. The prince quickly came to his senses and called out to Ulrich. Veruca's gaze was now serious, and he told the barbarian not to tell anyone that he had cried. However, Ulrich only laughed at his words and continued on his way. A couple of days later, the group reached the city, where the mercenaries settled into an inn. Entering the tavern where the mercenaries were resting, Filion reported that the Sun Warriors had left. The defender said that soon they would set foot on the Emperor's lands, and Duke Garimati no longer had power there. Filion said that there they would reveal the prince's identity and ask for political support. Ulrich suggested that there would be no more need for mercenaries, but the defender said that anything could happen. Filion also reminded that they would not be able to pay the remaining reward until Veruca became king. The defender never thought that he would have to ask for the prince to be hidden among the mercenaries. Ulrich exchanged glances with Donovan and agreed to fulfill all of Filion's wishes for his money. The barbarian also noted that by that time Veruca would already be an adult, and after these words Sven called the captain. The southerner chuckled and said that it would not be only the prince who would grow up. However, the mercenaries only laughed at his words, saying that the captain could not be the same age as the whiny prince. Sam turned to his brothers and said that Ulrich looked to be about 20 years old. Sven turned to his fellow Southerners and said that the captain was still very young and they supported him. Ulrich thought for a moment, remembering how old he was now. A few minutes later, the boy finished his calculations, interrupted his brothers, and said that he was now about 17 years old. This shocked all his brothers. A couple of days later, Filion came into Ulrich's room to talk and found the guy trying on equipment. The barbarian said he bought the equipment because Veruca is now paying for everything, and Sven is constantly talking about armor. Ulrich joked, but Filion was not in the mood for jokes right now. The barbarian felt this and asked what they wanted from him. Filion bowed to Ulrich and asked him to continue to keep an eye on the prince. The barbarian grinned and asked why such formalities. The defense attorney said that Veruca deeply respected Ulrich, and no one had ever treated the prince like a brother before. The barbarian said that Filion was wrong about that, because he would never acknowledge such a weakling as the prince as a brother. Ulrich believes that brothers should protect each other in battle, and after these words, Filion sighed sadly. The defender said that Veruca and Ulrich had different attitudes towards each other, and the barbarian confirmed this, saying that the prince simply could not become his brother. Having put on his armor, the barbarian looked at his medallion with the sun. The guy immediately remembered a man who also did not fit his definition of a brother. Ulrich remembered Gottwall and thought about how many people walk the world, and that there are just as many paths open to them. The barbarian looked at Filion's right hand and sighed. The boy twirled his medallion in his hands and thought about what he should say to the prince's protector. As Filion was about to leave the room, Ulrich called out to him. The barbarian said that he does not consider Varric a brother, but he has become his friend, and since he is one of the first in this regard, he has the right to be weak. Filion was very pleased that Ulrich cared about the prince. The group soon set off, but at some point Ulrich's attention was drawn to a stone road. Veruca explained that these roads meant that they would soon find themselves in imperial lands, where the emperor ruled alone. The prince said that these roads facilitate the rapid movement of troops and goods from one city to another, and that they are guarded by the emperor's subordinates. Ulrich thought that this was a worthy idea, because the stone does not get wet in the rain, and the road always leads along the right path. Veruca said that the stone roads were constantly expanding, so the nobles living near the borders of the empire were in danger. Ulrich was surprised and asked what this was connected with. Veruca said that if the emperor decides to expand his lands, he will take away all the titles of the closest nobles. The prince said that unlike previous monarchs, the emperor keeps everything under absolute control. Veruca said that the emperor's main source of power is the earth. This is why it is customary to say that the empire is the center of all humanity. Everything that human civilization is capable of is concentrated on this land. Veruca thought that if the king's viceroy had not fallen ill, the boy would have come here to study. Suddenly, a horseman in armor rode up to the group of mercenaries. The man told them not to even think about committing any mischief, because the Crimson Eagles were always on guard. The rider rode ahead, and Veruca said that the patrolman simply decided to check who they were. The mercenaries just laughed at the patrolman and told Donovan to teach him a lesson. But the guy said that was long in the past. The boy looked at the purple cloaks with the image of an eagle and thought that he could become one of them. Donovan said that anything can happen in life and all they can do is move on. Meanwhile, Farouk saw ahead the castle they were heading towards. The guy took off his hood and said that they had finally arrived. At this time, the captain of the Crimson Eagles was getting drunk in his office. The dark-haired boy recalled that fateful day that had dashed his dream of becoming an imperial knight. He imagined that beauties would cling to him, because he was already a noble knight. However, now the guy had gotten fat and no longer looked like a knight. He was annoyed that no matter how hard he tried, they still wouldn't take him back. The guy said that the captain of the watch was also a good position, but it didn't compare to life in the capital. At the moment, the empire has no enemies, so knights are no longer needed. The boy was drinking and hoping that one of his brothers would give them back the land they had lost. The captain sat down opposite the armor and said that it was the only thing he had left from his father. The silver armor stood polished on a stand, and the guy raised a glass to it. In front of him was a full set of armor. The armor was made of imperial steel, which made it the best in the kingdom. At that moment, a subordinate burst into the office and called out to the captain. The guy no longer expected anything good and decided that the inspectorate had come again to fire him. However, the subordinate turned to the captain and said that there was a nobleman at the gate. The guy said to accept him as usual, but the subordinate said that this was not an ordinary person, but the prince of Varuk Anu Porilkana. The captain's eyes widened and he thought that this was his chance. The guy demanded that they bring him some cold water so that he could come to his senses as quickly as possible. Soon the boy put on his armor and, with the help of the servants, went out into the hall, greeting the guests and saying that his name was Overs Locastre and that he was the captain of the watch. Veruca greeted the boy in return, using his real name. While Overs and Veruca exchanged pleasantries, the mercenaries sat to the side. Captain Locastre said that he had already sent men to the capital to confirm the prince's identity, and in the meantime they could settle into the room that had been prepared personally for the prince. The boy turned to the mercenaries and said that they could set up camp at the castle gates. But then his gaze caught on a familiar man. When Captain Locastre turned to face the mercenaries, Donovan perked up. Judging by Overs's flushed face, the captain was not happy to see the brunette here. Donovan cursed and tried to hide, but it was too late. The brunette decided to accept this, so he stood up from his seat, looking directly at Overs. Ulrich said that Donovan, it turns out, is very famous. Overs said he had hoped the guy would die in a back alley somewhere, but it turned out he had become a mercenary. Donovan clapped his hands and said he was impressed that Overs had become a captain of the watch. Overs accused the brunette of destroying their base, killing the captain, and disgracing them all. Donovan said that if it weren't for his actions, the captain of the watch would already be feeding the worms. Ulrich noticed how tightly his brother clenched his fists when he talked about how if they had followed the captain, they would all have been killed. Overs said he would never believe it, so the guy didn't even have to make excuses. Donovan turned away and said he should have killed Overs when he had the chance. The captain of the watch shook with anger when the brunette remembered how he had begged him on his knees for mercy. The conflict escalated, causing Varuk to look at Ulrich with concern. The mercenary captain only sighed, understanding what the prince wanted from him. Ulrich slapped Donovan on the shoulder and ordered him to stop. The brunette couldn't ignore his captain's order, but it was clear from his face that he found this whole situation extremely unpleasant. Donovan left the room so as not to provoke a conflict with his presence. Veruca turned to the captain of the watch and advised him to remember who he was standing in front of. Overs apologized for his behavior, citing that Donovan had committed an unforgivable crime in his unit. The guy said that Donovan killed their captain and he should have been executed under martial law, but Fergan let him go. Oversa swore on his life that Donovan could not be trusted. Veruca said that he was not too worried about it since the mercenary captain was Ulrich. Overs cast a contemptuous glance at the mercenary captain, immediately recognizing him as a barbarian. However, from the prince's behavior, Overs realized that he trusted Ulrich Varuk completely. To avoid getting into an even bigger conflict and to distract the mercenary captain from his men, Overs invited Ulrich and Veruca to dinner. Over dinner, the captain of the watch told in more detail the story of his acquaintance with Donovan. Waruka was surprised to learn that Donovan and Overs were in the same unit as Vergen Ghostblade. The captain of the patrol said that they fought side by side, but were in different detachments, as Donovan and he were under the command of Captain Lumond. Overs said that Lumond was a brave warrior, like Fergen, not some barbarian rabble. After this, the captain looked at Ulrich, who had no idea about table manners and was stuffing himself with as much food as possible. Overs looked back at Waruka and said that Donovan had gathered the soldiers before the battle began, caught Lumond by surprise and killed him. The prince asked why the boy was still alive and got off with a simple discharge from the army. Overs said Fergen released Donovan after the battle ended in their ultimate victory. The captain said that he regretted not having killed the traitor back then, but Ulrich interrupted him and said that he had heard a completely different story. Ulrich was told that Donovan had spared Overs because he had begged him on his knees. The captain of the watch jumped up from his seat and asked whom the barbarian trusted, Donovan or him, a worthy knight of the Empire. Ulrich said that of course he believes Donovan, since he is his brother, unlike Overs. The barbarian also said that he saw the expression on Donovan's face when he talked about Overs, which made him realize that he was not a good person. The captain of the guard sat down in his place and said that enough insults were enough, because Prince Faruka was sitting at the table with them. Ulrich also decided to drop the topic and asked who Fergen was and what he was so famous for. Overs was surprised that someone still didn't know about the Ghostblade and asked the prince where he dug up this barbarian. Ulrich said that he did not consider his ignorance something shameful, so he asked to tell him everything. Overs said that Fergen had participated in the Great Unification and led the Great Conquest while still very young. He is a knight of all knights and has spent half his life on the battlefield, fighting before they were all born. Ulrich was eager to know how old Fergen was then, to which Overs replied that the man had turned 72 that year. The barbarian asked if the man was really that strong, to which Overs replied that he didn't know about strength, but there was no one more famous than Fergen. Ulrich asked Varuki if they would meet a man in the capital, and the prince said that it was quite likely since they would spend 2 months there. The barbarian smiled and said that this was another excellent reason to go to the capital. Overs didn't understand why the barbarian wanted to meet Fergen so much, and why the prince actively supported him in this. The captain on duty changed the subject and said that the prince's escort party would arrive soon. Overs didn't like Varuka, but he had no other choice, so he could only endure. The captain of the watch asked the prince not to forget him in the capital, and Varuka promised to tell of his kindness. Overs had no other chance to become a knight, so he clung to the prince as his last hope. The captain of the watch sighed and said that if it weren't for Donovan, he would have already become an imperial knight, since he was Lumond's favorite. Varuka tried to hide his disgust for Overs behind pleasant speeches, because now he had to think about every word he said. Overs said the prince was extremely wise for his young age. The captain said that the other noble children were too impudent and arrogant, but Varuka only laughed, remembering that he himself had been like that until recently. Overs continued to discuss the young nobles, and the prince looked at Ulrich, who was barely holding back his laughter. After a while, a breathless Goyle burst into the room. The guy was clearly worried about something and apologized for interrupting dinner, but it was urgent. Goyle approached Ulrich and said that someone had attacked Donovan, and he and his brothers had barely managed to save him. The mercenary captain smiled and said in a more unctuous voice that Donovan had been attacked. Ulrich sighed and said that he had warned the boy to be careful. Overs smiled and said that there were indeed a lot of criminals at the gate, so he should have been more careful. Ulrich threw his head back and looked predatorily at the captain of the patrol. After receiving the news, Varuka went to his room and ordered Filion to follow Ulrich and report to him if the barbarian did anything. The defender said that the prince should meet with the mercenary captain, as he might be looking for advice from him. Varuka sighed and said that Filion simply didn't see Ulrich's expression. After this, the defender went to carry out the prince's order, leaving him alone in the room. Varuka told himself that he needed to calm down, because he was now wielding not a sword, but words, and his battlefield was politics. The prince untied his hair and thought that now it was only up to him whether the emperor would help him. The guy lay down on the bed and became lost in thought. What he wanted most now was for Demea to be next to him. Night slowly but surely came into its own, and the prince sank into sleep. He dreamed of a soft hand touching his fingertips. Varuka turned his head and saw Demea sitting next to him on the bed. The girl lay down next to him and said that every word and every movement of her brother must be thought out, because only in this way will he get what is his. Demea gently stroked her brother's head and said that the boy could handle anything. Meanwhile, Ulrich went to the mercenary camp. He came to visit his vice-captain, whose wound had already been bandaged. Donovan looked at Ulrich and said that if he came to laugh at him, he could get out of here. The captain's face became serious, and he asked if the boy had seen the faces of the attackers. Donovan responded that the attackers attacked him from behind, covered his face, beat him, and ran away. The guy wanted to talk about his assumptions about the culprit, but Ulrich said that he already knew everything. The captain said that Overs had given the order because he had taken an immediate dislike to Donovan. Ulrich said that they should take into account the fact that Overs is the captain of the watch, and it was he who offered Varrock an escort to the capital. The captain said that if Donovan wanted it, they could attack the garrison, kill them all, and leave. The brunette said that they had spent a lot of effort accompanying the prince, so it would be stupid to give up everything because of such a trifle. Donovan told Ulrich to forget about it, because the mission was more important now. The captain didn't insist, wished the boy a speedy recovery, and warned that he had posted a guard at his tent just in case. Ulrich went outside and looked at the sky, which was periodically illuminated by lightning. The barbarian stood up in the rain and said that his vice-captain had been attacked, which meant he couldn't just turn a blind eye to it. The mercenaries watched from under the awnings as the captain went off somewhere, but did not dare to disturb him. The storm continued for a long time and became stronger and stronger. A man ran into the garrison stables to escape the rain. It was Over's assistant, who was clearly waiting for someone. However, the next moment the guy noticed the bodies of the sentries hanging from the ceiling. Ulrich stood in the depths of the stable and said that the assistant himself had now appeared. Ulrich found all those who attacked Donovan, hung them in the stable, and now he was waiting for their leader. Looking at the guest, the barbarian immediately recognized him as Overs' assistant. The next day, Ulrich led Overs' assistant, naked and covered in blood from head to toe, out onto the main street of the city. The assistant said that his name was Germund, and the captain of the watch ordered him to attack the vice-captain of the brothers Ulrich. The more people came, the louder Ulrich ordered him to speak, and Hermund was terrified and screamed with all his might, admitting his guilt. After some time, Overs appeared on the street and asked what was going on. The captain of the garrison accused Ulrich of torturing his man, but the barbarian denied it, saying that there was not a single scratch on Hermund's body. Overs looked at his assistant and noted that this was indeed the case, but the guy was still covered in blood. The garrison captain was sure that Ulrich had forced the boy to talk using his barbaric methods. Ulrich drew attention to himself and said that this was direct evidence of Overs' involvement in this crime. However, Overs said he knew nothing about this and that his assistant acted on his own initiative. Germund shouted at the captain, accusing him of lying. Ulrich said that if Overs was not lying, he could swear to it in the name of God. Without the slightest doubt, Overs took the oath, believing that lying to heretics was the same as the truth, and that God would understand him. Ulrich chuckled and said that such oaths are not taken lightly, and God will judge which of them is right. Overs asked what right the barbarian had to call upon the Lord. Ulrich shouted loudly that God is justice itself. The captain of the watch was a little alarmed by the barbarian's behavior. Ulrich spread his arms out to the sides and shouted that God would help his innocent subjects. Overs could only watch from the sidelines, not understanding what the mercenary captain was trying to achieve. However, the next moment, Halberd appeared from the crowd, who, like Ulrich, turned to the god of the sun. The leader of the sun warriors approached Ulrich and asked who dared to lie to the sun god. Halberd said that a fair duel would decide everything. Overs began to worry, but the captain of the sun warriors told him that he had nothing to worry about if he was telling the truth. This is what worried the garrison captain most. Halberd leaned closer to him and said that Overs had nothing to worry about. More and more people gathered on the street. Overs was shaking at the thought of being forced to take part in a duel. The captain of the watch said that his representative would be Raymond, one of the soldiers of the 12 Gates. Germund heard Overs give Raymond permission to take his armor. Halberd turned to Germund and said that he too must choose a representative who would fight for his truth. The boy watched as Raymond negotiated with Overs about the reward for participating in the battle. Germund didn't understand who in their right mind would agree to fight for him, but his gaze met Ulrich's. Without further ado, the mercenary captain said that he would be happy to defend his honor. Ulrich said that only a pathetic slug would abandon his own subordinates, so he would not leave it like that. At that moment, Veruca made his way through the crowd and asked Filion why he hadn't been keeping an eye on Ulrich. The prince listened to the roar of the crowd and realized that there was nothing he could do. All they could do was watch from the sidelines as this conflict was resolved. It was unusual for Veruca to see Ulrich personally stand up for Donovan. However, observing the mercenaries' communication with their captain, The prince understood a lot. Because of Ulrich's actions, the mercenaries are confident that he will not abandon any of them to their fate. Even when Filion deceived and framed several of the mercenaries, Ulrich immediately took revenge. Therefore, mercenaries respect their captain and follow him wherever he says, and the barbarian himself never allows injustice towards his brothers. Meeting Ulrich's cheerful gaze, Veruca couldn't help but laugh. After some time, Raymond returned to the street, dressed in Father Over's armor. Sven warned Ulrich that this was special armor from past generations, but the barbarian said that steel is steel everywhere. However, the southerner continued to insist that the knight had enormous protection that should not be underestimated. Ulrich convinced the man that he understood this, while he himself thought that Sir Fordgall had the same armor. Sven said that this armor was not so easy to penetrate, and the captain, in turn, pointed out that any armor has weak spots. Ulrich pointed to his axe and said that one precise blow would be enough for the man. A few minutes later, Halberd announced the start of a duel in the name of truth before the god of the sun. On Over's side was a soldier well known among the locals, but he was not afraid to risk his life for 500,000. Sven told the mercenaries that Ulrich would have an easier time dealing with him. The southerner explained this by saying that the times of great conquests are now over, so young people simply have nowhere to prove themselves. However, this duel with the captain of famous mercenaries could open a great future for Raymond. Meanwhile, the soldier looked through the slits in his helmet at Ulrich, with whom he would have to fight. Raymond could feel how heavy the armor was, and it blocked half of his vision, but he was glad that he was safe in it. The soldier raised his sword and thought that now he was not afraid of the enemy's blade. Filion immediately recognized the soldier's stance as that of a brown owl and said that the guy looked like the spitting image of a knight. While Raymond's every movement was constrained by the heavy armor, Ulrich moved smoothly in his gear. The barbarian noted that even despite the raised blade, most of the enemy was covered by armor. The battle began, and Ulrich measured every step with precision. The guy tried to test Raymond's capabilities so as not to miss his attacks. The soldier acted boldly, because he was confident that the barbarian axe would not injure him. As expected, the axe slid across the armor without leaving a mark. Unfortunately, even the sword made of imperial steel did not help Ulrich break through the enemy's defense. The barbarian jumped back a little and said that this was not bad at all. Now Ulrich understood that simple plates would not be enough for him. The guy looked at his opponent, dressed in heavy, impenetrable armor. Ulrich decided that if he was going to wear armor, he would wear only the best. The barbarian already knew that the weak point of this armor was the helmet. Just like in the battle with Fordgall, Ulrich threw the axe towards the helmet. However, Raymond easily deflected the weapon flying at him with a blow from his sword. The soldier said it was his turn to attack, and he then rushed into battle. Ulrich took out his second axe. He didn't even think that his blow could be blocked. Raymond was confident that he was in no danger, since the only thing that could fit through the helmet's viewing slits was a dagger, which the barbarian did not have. Ulrich was left with only a sword and an axe, so the soldier decided to get rid of the sword first. Raymond grabbed the sword with his hand and tried to tear it out of the barbarian's hand, but Ulrich only smiled at these desperate attempts to tear the blade out of his hands. The soldier was shaking from the effort and asked how strong the mercenary captain really was. Ulrich noticed that Raymond had lost his pace when he tried to snatch the sword from him, so the barbarian swung his axe. One powerful blow landed on the soldier's helmet, throwing his head back. However, at that moment, Ulrich's axe broke, causing the barbarian to flinch. Raymond thought that the barbarian no longer had an axe, so he only needed to hold the enemy's sword with one hand and deliver the finishing blow with the other. Ulrich seemed to read his thoughts and smiled. The next moment, the barbarian released the hilt of his sword, allowing the soldier to take it. For a few moments, Raymond was lost, but Ulrich's hands were already reaching for his helmet. The barbarian grabbed the soldier's head tightly with both hands and screamed. Raymond was confused and did not understand what Ulrich was trying to do. However, the next moment, the barbarian struck his opponent's helmet with his knee with all his might. The steel crumpled as it hit Raymond's head, killing him instantly. The soldier fell to the ground, and for a moment the street was plunged into silence. However, then the city was filled with loud cries of admiration. The townspeople were impressed by this battle and supported Ulrich. The barbarian himself shouted loudly back at them. That same evening, Halberd came to the prince's room and apologized for not recognizing him at their first meeting. Varric was congratulated by a man on being appointed temporary captain of the watch. Halberd sat down in the next chair and said that when the new captain took up his post, he would personally escort the prince to the capital. The man thanked Varuk for the fact that he would not have to personally deal with the local garrison. Halberd said that these were small things, but what struck him most was that Ulrich had arranged a duel right on the street. The man then said that overs would have been fired soon anyway. Halberd said that there had been rumors for a long time that the captain of the 12th Watch was not fulfilling his duties, and the Sun Warriors deal with exactly such cases. Faruka realized that Halberd's detachment was under the direct orders of the Emperor. The man reminded that all his warriors are descendants of barbarians. Faruka thought about the fact that both Ulrich and Sven were considered outsiders in this empire. The prince realized that due to their origins, the Sun Warriors did not submit to any noble family. That is why the Warriors of the Sun are the only ones who can most soberly assess the affairs in which nobles are involved. Halberd confirmed the prince's suspicions and said that even if an aristocrat stood before them, they would bring his head if that was the emperor's will. This is how the Sun Warriors differ from the knights, since the latter still have some connections with the nobility. Because of this, Halberd's squad is considered the most just warriors. The Sun Warriors are a special unit, not connected to society in any way. Waruka realized that he was dealing with a sword that was completely under the emperor's control. Halberd said that corrupt officials like Overs were a scum that was eating away at the empire from within and needed to be gotten rid of. However, something was bothering Varuka, so he asked directly why the Sun Warriors did not think about the sinfulness of Ulrich's actions. The man looked at the prince with interest and asked what sin he was talking about. Halberd said that if German told the truth, then Ulrich had not committed any sin and his actions were pure and just. Faruka asked if that was why the sun god did not demand revenge. Then the prince regretted his words and apologized to Halberd for his inappropriate question. After a few moments of silence, the man called out to the prince. Halberd said that although God had told them to forgive mistakes, unfortunately the world had corrupted people, so now, without due punishment, they continued to commit the same sins. The only worthy punishment is pain, because it makes a person think about his mistakes. Halberd said that his mother's pagan ancestors accepted the true faith only through terrible pain. The man leaned towards the prince and said that sometimes he felt the blood of the beast in himself, but thoughts of the sun god helped him cope with it. Halberd said that in the circle of life and death, the Lord does not give corrupted souls the right to rebirth. God turns unbelievers into evil spirits who are forced to wander in the void forever, their very essence being erased over time. Faruka trembled under Halberd's gaze, seeing in his eyes how much the Sun Warriors feared their death. The man stood up from his chair and said that if he had spared Overs, his soul would have been cleansed, because God values those who know how to forgive. However, in this case, Overs' soul will never be purified and will one day become an evil spirit, unhappy for all eternity. Therefore, being a follower of the Sun God, Halberd is obliged to help him purify her. So he granted Overs a happy ending in the hands of the god. To do this, a man only needed to punish his flesh. Faruka trembled at his words and did not dare to resist the man's words any longer. The prince had a rough idea of what this punishment might mean. Halberd said that when Overs repents of his deeds, God will forgive him and cleanse him. The only thing Varuka could say was that he understood the man. Turning back to face the prince, Halberd said that it was already quite late, so it was time for him to go. The fire burned brightly in the fireplace, in front of which Varuka remained sitting alone. The guy sighed heavily at the mere thought that he would have to go to the capital with the warriors of the sun. The next day, Ulrich amused his brothers with his ridiculous appearance. The boy tried to put on the armor that Raymond had on the day of the battle, but he failed, so the mercenaries laughed at him. While Sam and Goyle were helping the guy undress, Ulrich was indignant because they were too difficult to put on, so it would be better not to wear them at all. Goyle said that since the captain could not wear this armor, he could very well sell it to some nobleman. Shatton explained that, unlike weapons, nobles meticulously collect any armor made from imperial steel and sometimes even forcibly confiscate it. Goyle said that there are even people who simply buy up various rare things so that they can sit in his house. Shatton pointed out that the guy would have to be paid for the armor since he had won it fairly, and Ulrich asked how much he could get for it. Goyle spent some time examining the armor, which was already many years old and was battered in battle. Ulrich's mouth dropped open in surprise when the guy said that armor like that could be bought for 80 million. Ulrich immediately remembered the same armor that he had left on the heavenly mountain along with Fordgall's body. After some time, the barbarian found a buyer who was delighted with the armor, which he would never wear even on a holiday. Ulrich just thought that civilized people have their own quirks. The nobleman handed the barbarian the money and thanked him for the armor. and Ulrich, in turn, said that he was glad to make the man happy. When the barbarian had already started to leave, the nobleman asked if the captain knew what they now called him. Ulrich turned around with interest. The man said that now the captain of the mercenary brothers Ulrich is called the Destroyer of Armor. A couple of months later, a detachment of mercenaries and sun warriors accompanying Prince Faruku arrived in the capital. The annual Knights tournament was scheduled, so the capital was busier than usual. The mercenaries laughed at how their captain was in the clouds, looking at everything around him. Only now did Ulrich understand why Hamel was called the heart of the empire. Halbert approached the mercenary captain and asked what it was like to be in the capital for the first time. Ulrich didn't pay much attention to his fellow travelers and only replied that it was incredible. The guy thought about how long it would take for the same thing to happen beyond the heavenly mountain. These thoughts made Ulrich sigh in disappointment. At some point, the guy separated from the mercenaries and went for a walk through the city streets. Ulrich's attention was drawn to the guards, and he decided to approach and ask what they were guarding. The man realized that the barbarian was not a local and said that they were guarding the well connected to the entire water supply in the city so that it would not be poisoned. The soldier said that this was a very important matter, since the fate of the entire city depended on it. Ulrich said that when there was a drought in his homeland, they had to drink water from puddles just to survive. The barbarian thought that his brothers from his tribe would die without ever knowing about all this. Ulrich said that many people died during the drought, and the guard thought that the guy was from the outskirts of the empire. The man told the boy to be sure to bring his friends with him next time, and the barbarian could only think that he would gladly give his life for them to be here. Ulrich wanted his tribe to experience all the delights of the new world and overcome their fear of the unknown. The barbarian told the man that he should be proud that he was a guard with such an important job. In Ulrich's tribe, they only knew how to eat, drink, kill, or be killed. But that is not the whole of life. The guard said that he was proud of his job because each of them would give their lives for this city. Ulrich looked at the guard and wished that his relatives were here and finally felt alive. The boy looked again into the well, full of fresh, clean water. Above Ulrich's head was the same clear sky as in his homeland. The guy dreamed that his loved ones would find the meaning of life. He was glad that he had already found his own meaning in life. He wanted to learn new things to become even better in the future. Ulrich walked the streets of the city all day, and in the evening he returned to the castle where his people and Veruca were staying. The boy was watching the evening city from the castle when Halbert approached him. Ulrich noted that the man addressed him with respect, to which the captain of the Sun Warriors said that he was not ashamed to address a worthy warrior in such a way. Halbert warned that from tomorrow onwards, mercenaries would be banned from entering the castle, so they would have to look for another place. Then the man said that if Ulrich had a desire to join the Sun Warriors, they would always be glad to see him. Halbert wanted to tell the sermons of the Lord, with which the barbarian was not yet familiar. But Ulrich interrupted him, saying that he was not interested. The man said that being a warrior of the sun is a great honor and something that is not offered for free. Ulrich did not deny this, but repeated once again that he was not interested in this proposal. Halbert asked what honor the barbarian was chasing. Ulrich himself did not know the answer to this question, since now he simply follows the call of his heart. Halbert thought about his words. The man said that these were deceptive words, because in essence, it was simply a depraved pursuit of one's own desires. Ulrich began to get angry and said that there was neither evil nor depravity in his desires. Halbert continued to argue that as a follower of the sun god, the boy should know that sacred service is far better than base desires. Ulrich moved closer to the man and now understood why Sven wanted to kill this fanatic so much. The barbarian reminded that he didn't want to help those farmers, but Halbert went to fight for them, so he is considered a good person by the standards of this world. Ulrich said that even if he doesn't understand it, he respects all the ways of a civilized person. However, if a civilized person does not respect the path Ulrich has chosen, he will not respect him in return. The barbarian came close to Halbert and said that if the man dared to approach him with this proposal again, he would deal with him differently. At that moment, Varrock appeared in the corridor and ordered Ulrich to stop. The prince forced the barbarian to step aside from the captain of the Sun Warriors. Varrock grabbed Ulrich's arm to get his attention and asked who he worked for. The barbarian sighed and said that he works for Veruca because he pays him. The prince patted the relaxed Ulrich on the shoulder and said that in that case, the conversation was over, and he should behave like a mercenary. Veruca already knew what Halbert was capable of, so he wanted to protect the barbarian and his character from this man. Ulrich looked at Halbard and wished them to be careful with their words in the future. Veruca walked forward and Ulrich followed him. After a few moments, Halbert stopped the barbarian once again. The man said that if Ulrich changed his mind, The Sun Warriors would always be glad to see him in their ranks. However, this time Ulrich did not answer. Another day passed, but Varuki's plan was not going as well as he had planned. One evening, Filion came to the prince's room and said that they had received an answer to their request for an audience. The emperor conveyed that he was too busy now, so he would later set the date and time of the meeting himself. Varuka said that this was not surprising, since the emperor was summoned by a useless prince who was not even capable of holding his own throne. The prince believed until the very end that all his problems would instantly evaporate upon arrival in Hamel. Varuka said that given the cost of mercenaries, they would not be able to stay in the capital forever. Meanwhile, Ulrich didn't know what to do with himself, so he accepted the offer of a tour of the Sun Warriors' arsenal. A warrior named Marx showed the barbarian an arsenal that was rumored to be the best in the world. The man said that the Imperial forges forge Imperial steel especially for them. Marx turned to the barbarian and asked if he liked what he saw. Ulrich looked at all the weapons with great interest and asked if he could take any for himself. Marx laughed and said that the boy could take whatever he wanted when he joined them. Ulrich admitted that the Sun Warriors were not as bad as he expected, as he thought they would all be like Halberd. Marx said that a motley crowd had gathered among them, because they were not knights, but warriors. The man said that Halberd was the most convinced of them, and that the top brass needed exactly that kind of captain. Ulrich was thinking that his blade was already worn out, so he should buy a new one, and Marx immediately noticed that the barbarian was very interested in this. Ulrich believed that the pinnacle of human development was the weapon in this arsenal, because the weapons that were made in his homeland were incomparable to what he saw. The barbarian began to persuade Marx to sell him at least one blade, but the warrior insisted that this weapon was not for sale. Ulrich pouted and asked why the man had brought him here in the first place. Marx said that the Sun Warriors are short of people, as many do not pass their selection. Often, good warriors do not accept the faith of the sun, and those who do have neither the strength nor the traits of worthy fighters. Ulrich said the problem was that the Sun Warriors served the emperor, and the guy wasn't going to put anyone above himself. Marx wondered why the barbarian then used his power. Ulrich said the man had started talking like Halberd, so he wouldn't even answer that question. Marx asked to understand that the warriors of the sun do evil, kill, and harm people. However, when they put faith in their actions, their evil begins to benefit people. Ulrich said that it disgusted him to hear about what they call the benefit of killing, capturing, and subjugating their own brothers. Marx didn't know how to respond to this because they really do consider their own brothers to be enemies. The man said that any justice requires flesh. Ulrich said that no matter how they tried to justify it, killing your family, your brothers, was disgusting. Marx said that no matter how much Ulrich tried to hide it, nothing could drown out his barbaric nature. The barbarian realized that he and Sven were still similar, since they couldn't get along with the warriors of the sun. Ulrich said that he was not trying to hide the fact that he was a barbarian, because it was a part of him, and then he left the arsenal, thanking for the invitation. Marx sighed sadly that he had failed to lure the boy into the ranks of the Sun Warriors. Having finished inspecting the arsenal, Ulrich headed to Varuka's room. Entering the room, the barbarian asked when the prince would meet with the emperor, as he was already tired of wandering around the area all day. Varuk sat down opposite Ulrich and said that everything was not so simple, because the emperor was higher in status than him, so they had to wait. The barbarian asked where the guy's confidence had gone when he needed it so much. Varuka sighed and said that he and the emperor were like heaven and earth. Ulrich slapped the prince on the back and asked if he was going to give up when he had almost succeeded. The barbarian's light blow knocked all the air out of the prince's weak body. However, Varuk quickly came to his senses and said that, as the leader of the mercenaries, Ulrich had done a lot for him, and no reward would be enough to show his gratitude. The prince said that the wait for an audience could last so long that he would no longer be able to pay for the services of mercenaries. Ulrich told the guy to drop all this sad talk and get to the point. Varuk warned that now he would ask the guy, not as his employer. Ulrich was starting to get annoyed by this and told the prince to finally be a man and stop mumbling. Waruka said that they needed to find another way to contact the emperor, and to do this he had to interest the ruler. The prince knew that this was a stupid request, and that he was essentially just trying to manipulate Ulrich by using their friendship. Varuka said that the barbarian had just asked on behalf of his friend and hoped that he considered him as such. The prince understood that in order to become king, he had to put aside his feelings and act as the situation demanded. Varuka asked Ulrich to become his knight, to take part in the knightly tournament on his behalf and to win. This request caused Ulrich to laugh out loud. Varuka tensed up, but the barbarian said that there was too much tension just because of that. Ulrich said that he would accept this offer because the only thing he knows how to do is fight. The barbarian said that he and the prince were not at all alike, because for the barbarian, murder was a daily routine. Ulrich said that if Veruca ever needed his help, he could feel free to ask him. The prince reminded him that he had no money at all to pay the barbarian for this. Ulrich smiled and said that friends sometimes help each other without asking anything in return. Moreover, the barbarian reminded that Varuk had asked not for the mercenary Ulrich, but for his friend. However, the next moment, one question came to Ulrich's mind. The barbarian turned to Veruca and asked what a knight's tournament was all about. This question caused Veruca to laugh nervously. The next day, Ulrich went to the castle to register for the knight's tournament. Next to the registrar stood a knight who was desperately trying to get into the tournament, but he was refused entry because no nobleman would sign for him. The knight was angry, as he was already the champion of one of the tournaments, but his cries were interrupted by Ulrich's voice, who told him to step aside. The man wanted to be indignant at first, but became frightened when he saw a tall and heavy-set guy behind him. Ulrich handed the papers to the registrar and said that he had come on behalf of Prince Varuki Anu Porel Khan. Another registrar checked the authenticity of the seal on the documents, but they were still skeptical. One of the registrars asked Ulrich to follow him to do a little check. The barbarian thought that this was all a hassle, just as Filion had said, but he followed the man. They walked out onto the training grounds, and the registrar approached one of the knights, announcing the arrival of a barbarian on behalf of the prince of a neighboring kingdom. The brown-haired knight said that a small test needed to be conducted to ensure that Ulrich was ready for the tournament. The man handed the barbarian a wooden sword and told him to take an owl stance, but Ulrich did not understand what they wanted from him. The knight assumed that the guy didn't even know the basics, and the barbarian asked how he could even know that. Ulrich said that in order to test his abilities, it was enough to start fighting. The knight looked at the barbarian with contempt and asked if he even understood where he had come. The man turned away and said that the exam was pointless since the guy was disqualified, but Ulrich didn't like that. The knight said that he did not want to hear anything from a man who did not know a single fighting stance, and therefore there could be no talk of knighthood. Ulrich heard the other knights on the training grounds begin to mock him. The chief knight said that many aristocrats are interested in the capital's nightly tournament, so the best of the best from all over the empire gather here. The man said that he could not allow a barbarian who did not even know the basics to participate in the tournament. Ulrich grabbed the knight by the hand and said that he didn't care about all these rules, because he only needed to win the tournament. The barbarian couldn't just leave because he had promised Veruca, so he asked to conduct some other exam. However, the man said that they did not need warriors, but real knights, which the barbarian was not. At this point, Ulrich's patience ran out, and having introduced himself, he demanded that the knight state his name. The man just laughed at this, realizing that the barbarian was going to challenge him to a duel. The knight looked sternly at Ulrich and said that he had no time for street punks. The man gripped the hilt of the wooden sword tightly and said that he would show the difference between a barbarian and a real knight. Ulrich liked this more and said that the knight was very brave since he was not afraid to throw around such words. Ulrich said that he would be interested to see how the knight would speak when he was beaten by a pathetic barbarian. The knight was confident of his victory and took a fighting stance, thinking that the barbarian was no match for him. The next moment, the knight and the barbarian crossed swords. Shaitan immediately noticed that Ulrich was very fast. The barbarian himself continued to attack the man to demonstrate his abilities. Soon, the knight realized that he did not have enough strength to move Ulrich's hands from their place. Now the man understood that he was facing no ordinary barbarian. Ulrich continued to strike blow after blow, pushing the knight back. The guy couldn't help but admit that his opponent was fighting well, so now he understands what the knights of the empire are like. Now Ulrich understood why the man had said that the path to the tournament was closed to him. However, the barbarian could not give up so easily because he had already made a promise, so he would have to force his way into the tournament. Ulrich threw the knight to the ground and said that if he had given it his all, the man would no longer be here. The barbarian stopped next to the knight and said that he should be glad that they were not yet in a duel. Ulrich's amber eyes bored into the man, as if looking into his very soul. The knight shuddered and did not dare say anything in response. Their fight was interrupted by the voice of a gray-haired man who walked out onto the training field. As he passed the knights bowing to him, the man said that he was interested in the fact that Dante, the knight of Imperial Steel, had locked his sword with Ulrich, the destroyer of armor. The barbarian was surprised to be recognized, but he addressed the old man too disrespectfully, which angered Dante. Ulrich said that since the old man knew him, he should understand that he shouldn't interfere in his affairs. Dante asked if the barbarian understood who he was talking to at the moment, after which Ulrich glanced at the unfamiliar old man. After a few moments, Ulrich said that he saw only a strong old man in front of him. The barbarian threw the sword over his shoulder and asked how the gray-haired man knew about it. The man replied that he had been watching Ulrich ever since he began his journey with the Sun Warriors. The barbarian was outraged that he was being followed, but Dante stepped between them and asked what right Ulrich had to speak to General Fergen like that. Hearing the old man's name, a smile appeared on the barbarian's face, as he had been dreaming about this name for a long time. Ulrich grabbed Fergen by the shoulders and lifted him off the ground, asking if the man was really that strong. But the old man asked him to let him go, as his body was no longer what it had been. The barbarian immediately released the man and apologized, assuming that at 70 the body was truly quite decrepit. Ulrich asked Fergen to stand aside for a bit and wait until he finished with Dante, but the old man said that the fight was already over. At this point, Dante said that he couldn't lose so easily, so they had to finish this fight. However, one word from Fergen was enough for the knight to moderate his ardor. As an experienced warrior, the old man saw that even compared to other barbarians, Ulrich was incredibly strong. Fergen told Dante that they were not on a battlefield, so there was no point in giving his life away for nothing. The knight did not dare to disobey his elder and simply bowed. Ulrich didn't like this at all and became angry at Fergen for interfering in his affairs. The general asked if the barbarian intended to take part in the tournament to attract the emperor's attention to Prince Faruka. Now Ulrich understood for sure that the man had been following him for a long time. The barbarian asked why the old man had asked a question to which he already knew the answer, which made Fergen smile. The old man did not answer, but only said that the nickname Armor Breaker suited Ulrich perfectly since he was very strong. The barbarian thanked him for the praise, but said that if Fergen had not stopped the fight, he would have won. The old man said that this was precisely why he did not allow the fight to end, since this was not the barbarian's main goal from the very beginning. Fergen said that the guy would not have been checked if he himself, with his stupidity, had not sowed doubts in the minds of other people. Ulrich no longer enjoyed talking to the old man, whom he had so longed to meet. The barbarian said that Fergen did not seem as strong as they said, and the old man replied that rumors tended to be exaggerated. Ulrich came closer and suggested that the general engage in a duel to see who was stronger. However, the old man immediately said that the barbarian would defeat him, since the guy was in the prime of his life, and he was already a decrepit old man. Fergen had no doubt that he would lose, and besides, he had not participated in duels for a long time. The man said that he had long since become a symbol and a legend cannot lose. Ulrich blocked Fergen's path and said that he would not be able to escape from here so easily. The smile on the man's face began to fade, and he said that the boy should learn tact. Fergen said that the capital is a city of strict laws, so they are already accustomed to suppressing people like Ulrich. The barbarian smiled and thanked him for the advice, and the general said that he did not hold a grudge against him, because for young people, the words of the older generation were empty words. Fergen said that experience would be the best teacher for Ulrich, as he himself learned from his countless failures. The barbarian said that warriors do not suffer defeats, because defeat means death. Ulrich raised his hand and said that this is why you should always live with your head held high. Fergen laughed and said that it was possible to live like that too. The general was about to leave and said that he would compensate for Ulrich's failure in the exam, so Prince Faruka should prepare for the audience. The barbarian wanted to grab the man by the shoulder to stop him, since he still had questions for him, but Fergen seemed to move half a meter to the side. Ulrich barely caught the movement and could not believe that the old man could move so quickly. The smile completely disappeared from Fergen's face, and he said that it was too impudent of the guy. The man said that as a strong and skilled warrior, Ulrich must have been surrounded by attention his entire life. The old man was convinced that the guy always got what he wanted, and absolutely everyone went to meet him. Fergen understood that even if there were dissenters, Ulrich would step over them by force. The old man looked at the barbarian and said that he had long ago learned to distinguish people like him. Returning to Ulrich's questioning, Fergen said that he had no need to answer his questions. Varvara was very angry at the general's behavior. Fergen repeated Ulrich's question whether he had really fought against 100 warriors on the bridge. The general asked if he had really thrown himself into the enemy lines and won. Realizing that the barbarian would not be able to answer this question, the man smiled again. Fergen asked if it was possible to capture the imperial palace alone. The old man understood that Ulrich was very interested in the answers to these questions, since fame was spreading these stories further and further. The barbarian wanted to catch up with the retreating Fergen, But something stopped him. The general said that similar rumors circulate about Ulrich, the armor breaker himself, but many doubt that this is possible. Fergan smiled and said that he simply couldn't tell Ulrich the truth about his fame. The barbarian was extremely dissatisfied with the man's response, but he didn't throw out any more loud words. Ulrich didn't catch up with the man and only rubbed his head. After some time, Fergan came to the emperor's chambers to talk to him about the audience with Prince Faruqi. The emperor sat surrounded by girls who looked like northern barbarians and said that even at his age, the old man knew how to have fun. Fergan did not pay attention to the girls and said that even a person who has experienced all the delights of life has the right to be content with it. The emperor said that he had heard rumors that the general had recently begun keeping an eye on some barbarian. Fergan confirmed this and said that this barbarian had recently almost made it to the tournament, and it was rumored that Prince Faruqa himself was supporting him. The emperor laughed and said that the friendship between a nobleman and a barbarian was an extremely amusing incident. However, the ruler understood that the barbarian could not earn Fergan's interest by this alone. The general asked if Emperor Myorn remembered Bukchung-ji, the dragon of the north, who had tried to invade the south. The ruler could not help but remember him, and said that Fergan himself personally brought his head. The general told the emperor, who had come closer, that the strength of this barbarian was in no way inferior and even superior to the strength of Myorn. The ruler just laughed and said that Fergan was already getting old, so his eyes might be deceiving him. Before leaving the general, the emperor remembered something. The ruler addressed Fergan by his first name, Noah. The emperor asked the man if he wanted to have his eyes worked on. Noah laughed and asked if the ruler really decided to get rid of him now. At this point, their conversation ended, and after some time, Prince Varrock received news that the emperor was expecting him for an audience. As he walked to the ruler, the prince thought that people said different things about the emperor. Some said that he did whatever he wanted, while others said that he was stupid. However, Varrock knew one thing for sure. One cannot underestimate the man who captured Gamel, the capital of the empire and the entire world. The prince was not embarrassed to think that he would soon meet the ruler of the entire world. Varrock was led into a room and ordered to show respect to the ruler of the world, Emperor Yansin Chamalon. The ruler was still surrounded by northern women and greeted the prince. The girls surrounded the emperor on all sides, who was half sitting on the bed. Yansin ordered Varuka to come closer and ordered his assistant to go out the door. The two girls moved away from the ruler and, clinging to the prince, led him to the ruler's bed. Varuka thought that if the believers saw this spectacle, their eyes would pop out of their heads. When the prince sat down next to him, Yansin asked the guy if he liked any of these ladies, but Varuka answered negatively. The emperor thought that the problem was that the boy liked young men more and suggested bringing them. Varuka blushed and said that it was not about that, but about the fact that he had come to an audience with the emperor. Yansin said that he already knew everything, so the prince realized that they were simply making fun of him. The emperor asked what Varuka would do if he found out that Duke Garamati had come to him first and asked to be placed on the throne. The prince exclaimed that this traitor knew nothing of the king's rights. Yansin did not deny this, citing the fact that the legal heir was sitting in front of him right now. The girls immediately surrounded Varuka and held several daggers to his throat. The emperor said that if the prince died here and now, nothing would stop the duke. The ruler said that Garamati had a full understanding of Parelkan's policies and great support among the nobles. The emperor said that the duke was much older and more experienced than Varuki, so it would be more advantageous to put him on the throne. Yansin said that this would be the case if he allowed Garamati to ascend the throne. Varuka said that the emperor's jokes had gone too far. The emperor asked what would be the last words of the prince, who would become known to the world as the one who came to ask for the throne but died in the midst of pleasure. Varuka couldn't believe that he would die so easily and thought about what he could do in this situation. The image of Ulrich popped into his head, and the prince thought about what the barbarian would have done in his place. Varrock thought that Ulrich would laugh and die without regrets, and these thoughts made him laugh lightly. The prince said that he agreed to die here and now if the emperor would spare the knights who accompanied him and reward the mercenaries who helped him along the way. Varuka said that all these people were talented and deserved recognition, so if they were safe, he would go to the sun god without regret. The prince believed that he should be able to laugh even on the brink of life and death, and this would allow him to never break his will. The emperor listened to Varuki's speech with surprise and watched him closely. There was a nervous smile on the boy's face, but he looked boldly into the ruler's eyes. As Yansin approached him, Varuka thought only of how the sun god would receive him into his embrace with dignity. A few moments later, the emperor clapped his hands and said that his joke had indeed gone too far. Varuk looked in surprise at the girls, who let him go and headed towards the exit of the room. The prince exhaled and said that the emperor really did have an incredible sense of humor. The ruler said that he had had everything he could wish for since birth. At this moment, Yansin had the whole world in the palm of his hand, and he could afford to take over any lands and peoples. The emperor said that this is why sometimes he doesn't notice how his jokes cross the line. Faruka got out of bed and walked a decent distance away. The prince asked to officially accept his request to ascend the throne and to help him in this. The emperor asked if Faruka were to sit on the throne. Would he be able to rule the kingdom with dignity, even if he could not take his own throne on his own? Johnson asked if the prince could bear the burden that any king would take on. The emperor was even more interested in whether such a king would be able to pay tribute to the empire on time. Janssen knew that it was the family of Varuki's uncle, Duke Garimati, who controlled absolutely all processes. The emperor asked what use he had for a king to whom even his subjects did not obey. Waruka tried to say that he should take the throne by right of inheritance, but Janssen didn't care. The emperor stood up on the bed and said that in his hands were the invincible knights of imperial steel and warriors of the sun, and beneath his feet lay the most worthy imperial army. Janssen said that it was time to stop the stupid talk and asked what Faruka would give him in exchange for his help. The prince was shaking with fear and thought that all those who said that the emperor was a fool were wrong. Johnson said that he would accept Faruki's request only if he became his loyal dog for the rest of his life. However, the emperor noted that if the prince wanted to become a king and not a dog, then he must offer him something greater. Now Varuka understood that the real Emperor Yangxin was a predator in human skin. The ruler said that Varuki had 3 days, and then they would have a dinner party, to which the prince would have to bring the barbarian. The emperor also ordered that his gift be taken to dinner. Janssen said that the boy deserved this gift because he survived the meeting in the Midnight Palace. The emperor warned that Varuka should respond to the gift he received from him in the same way. The next day, Ulrich looked with interest at the jade dragon statue that the emperor presented to the prince. Varuka stayed up all night looking for information about this gift, and learned that the statuette was a treasure of the north. Ulrich thought that the ruler gave this gift because he liked the prince. Waruka said that the emperor was a terrible warrior, and a mixture of a sharp mind and a wild character. The prince sat down on a chair and thought that it could not be otherwise, because the empire was built on the strength of the 2 previous emperors, and observing their exploits, the heir had no right to restrain himself. Varuka kept thinking about how he should respond to this gift, because Janssen had clearly hinted that the answer was hidden in this statuette. The emperor gave this gift in order to receive a gift from Varuki in return. The prince said that he initially thought that Janssen wanted to conquer the remnants of the north, but the empire was capable of doing this itself. Varuka leaned towards the statuette and kept trying to understand what the ruler wanted from him. The guy hit his head on the table and said that now his place on the throne depended on luck. Ulrich approached the prince and said that since this statuette was from the north, it was worth asking about it from a barbarian who was familiar with the north. Varuk immediately thought of Sven and blamed himself for not having thought of it himself. After some time, Sven came into the prince's room and looked at the statuette on the table for a long time. Varuka was worried that the man might get angry at them, since he had the cultural heritage of the northerners in his hands. The prince apologized for this, but still asked to tell them everything Sven knew about this thing. The man put the figurine on the table and said that he was seeing this thing for the first time. Waruka suggested that jade was not processed in the north, and the barbarian said that they did not create such jewelry at all. Sven said that there are many craftsmen in the north, but they usually work with wood. Varuka said that the emperor insisted that it was a treasure of the north, and Sven admitted that he had heard of this thing. The man looked at the statue again and said that it was a treasure from the east. Sven said that in the legends of his people, the northerners sailed to the east, and this statue is the only proof of this legend. However, Waruka exclaimed that Poralkana was the easternmost kingdom in the world. Sven said that in the north they think differently, and this statue is direct proof of that. The prince was not so easy to convince. He shouted that the ocean ends at the edge of the world, and that the legends of the northern people were pure fiction. Sven said that his people do not keep records, unlike civilized people, and legends are passed down by word of mouth, so it cannot be a lie. While Varuka did not want to accept the truth, Ulrich thought that Sven sincerely believed in the eastern people, since he himself was shipwrecked when he sailed there. Ulrich decided to intervene and asked the prince to look again at the statuette that the emperor had given him, and asked if the northerners could have made something similar. However, Waruka continued to repeat that the ocean ends at the edge of the world, and no one would survive falling off the edge of the world. Ulrich ordered the boy to stop repeating lines from books and open his eyes to the thing that stood in front of him. Waruka said that this was blasphemy, because the sun god said in his treatise that the world ends at the edge of the world, and under it stand the animals that hold the world on themselves. The guy said that water flows from the edge of the world and animals drink this water. Waruka could not go against his religion and therefore deny the existence of the Eastern people. The prince looked again at the statue in front of him, and at that moment he understood what the emperor wanted from him. Waruka became quiet and said that he now understood everything, and thanked Sven for his help. At first the man did not understand what was being said, but then he came to a realization. Sven laughed loudly, asking if the emperor really meant it. Waruka didn't know what to do now, but the barbarian even looked a little pleased with the current situation. Sven rose from his seat and said that his work was finished. Before leaving, the man said that he would never have thought that this empire could still surprise him. The prince and Ulrich were left alone, and the barbarian carefully asked what Varuk was thinking. The prince's hands trembled from an excess of emotion. Waruka said that the emperor, like Sven, believed in the existence of the Eastern continent. The prince realized that Janssen wanted him to begin searching for Eastern civilization. It was a national-level project that required a huge amount of time, and only the coastal kingdom of Porelkana was capable of it. The emperor chose Waruka to be his king because he would live a long time, while his uncle had only about 20 years left. That is why Janssen chose the young prince as the ruler of Porelkana. Ulrich asked what Waruka was thinking about then, since he had no choice but to agree. The prince exclaimed that this was suicide, because in essence he would simply be ordering his subjects to die in the ocean. Waruka said that he would have to spend a lot of money, and it was unlikely that there would be any sailors willing to go to certain death. The prince wondered what would happen to him and his people when it turned out that the Eastern continent did not exist. The guy understood that they all faced inevitable death at the end of the world. Waruka did not want to betray his subjects because of the emperor's foolish ambitions. The guy said he didn't believe in any Eastern continent. Waruka was also afraid that for these actions the priest would execute him for blasphemy. Ulrich asked if the prince was really going to give up the throne just because he was afraid of something. Waruka looked at the barbarian as if he was saying stupid things. Ulrich said that if the prince was afraid, he could stay with the emperor and serve him like an errand boy for the rest of his life. Varuk was shaking with the realization of his hopeless situation. The guy shouted that Ulrich didn't know what he was talking about. Waruka leaned over the table and said that the barbarian knew nothing at all. Ulrich could only watch his friend's torment as he was unable to cross the boundary of the books in which he was stuck. Waruka said that the barbarian did not understand the fear and despair he was experiencing now. Ulrich decided it was time to give the prince a push. Waruka looked at the barbarian who called his name. Ulrich said that he used to live on the other side of the heavenly mountain. The prince's eyes widened and he glared at the barbarian. Ulrich extended his hand to the boy and said that in order to be here, he personally crossed the borders. Waruka looked at his friend in shock and prayed to the sun god. The whole next day, the prince could not get over the feeling that he was betraying his faith and people. The boy went to the temple to get an answer from the sun god. Waruka wondered if there really was a world on the other side of the ocean, just like there was life beyond the celestial mountain. The prince sat in the temple hall for so long that he soon found himself completely alone. Waruka understood that religion would not stop the emperor, since he needed honor and glory worthy of the name of his ancestors. However, the prince lacked the courage to sacrifice his entire kingdom for this undertaking. For a moment, the idea of giving up not the Eastern world but the Western one to be devoured arose in the guy's head. Varuk thought that this would be a worthy replacement because this time the prince would be able to provide evidence. Unlike the unfulfilled legends of the Eastern world, the lands from which Ulrich came are real. Waruka thought that when the emperor learned of this, he would forget about the Eastern continent and lead his army beyond the heavenly mountain. As soon as the prince imagined this, he was overcome with horror. The guy shook with fear and asked himself what he had just thought about. Waruka rolled off the bench onto the floor and thought that Ulrich had trusted him and revealed the secret of his homeland because he treated him like a friend. The barbarian trusts the prince so much that he did not even demand an oath from God. Ulrich's words about crossing the boundaries of hell and coming from beyond the heavenly mountains still haunted Varuki's mind. Then the barbarian said that his home was in the west, and he was probably the first man to cross that border. Waruka pressed his head to the floor and thought about the great risk Ulrich had taken when he decided to share this secret with him. That is why, just as the barbarian had to cross the heavenly mountain, so he must cross the edge of the world in the east. For a long time, Veruca lay on the floor in the temple, thinking about what to do next. The prince dreamed that he was in Parelkan's castle. The guy stood next to an open window on a bright sunny day and looked at the sea. On the table next to Veruca was a jade statuette given by the emperor and a lot of papers. It was a plan for the discovery of new lands, and it bore the king's seal and signature. Veruca went out onto the balcony and breathed in the salty sea air. Ships were already waiting on the shore, ready to set sail at any moment. The ocean was agitated, as if awaiting travelers who would soon set out on a journey, battling the elements. People gathered on the pier, looking at the large ships, and the sun seemed to illuminate the path out to sea. The white sails shimmered in the bright rays and caught the westerly wind, carrying the ships to the east. The bright blue eyes of King Parelkana were already directed towards the ocean. Veruca was a few years older, and the fire of future conquests burned in his eyes. Varrock woke up from his sleep and opened his eyes. It was already morning, and the boy rose from the temple floor. During the long night, Veruca's body stopped obeying him, causing him to stagger, holding onto the benches. The prince tried to get out of the temple and into the street as quickly as possible. It seemed to Varrock that at that moment the very edge of the world simply dissolved. The prince looked at the sun and turned to God, saying that he had seen everything. Varrock closed his eyes, basking in the morning sun's rays, and realized that God was testing him. The prince promised that he would definitely find the land where the sun rises, so God must help and lead him there. Veruca knelt down and began to pray, for the sun god had revealed to him the path he would follow. On the day of the dinner party, Ulrich came to the prince's office and found tables laden with books. The barbarian looked around and told Veruca that he had gone crazy after all. Ulrich picked up the first book he came across and found out that it was about northern records and a helioscope. Without looking up from his papers, Veruca said that he had read all of God's sermons again to make sure that he was on the right path. The prince said that he had already decided everything for himself because the Lord had given him a sign. Veruca looked at Ulrich and said that God himself had told him to go in search of the eastern continent. The prince said that the east is the place of the rising sun. The sign for Veruca was that Ulrich arrived from the west, the place where the sun sets. The prince said that the west and the east are parts of the world, and the world is interconnected. Varrock was sure that all this was not accidental, so his new task was to search for the eastern continent. The guy said that God understood that people were not ready to meet another people, and for this he created a barrier, which he called the edge of the world. Ulrich did not understand what the prince was talking about. Veruca jumped up from his seat and said that God had allowed them to prepare for the new world. The prince said that when the exploration of the north and south was completed, the warrior personally crossed the heavenly mountain. Meanwhile, the east also made its presence known with these jade treasures. Varrock believed that this was why he should become king, because God had guided him on the right path. Ulrich said he didn't understand all this fuss with the signs, but he was glad that the prince had finally come to his senses. The barbarian approached the window and said that now they would meet with the emperor. The prince asked Ulrich to show his good side today, to which the barbarian replied that this is how he always shows himself to people. There was still plenty of time before dinner, so Ulrich went to his room. The barbarian lay down to sleep before dinner and had a dream. The boy saw the tall stone buildings burning again. Ulrich wondered if his dreams were also the sign that Veruca had spoken of. The guy wondered if this was true, then what they meant. Ulrich saw himself in the midst of blazing hell, screams, warriors, iron, and blood. The barbarian looked at his axes and thought that for someone this could be a real nightmare. The boy was much older than he was now, so Ulrich thought that this was what awaited him in the future. This did not cause him any fear, because all this was not a nightmare for him. Ulrich woke up to the sound of Varrock calling him, who came into his room so that they could go to dinner together. The barbarian looked out the window and saw that the sun had already set, which meant it was time. Ulrich said it was time to meet the ruler of the world. Ulrich had previously attended noble feasts, but the scale of this dinner amazed him. Veruca approached the emperor and greeted him. The ruler was again surrounded by his concubines, and joyfully greeted the prince and the barbarian Ulrich. Veruca bowed and thanked him for the invitation, while the barbarian looked around. Ulrich said loudly that this was exactly how he imagined a dinner party from the emperor himself, and the prince hit him, demanding that he behave with dignity. Without taking his eyes off his concubines of barbarian origin, the emperor said that all barbarians are like that, and perhaps that is where their charm lies. Johnson said to welcome the main character of the evening and pointed to Dante, who had become the winner of the night's tournament. Veruca bowed reservedly to the knight and realized that today they were celebrating the results of the tournament. Janssen turned to Ulrich and said that he had heard rumors that not long ago the Barbarian and Dante had fought a duel, after which Fergan had become interested in the warrior. Dante replied that this fight was not an official duel and that the winner had never been determined. The knight asked the emperor for permission to finish what he had started with this barbarian here and now. Veruca wanted to object, but the emperor did not listen to him, asking Ulrich what he thought about it. The prince understood that Janssen was simply provoking a fight with an obvious outcome, but Ulrich would be at a disadvantage no matter the outcome of the duel. However, the barbarian himself did not experience a shadow of doubt at that moment and only grinned. Ulrich stepped forward, addressing the winner of the night's tournament. The barbarian said that Dante had forgotten something. Seeing the expression on the barbarian's face, the knight shuddered, once again feeling the oppressive aura he had experienced during the exam. Ulrich reminded that if he had used his powers to the fullest back then, there would have been no trace of Dante left. The knight felt an enormous pressure that made him afraid. Ulrich said he felt like Dante realized how lucky he was that time. The bright birds in the emperor's cage became alarmed, causing colorful feathers to fly in all directions. The ruler remembered Fergan's words that Ulrich was the second coming of Mjorn, the dragon of the north. Then the thought occurred to Janssen that he could not be a simple barbarian. But now everything is different. As if sensing the emperor's mood, the concubines took out their daggers and hid them behind their backs. The girls quickly surrounded the knight and the barbarian, preparing to carry out any order from Janssen. The emperor only watched what was happening with interest. However, after a few moments, he snapped his fingers, ordering the girls to retreat. The emperor laughed and said that his jokes were going too far again. Ulrich chuckled, and Veruca sighed with relief. The emperor asked everyone to leave the hall, as he was going to have a serious talk with Prince Veruca. Soon, only Janssen, Ulrich, and Veruca remained in the room. The prince turned to the ruler and said that he understood why he had been given this jade statuette. Janssen said that it was just a gift and there was no need to worry about it so much. Veruca recalled that the emperor had ordered him to respond to the gift in the same way he had received it. Janssen smiled and said it was just a reminder of etiquette. Veruca promised that if the emperor helped him regain the throne of Porelkan, he would give him what he wanted. Janssen said that he already has the whole world, so there is nothing else he could wish for. However, the smile disappeared from the emperor's face when Veruca spoke about the eastern continent. The prince was absolutely certain that the ruler had given him the jade dragon with precisely these intentions. Janssen laughed and said that the eastern continent was just a fairy tale of the northern people. Veruca replied that when there is evidence, the myth becomes true. The prince said that he believed in the eastern continent, since last night God himself had descended to him and told him to find the eastern lands. Janssen trembled and asked if Veruca had really received the Lord's blessing. The prince said that at that moment he felt the edge of the world disappear, and the sea road was open, and the water surface no longer ended in a huge cliff. Veruca was confident that the sun god would lead them to the lands of the rising sun. The prince said that no one else could complete this task except him, and that he alone would be able to find the eastern continent. The emperor reminded that the search for the eastern continent goes against the words of God himself, so he is not sure that this is the will of God. Veruca said that all this was not accidental, because he came here at the behest of God, and the emperor did not just talk about this now for no reason. Moreover, the ruler himself received proof of the existence of new lands directly into his hands. Veruca asked what this was, if not the will of God. The guy was talking about how he had a vision in church where he saw the sun rising on the eastern continent. The emperor increasingly believed that Veruca wanted the same thing as he did. Janssen jumped up from his chair and looked up, saying that this was indeed the will of God. The emperor said he did not expect that Prince Veruca would actually be able to decipher his message. Janssen jumped on the table and said that Veruca was absolutely right in that he wanted to conquer the East. The ruler said that his father and grandfather were great conquerors, so he simply could not disgrace their name. Janssen said that uniting with the barbarians and the Renaissance were just nonsense. The emperor stopped in front of Ulrich and Veruca and said that now he was only living out the foundation that his ancestors had built. Janssen said he had not yet achieved anything worthy of historical admiration. Ulrich rubbed his hand and said that civilized people are obsessed with conquest. The emperor did not consider this offensive and, on the contrary, said that his father and grandfather were the same. Janssen handed Varric a letter, in which the boy immediately recognized his uncle's handwriting. The emperor said that Duke Garamati had offered him double taxes in exchange for remaining on the throne. Janssen reassured Veruca that he would choose the one who was blessed by the sun god. The emperor told the boy to take the glass in his hands and poured him some wine himself. Janssen said that if God was truly on Varuki's side, he would help him regain the throne. The prince asked what these words meant. The emperor said that Garamati and Varuka would have a royal duel that would decide the fate of Parelkan. Janssen promised to give the prince 50 imperial knights and 1,000 imperial soldiers. Varuka looked at the emperor in confusion, because this army was barely enough to even try to resist his uncle. Janssen interrupted the prince and grabbed his face. The emperor said that Varuka had received the blessing of the sun god, so he would definitely win. The prince realized that Janssen was hinting that if the boy lost, then God had never blessed him. There was a wide smile on the emperor's face. Varuka stood up and said that next time he would come here to greet the emperor as King Parelkan. Janssen exclaimed that the sun would bless them and that it would last forever. After this, Varuka and Ulrich got ready to leave. The emperor remembered something and told the barbarian to stop. Janssen said that Ulrich's accent was unfamiliar to him, although he had spoken with many barbarians, so he knew it by heart. The emperor looked suspiciously at the barbarian and asked where he came from. Ulrich never turned to face the ruler, afraid to show his fear. The barbarian remembered his childhood. His first memory was of waking up in a meadow. Ulrich still remembered the sun, which almost did not reach him because of the clouds obscuring the clear sky. The boy smelled dry earth and felt heavy air. If it weren't for the Stone Axe tribe, he would have certainly been eaten by wild animals. The hunters took the boy with them, and the tribe leader said that the rainy season would be long and there would be enough food for everyone, so they could set aside some for the child. From his very childhood, Ulrich demonstrated his incredible strength, which could not be compared with other children of the Axe tribe. The boy mastered the use of an axe and a bow before anyone else, so he followed the adults everywhere. Everyone believed that Ulrich would grow up to be a great warrior. The barbarian remembers all those wonderful years spent in the tribe that became his home. As soon as Ulrich remembers those times, the strong smell of morning grass involuntarily rises in his nose. The barbarian thought only about the fact that one day he would definitely return beyond the heavenly mountain. However, the ruler of the civilized world is eager to conquer all unknown lands. If he learns of the existence of a world on the other side of the heavenly mountain, there will be no more meadows or land left. This is why Janssen's question about Ulrich's origins makes the barbarian feel fear. The guy tries to pull himself together so as not to show his excitement. Ulrich replies that he came from the south, where he previously lived in a small community that the emperor had hardly heard of. The ruler laughed and said that the southerners were indeed all strong, so there was no need to even ask. Ulrich left the hall and thought that no matter how strong a warrior was, he would not be able to defeat the army. For the first time in all this time, the barbarian regretted crossing the heavenly mountain. Ulrich understood that if the truth of his origin was revealed, the people who took him in and raised him would suffer. Now the barbarian understands Varuki's words that it was he who destroyed the barrier between the worlds. While Ulrich was pondering this, the prince approached him and informed him that they would be leaving for war the following day. The barbarian inquired about Varuki's coming of age, but he replied that they would do it on paper. Ulrich pointed to the army gathered near the castle walls and said that they were now all under Varuki's command. The prince said that there were no loyal men among these warriors, and their strength was not enough to defeat his uncle. Varuka could only hope that the nobles of Parelkan would support his candidacy, and then the battle would end with little bloodshed. The prince explained that the kingdom was surrounded by seas and rivers, so his uncle would only protect the main gate. However, attacking the castle with the vanguard will be too difficult because the gates are fortified, as they are the only entrance to the kingdom. Ulrich said that the Ghostblade would have to go with them so they could handle it. Varuka said that having Fergan with them would significantly boost the army's morale, and that his presence alone would show the level of support for the emperor. Ulrich was worried that the old man might have been sent by the emperor to find out where the barbarian came from, since his answer was unlikely to convince Janssen. Varuka said that no one gives Fergan orders because he is a true legend that even the emperor does not dare touch. Ulrich felt terrible because he could not understand the true intentions of either the emperor or the Ghostblade. These thoughts made the barbarian laugh, and Varuka became angry with him, since there was nothing funny in their situation. Ulrich gave the prince a friendly blow and said that since the boy had decided to become the king of Parelkan, he would achieve it. The barbarian noticed how Varuk was trembling and realized that he had overdone the blow a little. At that moment, one of the knights approached them and handed Ulrich a weapon, and the prince asked him to accept it. The barbarian looked with delight at the new axes and sword made of imperial steel and asked how Varuk had managed to get them. Looking at the happy Ulrich, The prince replied that he had asked the emperor for such a gift for his coming of age. The barbarian thanked Varuk for such a valuable gift and said that he owed him a favor. The prince asked what Ulrich intended to do after he became king. The barbarian shuddered when he thought that the weapon was not a gift, but a bribe. But Varuka hastened to reassure him. Ulrich fastened the new weapon to his belt and said that as soon as the prince became king, he would demand a reward from him. Varuka smiled and asked what would happen after the reward. Ulrich looked into the distance and said that he would set out, as there was still much that he had not seen, for example, the south. Varuka asked if the barbarian had thought about heading east. Ulrich recalled that preparation for the voyage will take about 10 years, so he will return after that time. Watching the barbarian leave, Varuka thought that once he became king, he would hardly be able to meet such a friend. The prince was upset that sooner or later they would have to part with Ulrich. Varuk promised that when the ship for the expedition was ready, he would leave a place on it for Ulrich. Without turning around, the barbarian replied that he would be happy to go to the ends of the earth with the prince. The sun was setting, and Ulrich returned to the camp to his mercenaries. Ulrich soon found Fergan in the crowd and greeted him. The old man turned around and said he never thought he'd see a barbarian with imperial steel right in the middle of the camp. Ulrich asked why Fergan was wearing a cape, and he replied that the doctor had told him to avoid direct sunlight. The old man asked why the barbarian was looking for him, and Ulrich said that he wanted to ask the man to teach him how to fight with swords like a knight. The barbarian said that all his acquaintances say that Fergan is the greatest knight, and Ulrich wants to learn only from the best. The old man asked why the barbarian needed to learn the knightly style of fighting, since he was already an excellent warrior. Ulrich thanked Fergan for the praise and bowed. The old man said that a barbarian had no need to learn the knightly fighting style. Fergan understood Ulrich's desire, and it made him think that this barbarian was much more terrible than he could have imagined. The old man suggested that by learning from him, the barbarian was going to get to know his opponent better and then fight against him, exploiting the enemy's weaknesses. Ulrich did not deny this and only asked if Fergan would teach him, to which the old man agreed. Before leaving, Noah told Ulrich that a knight must be polite, so now the barbarian should call him Sir Fergan. After his first training session, Ulrich showed his brothers the owl stance that the old man had taught him, but his friends only laughed at his position. While the mercenaries were having fun, Sven approached the captain and said that they needed to talk. Ulrich immediately stopped fooling around, sensing the southerner's mood. Moving away from the people, Sven asked if the boy was really now studying with the Ghost Blade. Ulrich thought that the southerner had a grudge against the man who had led troops into his lands, but the man said that was not the case. The mercenary captain did not understand the reason for such a negative reaction on Sven's part. The man said that Fergan had spent his entire life fighting barbarians. Sven said that such warriors know absolutely everything about their enemies, and even more than about each other. The man advised Ulrich to be careful with Fergan, because he knew the barbarians much better than anyone else. In case the captain still didn't understand what he was talking about, Sven said that the ghostly blade should be feared if the boy wanted to keep his birthplace a secret. Ulrich calmed down and rubbed his head, thanking the man for his instructions. The captain agreed that he should keep his distance from Fergan. As he left, Sven said that Ulrich should have understood the essence of the empire from the example of the northerners and southerners, and that only a fool learns from his mistakes. The evening dragged on slowly, as if it were delaying the dispatch of troops to meet the civil war. Fergan also stopped at the camp to scout out the situation, but was already returning to his tent. Taking off his cloak, the man said that he was too old for this. Fergan recalled a recent conversation with Ulrich, who asked him to teach him the knightly fighting style. The old man rubbed his wrist and thought that this was how youth played in the guy, which is why he was so willing to adapt to a foreign culture. Fergan laughed at the fact that the Ghost Blade himself was jealous of some barbarian. At that moment, a noise was heard from the entrance to the tent. Donovan looked into the tent and asked permission to enter. Fergan immediately recognized the guy as the vice captain of the mercenaries, Ulrich, and invited him to sit at the table. Sitting down opposite the old man, Donovan assumed that he didn't remember him, but the guy himself remembered the Ghost Blade very well. Fergan assumed that he had managed to slaughter the guy's family or kill his brothers in arms, since people often come to him with such cases. Donovan smiled and said that the man, in fact, saved his life. The boy reminded him of the battle for the Falcata Plateau 10 years ago, and Fergan immediately remembered those times. Donovan said he was in the 6th cohort, led by Lumond. The boy thought that it would be easier for the old man to remember if he said that Lumond was killed by his subordinate, who disobeyed an order. After this, Fergan actually remembered the knight who was going to kill the soldier who disobeyed the order, but ended up being killed himself. However, the old man still decided to clarify whether he remembered the events of those years correctly, and called Donovan the killer of officers. The guy nodded his head and said that Fergan had an excellent memory. The old man said that Donovan did everything right because they had to wait for reinforcements. The guy said that Lumond had gone completely crazy then and was planning to lead the entire detachment to certain death. Donovan sighed and said he had come today to thank Fergan for saving his life. The old man said that the guy would have been kicked out of the army anyway, but now he rose up and became the vice captain of the mercenaries. Donovan said he used to be just a mercenary, so it's a very long story. Fergan just laughed and said that he loved long stories so they could stay and have a drink together. The conversation continued until the morning. By morning, Donovan had only reached the point where Horus brought the barbarian Ulrich to the gladiators. The guy was already drunk and spoke with admiration about the strength of the barbarian, who was able to quickly become the star of the arena, drawing all the attention of the public to himself. Donovan lowered his head and said that Horus was soon killed and the gladiatorial cantonment fell apart. At this point, the guy finished his story of becoming a mercenary, and Fergan said that he went through a lot to get here. Taking advantage of Donovan's condition, Fergan asked the guy to tell him more about Ulrich himself, because the guy doesn't look like a simple barbarian at all. The brunette raised his head and said that they had met the barbarian in Anchor, and at these words the old man's hands trembled. Donovan put his head back on the table and said the man had no idea what Ulrich was capable of. Fergan began to realize that his suspicions about the barbarian Ulrich were beginning to make sense. The man asked Donovan again where he and the barbarian had met. The guy repeated that they found Ulrich in the town of Ankara in the very west of the empire, almost under the Heavenly Mountain. After this, the alcohol completely overwhelmed Donovan and he fell asleep, leaving Fergan alone with his thoughts. The next day, Fergan and Ulrich's classes continued, and the old man asked if the barbarian knew why a two-handed sword was considered a knight's weapon. The guy said that if he knew the answer to this question, he would have become a knight long ago. Fergan demanded respect from the boy and ordered him to take his sword and leave otherwise. Ulrich was shaking with indignation because he could not behave as the knight wanted, but he also could not refuse lessons with the legend. The barbarian put on an overly stern voice and said that he had no idea why knights used a two-handed sword. Fergan was made to laugh by this parody, and he said that knights are bloody butchers who butcher other people instead of pigs. The old man asked what respectful address he could receive if he was only a butcher. Fergan then said that they had staged this scene so that Ulrich would understand that knights would draw their weapons at the first hint that someone had offended their so-called honor. This made Ulrich laugh, and the old man said that although he was a knight, such fools surprised even him. Fergan looked at the knights in their camp and understood that no matter how they came up with titles for themselves, their nature did not change. Be they warriors or knights, they are murderers and nothing more. Fergan told Ulrich that the formation of the knightly fighting style is directly related to armor. Over the years, armor becomes stronger and thicker, and now even a good chainmail is enough for protection, not to mention full armor. Ulrich agreed with the old man, remembering the full armor of imperial steel. Fergan said that such improvements in armor made shields unnecessary. Knights began to fight with both hands, and the combination of shield and sword became more of a relic of the past. Ulrich didn't understand why the shields were gone, since not all armor was strong enough, and then Fergan mentioned that all armor had its advantages and disadvantages. The old man said that shields are no longer used because such a stance has become a sign of poverty, so they are no longer used out of simple pride. Ulrich simply said that all knights were fools and asked Fergan to teach him the owl stance. The old man corrected him, saying that this stand was called a night owl. After training, Ulrich was resting in his tent and recalling Sven's warning. The guy understood that the more he communicated with Fergan, the closer the threat was getting to him. Ulrich could only hope that the old man would not suspect anything. The barbarian sighed, realizing that he didn't want to kill Fergan at all. After several weeks of marching, the army arrived at the main gates of Porelkana. The knights of Varuki were outraged that the townspeople were not allowing the direct heir into the kingdom. A council was convened to decide on further action. In it, Fergan suggested that the gates were closed because the aristocrats were wavering between Duke Garamati and Prince Faruka. The old man said that the prince never managed to earn their support. At this moment, the guard reported that Porelkan's envoys had arrived, and Varuka ordered them to be allowed into the tent. The city representative entered the tent accompanied by 2 guards. All 3 bowed and greeted the prince. Varuka skipped the formalities and asked why the Everlyn gates were closed, as they were meant to protect the kingdom from outsiders. The messenger conveyed the words of the guard Everlyn that he refused to allow the army of strangers into the domain of Porel Khan. Veruca said that he was merely leading his guards into the castle to claim his throne by right of blood. The envoy replied that the kingdom was plunged into chaos, and it was the prince's actions that had led to this situation. Fergan realized that they would not be allowed through the gate so easily, so he stood up from his seat. In an instant, the knight drew his sword from its sheath. His movements attracted the messenger's attention, but it was too late. With one precise blow, Fergan decapitated the Everlyn Guardian's envoy. The messenger's guards were frightened and did not know what to do next. Fergan returned the sword to its sheath and said that only people of equal status could speak such words. The old man said that the garrison could be broken through in just half a day, and the siege of Porel Khan was 50 years ago, and he took part in it. These words made the guards shudder. Fergan asked with a smile on his face how many of Everlyn's current fighters had ever faced a castle siege. The guards tried to get help from the prince, but he did not help them after refusing to let them into his domain. Veruca understood that Fergan was the most experienced person available to him now, so now all he could do was follow his plan. The old man walked up to the severed head and placed his foot on it. After that, he kicked her towards the guards and ordered them to deliver her to the chief guard of the gate. After this, Fergan removed the hood of his cloak, revealing himself to the warriors. They immediately recognized the legend and completely lost the last shreds of confidence. The old man ordered to tell the guard Everlyn that the Ghostblade Fergan has returned. As soon as these words reached the guard, the gates of Everlyn were opened. Veruca told the people of Everlyn that from now on the gate would serve the rightful heir to the throne. The prince understood that the people bowed to him not out of loyalty, but because Fergan had forced them to surrender. Ulrich stood next to Veruca, but his gaze involuntarily sought out the old man. Fergan's methods of fighting were new to Ulrich. However, this method helped them capture the gate at the cost of one life, which can be equated to the most peaceful path. Ulrich sighed and said that this old man really knew people well. The barbarian remembered how Fergan had attacked the ambassador without hesitation. The old man took advantage of people's fear and his reputation to seize the gate. Ulrich immediately remembered one of Fergan's first questions, whether it was possible to capture the imperial palace alone. Now the barbarian understood what exactly the old man was talking about. Fergan caught Ulrich's eye and smiled back. The barbarian thought about the fact that Ghostblade had truly spent his entire life in battle. The next step was to develop a plan to seize power, and it consisted of gaining the support of 2 of the 4 duchies faster than Duke Garamati. Filion said that the dukes were expecting a civil war to break out, so they needed to attack before they could gather their armies. Veruca said that in that case they should start with the Duke of Baskling closest to them. Fergan said that if the prince planned to subjugate the duchies by force, then their army would no longer be able to fight at the castle itself. The general asked if the boy really understood what His Majesty the Emperor expected of him. Veruca said he understands that Janssen wants him to show his political power and influence. The old man asked the prince to whom the nobles in the lands of Porelkana were loyal. The man said that the dukes might not recognize Veruca, but the nobles would prefer a legitimate heir to the throne. Fergan advised the prince to consider whose warriors make up the bulk of the royal court's army. Veruca replied that if he sent ambassadors, many nobles would certainly support him. The prince clenched his jaw, realizing that he sounded so pathetic, as if all he could do was agree with Fergan. Filion said that Duke Wrangel was Veruca's father's best friend, so he would support the boy. But the prince reminded him that Wrangel was one of the first to join Garimati. The knight explained that the duke did not yet know whether Veruca would be able to become king, so he had to do this to avoid a civil war. However, the war has already begun, so they have every chance of regaining Wrangel's support. Veruca understood that the aristocrats considered the boy a child, demanding the throne only by right of birth. That is why the prince must prove to them that he is worthy of ruling Porelkana. Filion put forward his candidacy as ambassador, but Veruca said he would go personally while the rest of the army would seize the lands of Duke Baskling. The knight said that this was very dangerous, because even if Wrangel had been their friend before, now he was still on Garimati's side. Veruca looked at the defender and said that they had no choice, so they had to act like the last time. The prince said that he had to be present at the negotiations in person, so he had already made up his mind and it would not be possible to dissuade him. Fergan watched Veruca and thought that the prince was still capable of taking calculated risks. The old man understood that the boy did not have the spirit of a warrior, but he did have the backbone of a politician, so Veruca could become a good king. The prince said that a dozen warriors would go with him along with Ulrich, since a crowd of guards would not help them convince the Duke of the sincerity of his intentions. The barbarian smiled at Filion and told him not to worry, because he alone could replace 100 warriors. The defender agreed to this and said that tomorrow he and General Fergan would set out to capture Baskling's territories. Their most valuable resource at the moment was time, so they had to hurry. The next day, Varuki's group separated from the main army and went to Rangel. Ulrich noted how cheerful Goyle was, who kept humming songs under his breath. The barbarian asked the boy what was causing his mood, and he replied that they were already nearing the end of accompanying the prince. Ulrich did not understand why all the mercenaries were so happy, and Goyle replied that everyone was expecting the treasures that the newly made king would bestow upon them. The barbarian thought that such thoughts were even beneficial for the mercenaries' fighting spirit, since they didn't need to know the whole truth. Goyle said that his decision to join Ulrich was the best one of his life. The guy said that most likely no one from his homeland had achieved such success, and the barbarian congratulated him on this. Goyle laughed and said that he was only joking, but he was really very happy. Shatton said that Ulrich is truly incredible, and it's not just because of the way he fights. He is respected for many other things as well. Goyle said that this was why the barbarian had already achieved riches and glory that others could only dream of throughout their lives. Shatton said that people like them, no matter how much effort and perseverance they put in, would never be able to achieve what Ulrich had achieved in their entire lives. Goyle suggested that Ulrich would hardly ever understand them. The guy said that what the barbarian achieved so easily, many people chased their whole lives for. As Goyle spoke, his horse moved forward a little, so he had to look back to see the captain. Seeing the expression on Ulrich's face, the guy chuckled and said that there was no need to take it that way. Goyle said that just as the barbarian could never understand them, so they would never understand him. Ulrich remained behind the group, pondering his friend's words. After some time, the detachment arrived in the lands of Duke Rangel. There they saw that the Duke was gathering soldiers, but the Duke's army consisted of simple farmers. Goyle said that no matter who the warriors were, anyone could be overwhelmed by numbers. Shatton said that they were very lucky that it was not harvest season. Otherwise, the kingdom would have faced famine after the Civil War. Waruka said that it was all his fault, because this would not have happened if he had not decided to become king. However, the prince should not give up, as he believed that this was the path that the sun god had prepared for him. Ulrich asked Waruka what he wanted to become, the king of Perelkin or the head of the farmers. The barbarian said that when he was plundering the neighboring tribes, he did not care at all that they would all die in the next drought. Ulrich said that none of these people, if they were in the prince's place, would think about other people. The barbarian told the prince that every person thinks of himself first. Varuka must not be distracted by the pain of others, because if he worries about every little thing, he will achieve nothing. Ulrich said that as long as the prince believed he was doing the right thing, that would be enough. Varuka thanked his friend and said that his words helped him cope with this burden. Ignoring the farmers the Duke was gathering, Varuka moved towards the castle. Ulrich's words helped him calm down and get rid of the feeling of guilt, so he boldly led people. However, the fact that the guy strives for power, stepping over other people, does not come so easily to him. Varuka remembered the pain of each of them forever. Before entering the city, the mercenaries were stopped by guards who ordered them to introduce themselves. Due to new regulations for the safety of the city, everyone who comes must provide a document. Varuka stepped forward and introduced himself by his real name. The prince said that he had come to meet Duke Rangel. After some time, Varuk was allowed into the castle, and he sat down at the negotiating table with an old friend of his late father. Rangel remembered the prince as an impudent, stupid, and spoiled youth, so the Duke did not understand why the boy had come to him at all. The Duke said that using an army of strangers to seize the throne was not the best idea. Varuka replied that if it weren't for these strangers, he wouldn't be here, and Rangel should understand why exactly. The Duke said that it was difficult to argue with the Emperor's army, but such methods called into question the prince's very right to the throne. Varuka asked who else could take this throne besides him. The prince said that he had come to conduct the coronation, and if no one resisted, they could do without war. Rangel didn't believe it and said that it seemed as if Varuk had returned precisely for the sake of war. The prince chuckled and said that it was not he, but the aristocrats of Porelkana who were gathering an army against the legitimate heir. Varuka mentioned that the army of the Ghostblade of Fergan had now arrived in the lands of Duke Baskling. Rangel understood that Baskling had not yet managed to gather an army, so he would not be able to hold out. The Duke said that if they killed Varuka here and now, the Imperial army would become powerless in these lands. The prince asked Rangel, for his own good, to stop making empty threats. The Duke said that the strength of his guards would be enough to defeat the prince's defenses and kill him. Veruca looked at Ulrich and asked if he had anything to say to Wrangel. The barbarian chuckled and said that the Duke would need at least 100 warriors to even try to stop him. Wrangel immediately realized that he was facing a detachment of mercenaries, about which there had been many rumors lately. The Duke heard that it was the brothers of Ulrich who killed Margrave Orkel. Wrangel said that no matter how experienced the mercenaries were, they would not be able to defeat the army. Veruca smiled and asked if the Duke would like to check it out. Despite the prince's bold words, his hands shook, because he understood that in Wrangel's eyes he remained a boy. However, the guy couldn't give up so easily, because Ulrich was currently risking his life for him. Veruca recalls with a smile that more than 6 months have passed since their first meeting by the ocean. Step by step, the prince learned as they continued their journey to the Empire, until now. Veruca understood that he had become much stronger in both body and spirit. At the moment, he was leading a lot of people and could not let them down because of his cowardice. Veruca folded his arms and asked if Wrangel really believed that Duke Garamati would give up the disputed lands of the nameless county upon becoming king. Wrangel said that they had already sorted out all the formalities, and the Kalmati lands would definitely go to him. Veruca recalled that from the moment he took over the inheritance, Garamati expanded his borders, absorbing the surrounding lands. Wrangel said that this was just further proof that Duke Garamati would become a strong king. Veruca grinned and said that his main advantage was that he would become a weak king for his subjects. If Garamati becomes king, the kingdom's territory will form a powerful monarchy. Wrangel understood this, but only now did he realize that Porelkana could become a threat to the empire itself. Veruca asked whether the dukes would be able to keep such a king under control when he decided to take all the lands under his sole control. The prince understood that the only thing he could offer his vassals was his weakness, because none of them needed a strong and powerful master. Wrangel noted that Veruca perfectly understands the advantage of his weakness, and this is not an insult, but the absolute truth. The Duke suggested that the prince have a joint meal and then discuss Veruca's proposal in more detail. The prince and the Duke were about to go into the refectory, but Ulrich thrust his axe into the table. Veruca screamed, not understanding what the barbarian was going to do. Ulrich said that he would not allow such an outcome, so he demanded that the Duke guarantee their safety. The barbarian said that otherwise no one would leave this room until Wrangel made a decision. Ulrich explained this by saying that they could take the Duke hostage at any moment in this place to guarantee the prince's safety. The barbarian looked at Veruca and asked what they would do in the enemy castle if the owner escaped. Ulrich demanded that Wrangel swear an oath to the sun god that they would be safe on this land. The Duke thought that the barbarian was incredibly confident in his warriors, since he decided that they could cope with the entire castle guard. Wrangel took an oath to God and asked if Ulrich was now satisfied. At that moment, a guard burst into the room, bringing important news to the Duke. The man approached Wrangel, and his words made the Duke shudder. The Duke was no longer in such a good mood and asked if he had planned all this in advance. Veruca did not understand what was being discussed and came closer. Meanwhile, a formation was moving through the city towards Wrangel Castle. The man with golden hair asked why the city was so noisy. Approaching the Duke's castle, the man raised his head and looked out the windows. Outside the window, he saw Prince Veruca, who was also surprised by this meeting. The man smiled and said that he didn't expect to meet his nephew in such a place. Duke Garamati arrived at Wrangel's castle. After some time, Wrangel, Veruca, and Garamati sat down at the same table for dinner. Garamati asked his nephew when he and the Duke became so close that the first thing they did upon arriving in Porelkana was to meet. Veruca said he wanted to meet Duke Wrangel before his coronation. The prince looked at his uncle and thanked him for looking after the kingdom. Garamati smiled and said that for the sake of his elder brother and nephew, he was ready to do anything. Veruca said that he no longer needed his uncle's help, so the man should return to his duchy. Meanwhile, the prince himself will go to the palace for the coronation ceremony to free Garamati from his burden of rule. The uncle only smiled in response without commenting on his nephew's words. Veruca suggested that Wrangel drink to this event together since his uncle doesn't like alcohol. The Duke raised his glass but was extremely wary. He did not understand what the young prince was trying to achieve with his words, so he decided to remain silent. Veruca caught Wrangel's doubt and tensed. The prince signaled to Ulrich, assuming that Wrangel had decided to side with Garamati. The smile disappeared from my uncle's face when he caught these actions. Veruca watched the dukes tensely, expecting a blow from any side. Wrangel, in turn, closely watched the actions of his uncle and nephew. The castle guards became alert and grabbed their weapons. Ulrich stood behind Varuki all this time and thought that the prince was too weak. The barbarian understood that the guy couldn't do anything without someone's protection, and at the moment he was relying on him. Ulrich clearly saw the difference between himself and the prince. Looking at Varuki's hands shaking from fear and nerves, the barbarian realized that he would never be able to understand him. However, Ulrich respects the prince for the fact that despite many falls, he continues to fight, wiping away his tears. The barbarian smiled, thinking that it was this very trait that showed the prince's enormous strength. Ulrich turned to Varuka and said that he would make the boy king. The prince became wary, worried that the barbarian might start an armed conflict. Ulrich said that he would do everything possible, even if he had to kill everyone present. Now Garamati's full attention turned to the barbarian. Wrangel was also wary, as he had already seen Ulrich's hot temper. To prevent a massacre in his castle, Duke Wrangel rose from his seat, slamming his fist on the table. The man said that he had sworn before the sun god that Prince Waruka would be safe, so no blood would be shed today. Garamati said that Wrangel was making a big mistake, because the civil war could have ended here and now. Now the Duke was finally convinced that Garamati should not become king while he had such power in his hands. Realizing that he had no other choice, Wrangel announced that his duchy would declare its neutrality during the civil war. The man said that all nobles who accepted neutrality would be under his protection, but Garamati did not like this at all. Looking towards the Duke, Wrangel asked if he really wanted them to choose a side here and now. Garamati fell silent, as he knew that if he tried to press, Wrangel would definitely take Varuki's side. The Duke gave in and said that he accepted his neutrality, since he would not be able to force the man anyway. Wrangel asked the prince if he accepted his declaration of neutrality, to which Waruka also agreed, since he had no choice. The boy understood that even if he could defeat his uncle, after the war he would have to negotiate with Duke Wrangel as well. The Duke raised his glass and invited them to drink to the bright future of Porelkana. Varuk raised his glass, realizing that Wrangel was an experienced politician who was capable of instantly creating a third force in the war. If the prince becomes king, he will have to deal with this man for the rest of his life. At dawn, Varuki's detachment set out to disappear from Wrangel's castle as quietly as possible. Towards evening, they set up camp to rest. Ulrich considered themselves lucky to have received support in their escape from Wrangel, even though he wanted to weaken the future king, whoever he might turn out to be. Goyle knew they would likely be followed, and Ulrich supported him in this, saying that this could be a problem. While all the squad members were resting, the mercenary captain was thinking that they should have taken northerners with them instead of simple mercenaries. The regular mercenaries were worried about being pursued by Garamati, and even having Ulrich on their side didn't give them any confidence. Ulrich knew he couldn't blame his men for their fear, as they were mere mercenaries and not warriors. So their spirit was crushed after the first difficulties. One of the mercenaries named Gidwick headed towards the forest, and Goyle, thinking that the man had gone to the toilet, told him not to go far. The mercenary laughed and said that he had a stomach ache and would be gone for a long time. However, time passed, and the man never returned. Ulrich became alert, listening carefully to the forest. The barbarian asked Goyle if Gidwick had returned, to which the boy replied in the negative. Ulrich ordered his friend to go and get the man immediately. Several people went into the forest trying to find their brother, but he did not respond to their calls. At some point, Ulrich noticed something nearby. Not far from them, smoke rose through the forest into the sky, signaling that Gidwick had betrayed them. While the mercenaries were indignant at their brother's betrayal, Ulrich said that now at least they wouldn't have to look for him. The barbarian ordered the detachment to immediately pack their things, because they were being pursued. Soon the camp was packed up and Ulrich said that they had to leave because they would not be able to fight. The barbarian assumed that Garamati's elite cavalry had been sent after them, and that this could undermine the confidence of their unit. Goyle asked the captain how many enemies were following them, and Ulrich said that there would definitely be more of them than them. Shaitan thought that Ulrich didn't think about the location of the battle unless they had at least an equal chance of winning. Goyle understood that the captain's decision meant that in a direct confrontation they would lose. The mercenaries sensed the captain's mood and began to get nervous. Goyle said they needed to put 2 men on a horse. Ulrich began to grumble about his friend's senseless ideas, but he quickly got the gist of the guy's words. The barbarian said that Goyle was a genius, after which he ordered everyone to immediately mount their horses in pairs. They sent the free half of the horses in the opposite direction. The main objective of their pursuers is to capture Varuka, so they will still have to split their forces. After some time, Garimati's detachment arrived at the place where the horses had gone in different directions. Gidvik rode with the pursuers and warned them that they should not split the army. But the captain of the detachment did not even intend to listen to him. The mercenary tried to convince the captain that Ulrich was the most terrible monster that they could not cope with. The captain didn't understand why Gidvik was talking so much there if he himself had betrayed the Ulrich brothers. The mercenary understood that Garamati's soldiers treated him this way because he was a traitor, but he did it for a reason, but out of fear of death. All the mercenaries know how incredible Ulrich is because they fought alongside him. But that was precisely the problem, because the guy was so strong that his own people couldn't keep up with him. Gidvik was afraid that if he stayed, sooner or later he would be killed in battle. The mercenary looked up at the sky and asked God not to blame him for breaking his oath. The man prayed at that moment only that fate would never bring him together with Ulrich again, because he understood how terrible the captain was when angry. If the mercenary captain finds Gidvik, he won't just let him die. Despite his prayers, it was his squad that encountered Varuki's team. Goyle said that the enemies do not have thick armor and they are exhausted from the chase, so they can still win. The boy told his brothers that they had to fight to the end because they had nowhere to run. Gidvik turned to the captain of the Garamati soldiers and said that he did not see Ulrich, and this did not bode well. The captain was convinced that the barbarian had left the battlefield because he realized they could not win. But Gidvik knew his Ulrich too well. Garamati's soldiers ignored his warnings and rushed into battle. Suddenly, a loud scream came from behind them. Gidvik turned around and realized that Ulrich was attacking them from behind. The captain did not pay too much attention to this and ordered 3 of his men to go after the barbarian. Ulrich rushed into the thick of the battle with a loud cry, aiming to get to Gidvik, who had betrayed them. The barbarian promised the man that he would skin him alive. Gidvik winced, because he understood that Ulrich did not throw around empty promises. The mercenary told the captain of the soldiers that 3 men would not be enough to deal with the barbarian. However, the captain did not listen to him, as he was going to kill Prince Varuka as quickly as possible so that Garamati could take the throne. Ulrich had already approached the soldiers and had grabbed the sword more comfortably. After a long time on the trek, the boy had already become confident in his saddle, so both his hands were occupied with weapons. With one blow, Ulrich decapitated the soldiers and continued moving towards the mercenary who betrayed his brothers. The barbarian laughed loudly, and Gidvik said that he warned him about the guy's madness. Only now did the soldier captain realize what they were up against, but it was too late to turn around. The man raised his sword and ordered his men to go forward to the end. The captain said that their main target was the prince, and if they died, they would take him with them. Goyle ordered the mercenaries to guard Varuka at all costs. Ulrich was eager to fight and thought about how 3 months ago he had been on the brink of life and death. The barbarian felt that the sensation of this feature had already become dull. Ulrich smeared his face with blood and said that a warrior should never forget this feeling. The guy was inspired to finally return to the battlefield. Thanks to this battle, Ulrich could taste blood again. The barbarian sought to help his brothers, who were defending Prince Perelkin. Each side understood that they would most likely not emerge from this battle alive, but no one gave up and fought to the end. Goyle was in the rear, covering the prince in case the brothers Ulrich missed any of the enemies. The captain of the pursuit squad understood that everything was not going according to plan, and at this rate they would all be killed. The man decided that since they wouldn't be able to survive anyway, he should at least take Varuka with him. When the captain and the prince's gazes met, Varuka realized that he had been found. The man immediately rushed towards the prince. The Knight Protector told Varuka to step aside. At that very moment, soldiers ran up to the knight and killed him. Varuka watched in horror as the protector who had been with him for many years was killed. The prince quickly came to his senses, realizing the situation they were now in. Taking advantage of Varuki's confusion, the enemy captain snuck up behind him. However, Goyle quickly approached them, throwing the enemy back with the hooves of his horse. The enemy captain was in despair and ordered the mercenary to get out of the way. The man struck the horse's neck with his sword, causing it to rear up and throw its rider. The captain called the mercenaries money trash, and taking advantage of Goyle's precarious position, struck him several times with his sword. One of the blows hit the guy on the thigh, causing a deep wound. The captain said that the mercenaries had no honor, dignity, or loyalty, and therefore were no match for him. Goyle did his best and thought that even though he had no loyalty, he had a future that he had earned with sweat and blood. Due to a leg wound, the mercenary was unable to maintain his balance and fell on his back, trying to protect himself from the blows with a spear. Goyle understood that he wouldn't be able to cope and that he would be killed now, so he closed his eyes. However, before the captain could deliver the decisive blow, Ulrich snuck up behind him and cut off his head with one precise blow. The barbarian looked at his friend's wound and ordered him to treat it immediately. For a few moments, Goyle sat on the ground, trying to come to his senses. After some time, the battle was over and the Ulrich brothers became the winners. However, no one was happy, as there were too many wounded. Goyle bandaged his thigh and asked Ulrich if they had really won. The barbarian did not move far from his friend and looked around, confirming their victory. Ulrich said that they had no time to rest and needed to get going before enemy reinforcements arrived. Varuk stood apart from everyone and did not react to the mercenary's words. He looked at the bodies of his two defenders who had fallen in this battle, saving his life. Varuka wondered if all this was really God's plan. The prince could not believe that God had prepared such a bloody path for him to the throne, just so that he could find the eastern continent. Varuka raised his tear-filled eyes to the sky. The prince said that the god of virtue had prepared for him a treacherous fate in which there was not a drop of virtue. Varuk was distracted from his thoughts by Ulrich's mocking voice, who said that their brother Gidvik was still alive. The prince immediately turned his angry gaze to the traitor. Ulrich also did not take his cunning gaze off his former brother. Goyle looked with contempt at the man who had caused him to be wounded. Surrounded by a crowd of mercenaries, Gidvik sat on his knees and shook with fear. Soon the detachment set off on its journey. They had less than 10 minutes to get ready, and several of their men were so seriously wounded that they were unlikely to survive until they joined the main army. There was one person Ulrich was most worried about at the moment. Goyle was seriously wounded and could not sit on his horse, so they had to build a stretcher and drag it behind the horse. Ulrich turned to his friend and asked what he should tell his family, but Goyle ordered him to be silent, saying that he did not intend to die here. The barbarian said that he was asking just in case. Goyle's only thought was that if he could hold on just a little longer, the future he had dreamed of so much would finally become a reality. The boy thought that his time had not yet come, but there was a trail of blood behind the stretcher, which made it clear that the injury was too serious. Goyle put his hands to his face so that his brothers would not see his tears and prayed to the sun god for his salvation. By evening, the mercenaries had set up camp, and soon the brothers began to report to Ulrich that the seriously wounded were beginning to die one after another. The mercenary captain took the countdown with a cold mind and thought that if Goyle's wounds festered, he would not survive, and that could not be changed. Ulrich believed that people had completely forgotten about death, believing that it would only overtake others. The barbarian looked towards the tent and thought that death was always lurking somewhere nearby. In the tent, Goyle was suffering from pain and fever, fighting for his life with all his might. The guy muttered that soon he would get his land, become a feudal lord, and they would call him master. Goyle said that he had built an estate on his land, would rule his people fairly, and would defend the honor of his name. The mercenaries had already said that the guy would soon die and couldn't believe how everything turned out. Although the mercenaries felt sorry for their brother, they were glad that they were not in his place. When the food was ready, Ulrich poured a portion for Goyle into a plate. Entering the tent to give food to his friend, the barbarian smelled the rotten smell of the wound and realized that the boy would not survive. Goyle was always on Ulrich's side no matter what, and seeing him in this state gave the barbarian a lump in his throat. Shaking with fever, Goyle quickly ate his food and said that his body was lighter than yesterday, so he was on the mend. Ulrich was about to leave the tent and said that he had a good time with his friend, but the guy stubbornly refused to believe in the inevitable. The barbarian could no longer watch Goyle not accept his death and left, telling his friend to call him when he accepted his fate. Goyle got angry and threw a food plate at the captain. When Ulrich turned around, the guy said that the guy didn't dare treat him like that. Goyle asked if the barbarian remembered how much he had done for him. Ulrich looked at his suffering brother and said that he remembered absolutely everything. The barbarian said that this is precisely why he is ready to do everything within his power for his friend. Ulrich left, leaving Goyle alone with his thoughts. A severe thunderstorm broke out during the night, and the sky was filled with lightning. The mercenaries gathered in the forest, not far from the camp, and hung the traitor Gidvik from a tree. Ulrich pulled the ropes tight so that the man could not get out. The mercenary captain looked at his former brother, who had already been beaten by the mercenaries. Ulrich asked if Gidvik remembered what the barbarian had promised him. The mercenary captain looked at the traitor with a predatory expression and said that he would skin him alive and gut him. Meanwhile, Waruka was in the camp praying to God when a loud cry cut through the night forest. The prince jumped out of the tent, thinking that their camp was under attack. However, the screams were heard not far from the camp, while the camp itself was empty. Waruka walked towards the sounds to find out what was happening and what he saw horrified him. The prince saw Ulrich, who was removing the skin of the traitor Gidvik piece by piece. Veruca ordered the barbarian to stop and asked what he was doing. Ulrich apologized to the prince for waking him up. Barbarian said he tried to shut Gidvik up, but apparently he didn't succeed. Veruca ordered Ulrich to stop, saying that no one deserved such punishment. The barbarian looked at the prince less friendly and said that betrayal is paid for with blood. Ulrich asked how his brothers could trust him if he did not punish Gidvik for his actions that led to many deaths. From the darkness, Goyle's voice came out and said that Gidvik looked good. Veruca looked at the boy, who had huge dark circles under his eyes, indicating that he didn't have much time left. The prince shuddered at this picture because he always saw Goyle full of life and energy. Ulrich flexed his arms and told Veruca that this was the mercenary's personal business, so it was better for him not to interfere in it. The prince did not dare interrupt the Ulrich brothers any longer. Varuk stood to the side and watched as the mercenaries dealt with their internal problems. Gidvik begged Ulrich not to kill him, but the barbarian only laughed. The mercenary captain turned to Veruca and said that this traitor still wanted to live. Ulrich smiled and said that he would not stop until Gidvik begged him to die. The ground beneath the traitor's feet turned red, and the traitor's screams mixed with thunder. Goyle and the other mercenaries watched with a voracious gaze as their captain dealt with the traitor. By morning, the storm had stopped and the sun began to climb into the sky. The mercenaries set off, leaving Gidvik's battered body on the ground. The man was still alive, but he couldn't even move. Gidvik heard a noise coming from the forest and saw wolves approaching his body, having smelled the scent of blood during the night. Soon, Veruca's detachment united with the main troops. The prince approached Ulrich and the barbarian congratulated him on the fact that Duke Baskling had decided to join them. Veruca said that Fergan had managed the entire army well while they were gone, so now they could take a rest. The prince looked towards the tent from which Ulrich had not left lately. Veruca told the barbarian that he had already called the priest, and Ulrich thanked him for it. The mercenary captain hesitated for a long time to enter the tent where his best friend was dying. Ulrich could only hear the mercenaries entering the tent and saying goodbye to Goyle. Someone even joked that the boy would be reborn as their son. When everyone said goodbye, the mercenary captain sat down at the entrance and said that the sun god was already waiting for the guy. They were left alone while the rest of Ulrich's brothers stood aside, awaiting the inevitable. For a long time, Goyle could not gather his courage and accept that he was dying. The boy said he wanted a life where he didn't have to envy others and didn't want to remain a fisherman. Goyle did not understand why in this life, no matter how hard they tried, everyone had the same end. The guy gave in and called Ulrich, saying that he was ready. The barbarian stood up from his seat and Goyle said that his body was shaking and breathing had become more difficult, so he had very little time left. Soon Ulrich brought a priest, whom Varuk had prepared in advance. The cleric said that the sun god would wait for Goyle to embrace him as a warrior who had spent his entire life in battle. Goyle said that he was too pathetic to be called a warrior because he just wanted a good life. The cleric squeezed the medallion with the sun and said that if the boy still had sins that he would like to confess, he would listen to him. The priest promised to take Goyle's sins upon himself so that he could quickly go to the center of the sun. Ulrich listened to their conversation with half an ear and wondered if it all really made sense. The sun had long since set below the horizon, as if it did not want to accept Goyle. After a while, Ulrich went into the tent and joked that his friend even looked better after confession. The barbarian said that everyone would be shocked if Goyle suddenly recovered, and his friend asked how Ulrich could say such a thing to a man on his deathbed. The barbarian showed an axe and said that if his friend was in really bad shape, he could help him. Goyle turned to the cleric and asked how long it would take him to wander to the center of the sun, and the man replied that no one knew. The guy assumed that he would have to wander the world for a long time, since in life he killed people for money. Ulrich looked at the starry sky that was visible from the entrance to the tent. Goyle suffered until the morning, when the sun began to slowly rise over the horizon. Ulrich stayed next to his friend all night, not daring to leave him alone. The barbarian's head bobbed periodically as he dozed off. At some point, Goyle lightly squeezed Ulrich's hand, trying to wake him up. The guy was breathing very heavily, and his eyes were gradually rolling back. Goyle squeezed Ulrich's hand and said that he hoped that in his next life he would become a happy nobleman. The barbarian woke up and listened attentively to his friend, not letting go of his hand. He saw the last bits of life leave Goyle's body. Soon the boy's hand weakened, and Ulrich let go of it. Not wanting to interfere with the cleric in his work, the barbarian left the tent of his deceased friend. As soon as he stepped out of the tent, Ulrich's body was enveloped in the warmth of the early sun's rays. As he walked away from the tent, The barbarian said that he and Goyle would meet again. After some time, a council was held to which the Duke of Baskling was invited. The man was unhappy that some mercenary was put on equal footing with him, so he asked Varuki what it meant. Ulrich said that he and his mercenaries really couldn't do much to help on the scale of a war like that. However, the barbarian did not take this as an insult, and with undisguised curiosity wanted to gain knowledge from the Duke, which greatly surprised Fergan. Ghostblade got down to business and announced that the Imperial army would occupy the center of the kingdom. Ulrich watched the strategy being created and noted that it was completely different from the tribal wars beyond the Celestial Mountains, where warriors numbered in the hundreds rather than the thousands. Now the barbarian became familiar with the tactics used by civilized people, with the methods of conducting battles and the attitude towards soldiers. On this campaign, Ulrich learned about the wars that are waged in this world. The guy found this extremely interesting. At some point, the guy noticed a weak spot in the plan and said that they would have fewer soldiers on the perimeter than the enemy. This infuriated Duke Baskling, who ordered the barbarian to remain silent and not to dare even address General Fergan. The old man responded calmly to Ulrich's question and said that the Imperial army was much stronger than any army in the kingdom, so even half of the people could win. Fergan explained this by the fact that the soldiers of the Imperial army are under one coat of arms, which makes their movements a single whole. Meanwhile, the troops of Porelkana are divided under the banners of their masters, and each has its own battle tactics. Ulrich realized that the enemy's weakness was their inability to act in a coordinated manner. Fergan confirmed this, saying that the efficiency and strategy of the Imperial army was 2 heads above any other. Fergan thought that if Ulrich had lived during the war with the barbarians, he would have been a terrible opponent, like Mjorn, the Dragon of the North. Now the strategy was determined, and all that remained was to decide where the battle would begin. After some time, the army set out. The decision was made to fight on the Baldric Plains. Ulrich walked along with everyone else and thought that with Goyle it had been much more fun to wait for the battle to begin. The guy thought about his friend for a while and then found another victim. Ulrich noticed Sven riding in a cart and decided to join him. The Southerner said that Ghostblade was a terribly incomprehensible and completely unpredictable person. Ulrich said it was hard to miss and asked if anything strange had happened while he was away. Sven said that Fergan had spoken to Donovan several times, and the barbarian said that it looked suspicious. When Sven talked about this with Donovan himself, the guy said that the general was very interested in Ulrich. The Southerner also said that Fergan had invited him to a conversation, lured with good alcohol. This was the first time Sven had spoken so highly of Ghostblade, with whom they had only had one heart-to-heart talk. Ulrich asked what he and the old man had talked about, and the Southerner immediately reassured him, saying that Fergan had not asked about the boy. Sven said that the general was more interested in Ulgaro. Previously, Ulrich thought that this was the name of Sven's ancestor, but as it turned out, he was both an ancestor, a progenitor, and a god himself. The man said that long ago, dragons inhabited the icy wastelands of the north, and Ulgaro, the first of the people, arrived in those lands with his clan. Ulrich assumed they were dragons like the one on the jade statue, but Sven said these creatures were completely different. The man said that the dragons did not allow the clan to settle in those lands. In a rage, Ulgaro killed all the dragons and founded a settlement. Ulrich was shocked that someone was able to kill the dragon. Sven said that this is how it was because his people are descendants of dragon slayers. Ulrich wondered how Ulgaro himself appeared if he was the first of the people. Sven replied that Ulgaro was born from the union of heaven and earth, but Ulrich could hardly believe it. The man said that this was true, since he was not only the first man, but also a god. Sven said that during the battle with the dragons, Ulgaro was seriously wounded. To heal his wounds, he created the Blade Peak, and to this day he sits there. But one day he will return to his former form and descend to the earth along with all the warriors from the Blade Peak. Ulrich was so interested that he jumped into Sven's carriage and asked if Ulgaro and his warriors would be reborn from the Blade Peak. The man said that warriors would regrow lost limbs, old men would return to youth, and everyone would receive weapons made of cold steel, a mixture of ice that Ulgaro personally created. Sven coughed and said that this is why death is not the end for them, but only a rest. Ulrich thought about the fact that the sun god also promises rebirth. But due to memory loss, it is little different from death. But Ulgaro is completely different. Sven leaned towards the guy and reminded him that he had already said that Ulgaro was the god of true warriors. Ulrich asked why the man hadn't told him about this before, to which he was told that the boy had long believed in the sun god. Sven said that even if he didn't like the sun god, that God still recognized Ulgaro, so he should also recognize his power. The man also said that Ulrich's worries were pointless, since he was not a southerner anyway. The barbarian asked if this was so important to Ulgaro, and Sven replied that he had never in his life met a person of any other origin who believed in the god of war. Ulrich looked at his medallion and said that the man intrigued him so much that he almost wanted to renounce the sun god. However, Sven did not like these words. The man said that he didn't care which god Ulrich chose, but advised the boy not to betray the god's blessing under any circumstances. The guy felt that he had said something inappropriate, so he became quiet. Sven said that the revenge of the gods is terrible, and in that case, Ulrich will face nothing but trials. A few days later, the troops met in the valley, and Veruca went out to meet his uncle for negotiations, which worried Ulrich. Fergan said that Garimati would not dare kill the prince at this moment, as the nobles would simply turn their backs on him. Ghostblade said that this is the so-called honor of aristocrats. Meanwhile, Waruka told his uncle that it was not too late to turn back, and if he did, the prince would only take the lands conquered by Garimati. The man chuckled and said that he was going to tell the boy the same thing, because Veruca was still young to become a king, so he could kindly sit on the throne for 5 years until he grew up. However, in reality, Garimati's plans were to kill his nephew in order to end the feud for the throne once and for all. Veruca immediately understood everything and told his uncle to stop trying to hide his dirty intentions in this way. Garimati said that he would become a strong king, so powerful that the prince would never be able to match him. The man asked Veruca if he had what it took to be a worthy king for his subjects, and not a rag doll in their hands. The prince thought that all this might not have happened if he had been a little wiser in the past. However, Veruca understood that there was no way back for him, because many people had died for his ascension to the throne. From the look on Prince Garimati's face, he realized that there would still be a war. Waruka said that the sun god would decide their fate. Garimati said nothing in response to his nephew. At this point, the negotiations were over, and the battle was about to take place. Towards evening, all the warriors were preparing for battle. Fergan rode up to Ulrich on horseback and offered his condolences on Goyle's death. The barbarian said that it was not worth it, because death in battle is only a part of a warrior's life, and the old man agreed with him. Fergan sighed, realizing that he had previously seen the battlefield well, but now his eyes were failing him. The general asked if Ulrich would like to fight alongside him in this war. Fergan said that they would stand shoulder to shoulder in battle and take Garimati's head together. Ulrich said that it was a very interesting proposal, but he still intended to kill the Duke. Fergan rushed forward and told them not to lag behind him, and the barbarian wished the old man not to fall off his horse. Ghostblade ran forward 100 meters and stopped. The man turned and looked at Ulrich, who was still standing there. The old man raised his visor and called to the barbarian. The ghost general's words were interrupted by a cry that the battle had begun. However, Ulrich still heard the man, which made him freeze. He couldn't believe what he heard. Fergan lowered his visor and looked at Ulrich, past whom warriors ran. Ghostblade said he knew the barbarian came neither from the south nor from the north. The man asked the boy where he really came from. However, this was more of a leading question. It was clear from Fergan's face at that moment that the man had guessed everything. Ulrich began to worry, because there must be a meaning to the man saying that right now. This is how the battle for the throne of Porelkana began. The troops clashed in a fierce battle. Ulrich was distracted from the battle, constantly watching Fergan, who was fighting nearby. The barbarian noticed that their enemies were simple farmers, dressed in whatever they had, and instead of weapons, they had pitchforks. Ulrich thought that he was glad to be on the side of the people in iron armor, because he wouldn't wish such an enemy on anyone. The barbarian heard how the Empire's warriors mercilessly killed everyone in their path. They caught up with the cowardly farmers and killed them with a blow to the back. These warriors fought not for Veruca, but for the Emperor, paying him honor on the battlefield. Ulrich felt disgust towards them, because if it weren't for the cavalry on their side, all these imperialists would have already been killed. There were smiles on the faces of the Empire's warriors, which resonated with the situation they all found themselves in. Killing people brought them joy, and they knew no fear. They stubbornly caught up with all the fugitives, leaving none of them a chance to escape. Fear seemed to have no effect on them as long as the Ghostblade fought at their side. Fergan was becoming increasingly worried about his eyes, as the strain was making his vision worse and worse. However, the old man continued to make his way into the thick of the battle. Fergan pushed through the first wave of Garimati's army and shouted to his warriors that he saw the contemptuous look on the leader of their enemies. One of their soldiers told the general that it was too dangerous to go there alone. Ghostblade didn't even listen to him, saying that there was no one who could protect him. The man raised his blade and shouted that instead of hindering him, the youths should learn from him. Ulrich saw this and thought that this old man was strong, but he could notice that the armor was shaking slightly from the strain, which revealed the knight's true age. The barbarian moved closer to Fergan and asked if he was being too zealous today. Ghostblade just laughed and said that the guys should try to keep an eye on him first. Fergan turned away from Ulrich again and turned his gaze to the rest of Garimati's army. The knight raised his hands up and ordered them to attack. The man shouted that he was the Ghostblade Fergan, so no one was afraid of him. Even during the battle, Ulrich could not get the words that Fergan had told him before the battle began out of his head. The boy wondered if the old man had told the other Imperials the secret of his origin. Ulrich understood that if the Emperor learned about the Western tribes, he would gladly set out to conquer them in order to gain achievements. The barbarian immediately remembered Fordgal, who was the first to cross the Heavenly Mountain and invade their territory. Ulrich thought that the knight would not have come there if the Empire had not supported his initiative in exploring the Heavenly Mountain. If Fordgal hadn't met Ulrich that day, they would have succeeded. The mere thought that the Emperor would find out about his homeland made the boy's hands begin to tremble. The boy understood that the knights with whom he was now fighting side by side would become his enemies in an instant. Now Ulrich understood Varuki's fears when he feared for the lives of the people of Porelkana. The prince was afraid that he might affect the lives of other people. Ulrich understands that he spoke too frivolously to Varuka that time, since now he himself is experiencing the same thing as the prince. The barbarian's head was filled with fears and worries. Ulrich tried to put all these thoughts out of his head during the fight, because it could have ended badly, and it was unlikely that he would have been able to come up with anything. The barbarian rushed into battle, hoping that everything would be resolved. Soon, Garimati's troops realized that they were losing, and the Duke ordered everyone to retreat. Ulrich looked at the Garimati soldiers running away at unimaginable speed, and noted that they were much better at running than at fighting. The Empire's soldiers looked in shock at the barbarian who fought shoulder to shoulder with them without any armor. Ulrich was upset that he was never able to bring Waruka the head of Garimati. The Imperials were shocked that Ulrich was no less strong than the steel-clad soldiers. Now they have personally seen that the rumors are not lying. The mercenary captain Ulrich is a monster. Sometime later, at the Varuki camp, the Dukes rejoiced at their victory on the plain of Baldric. The men laughed at Garimati's efforts and suggested that they would soon be besieged by the castle. However, this did not frighten the Dukes, because they were confident that they would be able to get the castle. The men said there was no doubt who would be the next ruler of Porelkana. The Dukes fell silent when they saw Varuka emerging from his tent. The men immediately ran up to the prince and congratulated him on his victory. While the Dukes were fawning over Varuka, the boy himself was paying attention to completely different things. The guy hoped that they would be able to end the civil war as quickly as possible. However, Duke Garimati himself became involved in this unpleasant battle, which resulted in the death of many inhabitants of Porelkana. By evening, all the work after the battle was completed, and the camp was plunged into silence. Fergan took off his armor and told his squire to go and rest, but the boy replied that he had not finished cleaning the armor yet. However, as soon as the guy looked at the general, he understood everything, and, bowing, left the old man's tent. Left alone with himself, Fergan sighed heavily. In front of him on the table stood a helmet covered in blood. After many years, the man looked at him as his enemy. Fergan recalled that once upon a time, youth and strength had bubbled within him too. His heart burned with passion and joy on the battlefield. In those days, a man's body moved as he wanted. At that time, his emotions were so strong that guilt and morality faded into the background in the heat of battle. The knight's valor became a mere joke, and the love of God seemed like a brazen lie of the priests. The line between the civilized knight and the bloodthirsty barbarian was finally erased. Back then, Fergan felt like there was only one rule on the battlefield: kill or be killed. All the thoughts of the Ghostblade were filled with only one war, which had no end and no edge. Then the man had a revelation that haunts him to this day. Whatever they call themselves, in war they are all murderers. Fergan was then filled with energy, which spilled out during the battle. However, today, the man realized that he could no longer keep up with the pace of the young warriors, so he needed a break during the battle. He remained behind, watching as Ulrich led the warriors into battle. At that moment, Fergan asked God why he gave the warrior old age. After so many years, Ghostblade realized that the sun god despised warriors. Soon, Varuki's army began to prepare for the siege of Garimati Castle. Fergan told the prince that his uncle had a good castle, which was more like a real fortress. Varuka asked what plan the general could propose, and he replied that a siege was a war of patience, so all they could do was wait. Fergan said that if he were on Garamati's side, he could hold back 5,000 soldiers with only 1,000, so the fortress was too impregnable. Veruca said that they didn't have much time, because with the coming of winter, all their allied lords would take their soldiers and return to their lands. Fergan said that the Garamati would have it much worse, because they lost the battle on the plains, and there were many deserters among their soldiers. The general smiled and said that if they were lucky, the castle's inhabitants themselves would offer them Garamati's head. Fergan asked the prince to believe that if they held the siege of the castle for a long time, the fortress would fall at their feet. The general said that the siege weapons they were building would be the very worst nightmare for Duke Garamati and his men. The man thought for a moment and said that these weapons, on the contrary, would not let them fall asleep. Meanwhile, Ulrich could not find a place for himself due to his worries. He retreated to a remote part of the camp and pondered what he should do. The barbarian recalled the vastness of his native lands and his childhood spent in those places. When Ulrich was little, he was interested in the spirit world. The guy crossed the heavenly mountain just to satisfy his curiosity. Ulrich couldn't let go of his memories of that day, of his decision, and of his determination. Coughing, Sven approached the guy and asked if the guy had decided to carry out his plan. After a few moments, Ulrich said he would do it. Sven advised the guy not to delay with this. Ulrich flinched, then said that he would kill Ghostblade. Sven didn't look at the boy, but said that he would pray for the sun god to be on the barbarian side. Ulrich looked at his medallion and thought that this was the only right decision. The boy clutched the medallion tightly and asked God to help him, because he had always been faithful to him. Ulrich thought that he would never have asked for help if his life was on the line. But it was a prayer for his brothers and sisters. The barbarian looked at the sun and asked God for mercy. Ulrich thought that if the sun god truly loved this world, he would definitely help him protect the West. That evening, Donovan came to Fergan's tent again to talk to the old man and have a drink. Brunette said that because they hardly moved during the siege, he was completely frozen. Fergan laughed and said that when all you can do is sit, many people feel the same way as the guy. The old man said that if you go down the path behind the camp, you can stumble upon a huge lake where Fergan himself kills time fishing. Donovan considered the man's words, as if trying to grasp them with his intoxicated mind. After a while, the guy came out of Fergan's tent, but this time he looked confused. The boy kept looking back and wondering whether he should tell the old man everything. However, Donovan's gaze caught on a silhouette in the darkness. The boy shuddered when he realized that Ulrich was standing in front of him. Donovan saw the barbarian's gaze and for the first time in a long time felt fear of him. The brunette understood that now he couldn't just turn around and go back to Fergan's tent. Ulrich looked at Donovan and reminded him that brothers don't betray each other. The brunette got angry and said that the barbarian shouldn't threaten him. Ulrich apologized and said he didn't mean for his words to come out that way. Donovan thought that Fergan saved his life, but for him it was a small thing. But Ulrich is ready to fight for him, even when his own life is on the line. The brunette said that he remained loyal to the barbarian just as he had done. Donovan said that it would be like that as long as they were brothers from the same mercenary group. The brunette lowered his head and said that behind their camp there was a lake where Fergan often fished. Ulrich thanked Donovan for his help. The brunette said he didn't understand why the barbarian was even planning to do this. Donovan could only hope that Ulrich had a good reason for killing the legendary hero. The barbarian swore that the reason was indeed compelling, at least for himself. Ulrich patted Donovan on the shoulder and walked past. As the barbarian was about to leave, Donovan called him again. The guy said that although it was hard to believe, he prayed for Goyle. Donovan said he prayed for the boy to be safely embraced by the sun god. Ulrich nodded his head and said that he believed him. And the next day, as Fergan said, he went to the lake to go fishing. The man watched the moving float with a melancholic expression, immersed in the silence of the forest. Fergan thought that all that remained of the warrior who had completed his journey was a decrepit old man. The man looked at the empty hook and asked himself how many more swings he could make with the blade. Fergan twirled the fishing tackle in front of his eyes, but he could barely see it. The general bowed his head and said that the sun god had definitely cursed him. He understood that even if Yansin discovered the eastern continent, after a decade or two, he would no longer be in this world. Fergan looked to the west and thought of the heavenly mountain. Despite all the obstacles, the Empire continued to send expeditions there, although none of them ever returned. However, Fergan understood that Jansen would be able to overcome this obstacle because he was very stubborn. The man looked at his shaking hands and thought that his body could no longer survive this. Fergan said he can no longer keep up with his sons and grandchildren. After some time, the man's peace was disturbed. Ulrich sat down near Fergan and asked how the fishing was going today and whether the old man had caught anything. The man replied that he didn't come there to fish, but to kill time. Ulrich rubbed his axe and said that Fergan spoke like a real old man. The barbarian rubbed his head and decided to make sure that the old man really knew where he came from. And at this question, Fergan turned to Ulrich and smiled. Even though the words were not spoken out loud, the barbarian understood everything. Ulrich threw Fergan his sword, which he had previously taken from his tent. The general said that the guy was kindness itself, because he could have simply stabbed him in his sleep. But Ulrich said that he would never do such a thing. The barbarian decided to ask, just in case, whether the emperor knew about his origins. Fergan took out his blade and said that he had not told anyone about this. The man said that he was truly amazed that the barbarian had crossed the heavenly mountain. Ulrich understood that the man was not lying to him, but he could not understand why he did not tell his people or the emperor anything. The barbarian stretched and thanked Fergan for the fact that he would only have to kill him. Ulrich looked at the smiling old man, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The barbarian introduced himself as Ulrich of the Stone Axe tribe and said that he had come to take Fergan's life. The man responded by giving only his name. Ulrich looked at him in surprise and asked if that was really all he wanted to say before he died. Fergan assumed a night owl stance and said it was time to end the foreplay. This battle took place on this bright, sunny day. Still green leaves occasionally fell from the trees and, caught by a light wind, fell onto the clear surface of the lake. Ulrich rushed into battle armed with only 2 axes. Fergan firmly repelled all his attacks, but the memories of past battles did not let go of him. He remembered the northern dragon Mjorn. Breaking out of his memories, the man barely managed to parry the barbarian's blow. For Fergan, Ulrich was a man who fought for the civilized world and for the peace of the barbarian. The Ghostblade had no intention of giving up. He fought with all his might because that was what had to be done. At some point, Ulrich knocked the sword aside and struck Fergan in the face with his head. The blow caused blood to flow from the old man's nose and his vision to become blurred. Taking advantage of the moment, Ulrich struck and cut off Fergan's right hand. The man didn't make a sound, stepping back a little and kneeling down. As Fergan dealt a sharp blow to Ulrich's face, he remembered the warrior who had gone to the Peak of Blades, shouting Ulgaro's name. The old man fought with all his might and did not even hesitate to hit the barbarian between the legs. Such a low blow offended Ulrich, and he rushed at the man with even greater anger. The barbarian swung his axes, but Fergan managed to dodge them time after time. Ghostblade turned in his thoughts to Mjorn, who had gone to the Peak of Blades to await resurrection. Fergan saw the outline of an axe flying towards him. The man wondered if Mjorn continued to fight even after his death. The axe sank into the old man's chest, but at that moment he thought only about how Ulgaro truly loved his subjects. Fergan's body was already at its limit, and he fell to the ground. However, Ulrich was in no hurry to finish him off. With the last of his strength, Fergan reached for his sword with his left hand and called out to the barbarian. The man rose from the ground and asked Ulrich to bury him according to the customs of his tribe. Fergan rushed into battle again, but the barbarian was no longer so furious. Ulrich easily dodged his blow, causing the man to fall to the ground again. Fergan no longer had the strength to get up. During the battle, Ulrich felt something strange, not typical for a man of the faith of the sun god. It was as if Fergan didn't want to kill him, but on the contrary, wanted to be killed. The man lay on the ground and looked at the sky, but his gaze was not directed towards the sun. The general thought that the traitor to the faith would face the wrath of the gods. However, Fergan believed that any anger would hardly be worse than the curse of the sun god. On his deathbed, Fergan found himself on the battlefield again and called out to Ulgaro. Ulrich stood over Ghostblade's body and winced when he heard his last words. The guy couldn't believe what he heard. As the sun set, Ulrich carried Ghostblade's body deep into the forest. There he dug a grave for Fergan and complained that the man's last request infuriated him beyond measure. The barbarian stopped to rest and looked towards the old man. Ulrich chuckled and accused Fergan of sitting there on the sidelines and relaxing while he was out here breaking his back, digging a hole. The boy raised his head towards him and sighed, leaving traces of steam in the air. Ulrich couldn't take it anymore and shouted at the man, asking who it was at the end and why Ulgaro. The boy was sure that Fergan would shout the name of the sun god. However, the answer to his questions could not be voiced. Ulrich was shaking with anger and looked at Fergan as if the man would wake up at any moment and give him answers. Soon, the boy turned away, throwing a handful of earth at the man. Ulrich began to dig with redoubled vigor, saying that he was already sick of all this. When the grave was ready, the barbarian approached Fergan. The guy easily threw the old man over his shoulder and carried him towards the pits. Ulrich's thoughts were occupied by Ulgaro, and his image seemed to appear before his eyes, although he had never seen him. The boy could not grasp the connection between the god of war and a civilized man. However, it was the name Ulgaro that was the last word of the subject of the sun god. Ulrich chuckled and said that everyone would have dropped dead if they had heard Fergan's last words. The barbarian said that this would surprise people no less than the fact that he crossed the heavenly mountain. Ulrich looked at the man's body for a while and tried to understand him. At their first meeting, Fergan said that he couldn't defeat the guy and that he didn't participate in duels at all. Then the old man said that he was a legend, and a legend cannot lose. Ulrich understood that Fergan was a symbol of the victory of civilization over barbarism. However, first and foremost, the old man was a warrior who spent his entire life on the battlefield. Now Ulrich understood why Fergan had asked Sven about warriors who were not afraid of death. In the distant past, while fighting barbarians, Ghostblade saw with his own eyes what his enemies believed. The barbarians died on the battlefield, but looked up at the sky with smiling faces, calling out to Ulgaro. There was a fire of anticipation in their eyes, and joy filled their souls. That day, Fergan saw with his own eyes Ulgaro, who came for the fallen warriors. Then the man believed in his existence, but still could not renounce his god, fearing a curse. Ulrich understood that just as the sun god had influenced the barbarians to become warriors of the sun, so Fergan had been struck by Ulgaro's myth. Only now did everything fall into place, and Ulrich realized that the old man was simply using him for his own purposes. Fergan was afraid of dying in bed and not getting to Ulgaro's side, so he provoked the barbarian. The boy recalled how the Ghostblade behaved on the battlefield. Ulrich said that only a blind man would not notice that the old man longed for death. However, no knight was found on the battlefield who had enough courage and skill to kill the legend. That's why Fergan chose Ulrich, because he had both the strength and the reasons to kill him without regret. The barbarian was angry that the old man had lured him into a trap. Ulrich placed his sword on Fergan's chest and asked if he was satisfied with his death. The barbarian said that he personally was not happy, because now he would never know how the man was able to defend himself from 100 warriors on the bridge. Soon the sun began to appear over the horizon and the darkness began to recede. Ulrich sat at Fergan's grave until dawn, thinking about his own things. Varvara was interested in whether the man was satisfied with his life. Ulrich remembered Goyle, who fought in despair because he did not want to die. However, this did not appease the sun god, and he took the boy away. Ulrich still remembers how he let go of the lifeless hand of his friend, who had been squeezing his palm until the very end. The barbarian said that when he sees Fergan satisfied with death, he begins to think that even death is not fair. Ulrich rubbed his head and said he believed Fergan had not told anyone about his origins. The barbarian is confident of this because further questions with the West and the East would not affect the man. Fergan's only goal was the death of a true warrior, worthy of the peak of blades and Ulgaro. Ulrich picked up the medallion with the image of the sun and looked at it carefully. The boy remembered the day when he was baptized. He recalled Gottwald's request to love and show mercy to his neighbors so that Ulrich's soul would become stronger. The barbarian repeated these words in his head over and over again. Ulrich no longer looked at the medallion with admiration and curiosity. The barbarian asked whether it was even possible to ask such a thing from a warrior. Ulrich realized that he had gone too far. The barbarian tore off his medallion and asked Gottwald for forgiveness for his actions. Ulrich threw the medallion into the water, renouncing the sun god and his promises. The symbol of the sun god sank into the water, remaining there forever. Ulrich threw his axe over his shoulder and asked the gods where his soul would go now. But this time the question did not frighten him.